In an apartment building, a voice shouted, "Behold my sister. Let's sit down and discuss a bit." "Okay," the homeowner replied angrily. "No, no, get out of here right now. The door is closed." The female lead Gina has no choice but to walk past the pile of thrown things. "Explain. Sister, please understand. Give me a moment to win this match. I have the capital to pay your rent." The homeowner was annoyed and scolded her to get out right away. Suddenly heard her announce USA bins. Gina panicked. "I'm done with the game. My house. I only rely on the prize money of this tournament. But now the prize money is gone. But my place of residence is gone." The computer screen. Comments started coming in. Scolded Gina. "What are you playing? Stupid, pretty stupid game, can't stand it." Gina bent down in pain. Pick up the painfully thrown items mentioned above. This life. Is there any streamer more pathetic than this Gina? Gina suddenly stopped in front of a reel. She was startled. Is this her thing? The reel was just opened. Then a feather appeared. Gina touched the feather and see the scene change. A guy standing on the side of the boat appeared in the wind and rain. Gina threw the scroll, startled, and gasped. "Oh, what did I just see? And what is this?" Gina came closer and read the words on the scroll. "Two clans fighting to the death. As long as this feather still exists, we still have the fate of meeting each other. Gun Lake. Isn't that where my hometown is? Lin Ki Town. Chuang Lan Gun Ho District." In the evening, Gina returned to her hometown. She opened the scroll raw, said she had worked hard to get here. Why'd I have this? Plus what happened? The girl holding the feather thought to herself that she had led Dao all the way here. If you do that, you will always be able to eat everything. Gina, standing in front of a lake, took off Ra's coat, then jumped into the lake and dived below. Seeing the boat in front of Gina was surprised. There is indeed a boat again. It's exactly the same as what happened before Kia. Anyway, just go in and take a look. Gina was startled when she stepped inside the boat. Obviously the boat was sunk, but water did not flood inside. Strange. Suddenly a chest attracted Gina's attention. This chest in front of you looks very valuable. Surely the inside is full of treasures. Surely God finds me pitiful. Should lead me to the treasure here. Here, treasure shoes. Orange to ma. Gina opened the chest raw. Saw a boy inside. Then screamed. The flashlight rolled down. She thought tremblingly. Tim almost jumped out. Who would lock a child's body in here? Suddenly there was a noise that startled her. Gina. As soon as I turned around, I saw a monster screaming loudly, chasing me. Gina screamed in terror and ran away. She hid in a corner in fear, thinking. She was the same age as Hua. Should I leave my body in this place? At this moment there was a voice in her ear. Don't be afraid. That was the boy's hand from the chest patting her shoulder. Gina mumbled in fear. God above. The boy said to her. Don't be afraid. Come here. Then the boy's hands hugged Gina tightly. The boy's lips touched Gina's lips. A beam of light appeared. The boy turned into a grown man, looked at the bow tie and smiled. Gina was startled. What happened? The guy happily said, Why Wei? You finally came to find me. Gina pushed the raw guy shyly and asked, Why Wei? Did you get the wrong person? The young man quickly explained that I was not mistaken. Why Wei Ta Lathan. This is the prince of the unknown family Kai Lathan. Suddenly Lathan noticed a monster attacking. Then he waved his sword and shouted, Be careful. Gina screamed in fear. Lathan protected her and told her to hide here. Don't run around, waiting for me to clean up these messes. Lathan stood in front of Wai Wei, confronting the approaching monsters. Gina stood aside, looking at Li's back. I thought to myself, what's going on? I've clearly never met this person before, but... Star looked at his figure. Look again. So familiar. Gina suddenly noticed something under her feet. She sat down and happily said, Are these their scales? Even though I'm not an expert. But they are pure gold. She didn't notice that. Behind me there is a beast approaching. Lathan Nian Ra shout Wai Wei, be careful. Lathan comes to slash. That beast saw Gina still frantically picking up gold. Then he yelled at her for the sake of gold and didn't care about the danger? The demons flocked more and more. He thought to himself that this was not good. They came in more and more numbers. I have to leave here quickly. That's it. Lian then quickly ran to pick up Gina and said, Why Wei, let's leave here quickly. Gina was picked up and quickly said, Wait, I haven't picked up all the gold yet. Lian then ho, it's not okay. Hurry up. Gina groaned regretfully. Dear gold, we will meet again. A light flashed. Lian then pulled Gina out of the boat. Gina looked at according to Lian aesthetics. Despite robbing her of the opportunity to get rich. But at least he saved me. The boy from before, was it him? So did it change him? Lian then hugged Gina's waist. And flew. Out of the water. Gina asked in surprise. Floating stars. So amazing. How could you do that? Lian then hugged her and landed on the ground and asked. Why Wei, do you really not remember anything? Gina timidly replied. Actually, I'm not Wai Wei. Lian then smiled and said I wouldn't recognize the wrong person. See Ra, she really doesn't remember anything. Gina asked him curiously. You said you are from the Kokai family, right? Lian then replied yes. Gina told me that I had read the Sun Kai Sutra. So I know a little about Bokai. I heard that the family is Kokai. Every time you sleep 125 minutes deep, you can come back to life. Are you one of them? Can also perform magic spells. Like just now. What kind of magic is this? Lian then thoughtfully replied. If she knew about the Vokai family. So everything is easier to explain. But this time it's different. She also knows. Only after I kissed her did she become like this. Therefore, to maintain this state in the future. Me and her. Every day we need to give each other a kiss. Gina was startled when she heard that and blushed and said. What are you talking about? Gina listened to Lian then and hugged her. What did I scream? You told me I had to kiss you once every day. Don't think you can do whatever you want after picking me up. Lian then saw Gina react like that. Then quickly explained to her. No, I didn't mean it that way. Gina frowned and said it's okay to have her own thoughts. AI admits its guilt. It's so suspicious. Then Gina turned into a detective and asked if he was right. You dressed up and sat there, right? Want to play like a young lady. If you have nothing, you can repay with your own body. Lian then quickly pulled Gina to explain. That's not the case. I know it's hard for you to accept. But if you don't do that, I will return to my child form. If so, I will. Gina quickly pushed Lian then raw and screamed. I know it's hard for me to accept. But still stubbornly wanted to possess me. Don't dream. You act alone with this play of yours. After saying that, Gina immediately ran away. Lian then quickly shouted Wai Wei. He frowned and muttered. If we cannot maintain our state like this, when a beast appears, how can I protect her? But Wai Wei, she has changed too much. Wai Wei ran away. Lian then looked and said so it's that direction. He immediately used light attack. Chasing after her. Gina ran for a while. Panting and thinking. Running so far, he probably won't be able to catch up. What just happened is truly unbelievable. Could it be that I'm dreaming? Lian then suddenly landed next to Wai Wei and said. It's not a dream. Wai Wei exclaimed. How did you find me? Suddenly heard movement from behind. Lian then looked back, and a bird monster was running towards him. They chased Theo all the way here. Gina asked him in fear. Is this still one of them? Lian then replied holding the sword. Not at all. They are different from those in the water that are so fast. They must be extremely hungry. Lian then rushed forward to fight. Then told. Not to be afraid. I'm here. Gina shouted. No, you lied to me. Surely these monsters were arranged by you. Obviously because of his appearance. Then they appeared. Lian then was not happy and asked her if she still doubted me. Suddenly Gina pointed back and shouted. Oh, what Kia? Lian then is back? If you don't see anything. Then turn back and ask her what she just saw. Why? But where Gina stood there was no one left. Lian then panicked. Hurry up and find him. Wei ran in that direction. Damn, she can't be alone right now. Looking for Lian then and shouting Wai Wei, don't run anymore. Her current situation is very dangerous. Wai Wei hides on the side of aesthetics. I don't have a mold. Some wild beasts. That's because of you. You're the one who's causing danger. Now as long as he leaves I'm safe. Suddenly a beak touched her shoulder from behind. The next morning, little Li then woke up and yawned, seeing Gina's face in front of her. Li then asked again. What she means is just stay with me. Then you won't have nightmares anymore. Na replied. Could it be just a coincidence? Little Li, god of aesthetics? This is not a coincidence. Gina accidentally stepped on the escalator. Gina felt her face itch and shook Li then turned around and kicked blankets. Obnoxious mosquitoes avoid raw. My gold. It's all mine. She immediately put her legs on Li then frowned seeing that. I think this is really my medicine. No star without any appearance. Of Miss Ku of those years? Li then took Gina's hand and sighed. Wake me up. The sun is up high. Wake up quickly. Don't sleep anymore. Gina is still immersed in the beautiful dream of Gina. This time you can make a fortune. Li then silently whispered. All her money is gone. Gina was startled when she heard that. She jumped up and shouted, Huh? What are you doing? Just early in the morning disturbing someone's beautiful dream. Li then looked pitiful and yelled at her. It's really not my robe. Gina stood up, put on her coat and muttered. It's not easy not to have nightmares. But he woke me up and looked so cute. And Li then was on the bed sulking. Suddenly Gina recognized Ra. Oh wait. Every night I was being chased in my dreams. And last night it was because of you. What do I see? Gina looking at me. Li then spoke up. Why are you staring at me? Gina approached and asked Li then. I asked him last night if he did anything to me. More. Why do you always call me January or February or something? Li then explains. Not January, February. Is the physician Wei in the physician my knock? Is my family member also mine? Gina curiously asked what was his. Li then glanced at his tangled hair and hid his saliva. Gina's wrinkled clothes. I don't dare to look straight at my lover. Her looks are very similar to hers. Moreover, only she can wake me up. Gina heard that, thinking, looking at his appearance doesn't look like he's tricking me. So, according to the novel, I am the next life of Wai Wei. Star. Le God is turned. Big paradox makes it spin said. Sure enough it's still more convenient to grow up. Gina blushed and told him this. I have to livestream later. You can't come over here. Don't bother me. Li then is curious what a livestream is. Gina replied just leave it. You don't need to care. Li then mumbled so impatiently. Gina opened the live and said good afternoon everyone. The other day I returned to my hometown and felt a bit nostalgic. So today I will play the old version of Mario. Let's chat with Nam Hao. Li then was extremely curious and thought to himself to talk to someone. The comment below and asked, what was the livestream incident yesterday? Hard fans present. Gina said smiling. Hi thank you everyone for taking care of me. No Sao love you guys. What's wrong with comments? Did I miss something? If Gina doesn't want to say it, don't ask anymore. Li heard that she loves you and was startled. She was talking to AI so she said she loved you too. He rushed in and looked at Gina's computer and shouted. Hey what are you doing? The comment below said. Marshall Ca Han fuck. Whose boyfriend is this? 8 things have surfaced. Gina questioned him. Why did you come here? Should I tell you not to bother me? Li then asked again why not let me come here? Here, it's clear that no one is telling anyone who loves you. Where is the cat's whiskers? Raw. Gina scolded my manager. After all, it's not him. Comment below more than cats fighting. The fork next to his brother. Is it a special effect? It keeps spinning. Is this guy cosplaying? Somewhat handsome. Gina has escaped being single. Who is this handsome CA? Gina quickly explained. He's not my boyfriend. It's just that yesterday he followed me home. Li then couldn't help but ask her curiously. Who are you talking to anyway? What is this again? Why do we not know these words? That's not right. I know half of Gina fired you. Go over to Kia and play. Don't come here and influence me. The comments below are all talking. That fork is real. It's not an effect. Cosplay is quite interesting and the conversation is so elegant. What did I just see? Kia's fork happened to come in. Is this the police officer doing magic? Gina called me right away. Everyone seemed to really enjoy his magic show. That, or you should do it again. Li then was puzzled and asked again about the magic trick Gina showed. That's the fork you just played with. Le God smiled. It's just a little bit of magic, he said, and then he snapped his hands. Created countless butterflies. Gina called him. He saw the comments and they were all praising him. Are you nervous? What? Gina pointed to the explanation screen and explained that these were the ones. Everyone is praising him for being handsome. Everyone's comments are so helpful. I want to send it for you all to see. Marshall Ca Hanfu is really good at following good guy Gina. Yet she has a boyfriend who is a magician. So handsome. In 3 minutes I will let everyone see. Le is surprised. I'm saying these words were written by someone else. Could this be a magic mirror? Can talk to everyone. Na replied almost like that. Everyone will see us through the screen. Suddenly she realized raw. The number of followers increased so much. Livestream platform announcement. Dear Ya Na. Your livestream has been suggested. Your livestream's likes skyrocketed. And you have been selected to the homepage of entertainment. Life is looking forward to the livestream appearing. Your sharper comment below explodes. So close. So handsome. Going to the ancient Nam main page. I will nominate you as an ancient style mage. I ate too much. Masterati sent me. Look at this beautiful Ca handsome girl who matches so well. Gina happily shouted at me, but she's already on the homepage. Those who made it to the front page. They all have a monthly income of several $100,000. It's true that they've picked up a money tree. She rushed to hug Lian. But he pushed her away and said that she was a woman. Why would she be so careless? Behind the magic mirror, someone is looking. Gina led Lian to the new building and said, this is the place. Peace agreement. Once again I want to live in a new house. This area is quite big. After that, go on your own and be careful not to get lost. Lian landed one door to the east. 2-door northeast garage. These 2 dog kennels are both direct in and out. Just now pass through 2 doors at the entrance to the building on the ground floor. Gina asked in confusion. East, west, north, south, which side? Why do you even remember the dog cage? Lian replied to her. As long as it's a place we pass by, we'll remember it. When Gina heard that, she was surprised and exclaimed, oh my god, is it a map that runs on rice? It's true that you should go work in the Sao Duck area. Lian smiled. Because I need to protect your safety. Not just this sub-area. Terrain here. We've been checking recently. Said, then he looked around again. When Gina heard that, she was stunned. Raw. He was really serious about protecting himself. But in the end, what kind of person is he? Did those monsters catch up to this place? Entered Gina's room and immediately told Lian. First put the suitcase there. Lian put it down and breathed a sigh of relief. Gina, give me the things. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. Lian replied yes. Lian went into the bathroom. Then Gina checked her belongings. She packed her toner and lotion. Suddenly the picture scroll appeared. She secretly thought this was the picture scroll that day. Discovered. That day. Because when I opened the picture book, I saw those scenes. Perhaps this picture scroll is the important key to Lian's identity. But he wants to be with me right now. It's because you need to rely on yourself to maintain his mature appearance. And even mistook herself for Wai Wei. Remembering her first appearance, he met Gina and said Wai Wei, she came to find me. So he still shouldn't talk about the scroll for him. Observe it for a while longer. Thinking so, she immediately hid it on the bookshelf. At this moment Lian went raw. Gina asked him if he had finished showering. He nodded yes. Why do you keep looking at me? Gina laughed so seductively. Lian quickly covered it and shouted, rude, don't look. Suddenly he shrunk. Little Lian sighed and turned smaller again. Gina rubbed her head. He said, the little girl wearing your clothes really fits her very well. Little Lian frowned. Who is your little friend? I'm over 100 years old. If Gina teases you, you're still a little friend. That's right, little friend. I have finished preparing the living room. From now on, don't arbitrarily run to my sister's bed to sleep again. No, I'll spank you. Tiu Lian nodded reluctantly yes. Gina sleeps at night and has nightmares. Don't come here. Help. Gina being chased by monsters. Running. Still being an arrow shot at her. Startling her awake. Cosmetic. Didn't forget to take her medicine today. But she had a nightmare. Lately she hasn't had nightmares because of him. So she secretly took a pillow to the living room. Said in a low voice. Maybe he's sleeping soundly? Little Li then stood behind the door and asked her. What are you doing coming to my room in the middle of the night? Gina screamed in surprise. Little Li then said. Don't cry anymore at night to disturb people. Gina to question him. What are you doing standing here at night when you can't sleep? He replied that he heard movement in the room. She felt uneasy. Should I wake up and see if she's having a nightmare? Gina replied. What a nightmare dream. Seeing many monsters chasing and killing. The next day, Little Le God started drawing a map. This is the northern wisteria garden with 2 lakes. Gina came over and asked if he was drawing a map of Sao. Little Le then replied. Last night Tong observed the surrounding situation. Gina laughed at him. What era is this? Looked up on the phone and Ra. Le then was surprised at the phone. Gina took Ra's phone to show off. This is the magic mirror of modern society. Inseparable object. Le then told her. Oh, so you take me out to buy it? Gina replied. Just act like you're going to buy bread. Before making money. Don't dream. Little Le God muttered selfishly. Gina rubbed his head and said. For now, she doesn't have enough finances to buy a phone. As for the other thing, I can do it for you. I took Little Le then to the children's clothing store. When it comes down to it, just choose freely. Little Le then frowned. This is the tourist shop you want to talk about. These are all clothes for children. Gina asked the little god Le. Aren't you a child? Tiu Le then grimaced. I have clothes and don't need Gina to tease me. Your Kia outfit. It's still dripping on that balcony right now. Maybe you want to wear my dress. This store. There won't be any more stores. I slept very well last night and was in a pretty good mood. Don't you want me to spend money? Tiu Le then asked again. What she means is just stay with me. Then you won't have nightmares anymore. Ya Na replied. Could it be just a coincidence? Little Le God of aesthetics? This is not a coincidence. Le God pulled Canada away. She asked him, where do you want to take me? Tiu Le then led her into Nam's clothing store. I want these. The color of the outfit is not bad. Out reception staff. The little guy looks so adorable. Are you choosing the right clothes for Dad? Little Le then frowned. I'm not a little friend. Gina patted Little Lee's head right. So sorry. Please help our little friend choose an outfit. Little Le then was annoyed. Don't take advantage of me. Gina teased me without saying anything. The staff asked what you needed. Le then immediately replied that Sao's body was 5 meters long. Chest 3 meters, waist 2 meters, shoulder 1 meter 5. After listening, the staff converted the height to m85. Shoulder width 50, waist 68. That's the standard body of a male model. Tiu Le then was proud, of course. The staff took Ra an outfit. The size of this set is suitable. Let me help you pack it. Tiu Le then immediately stepped forward. I want to try. The staff was surprised. Do you want to try? Gina whispered. Children often want to wear adult clothes. I'll take the kid to try it out and pay later. Staff nodded. Oh, I understand. Dressing room. Gina looked at Little Le then and asked him to try on clothes. Why did you drag me here? Little Le then replied. I'm not a child. Why don't I try? Please try to help me. Gina said as she helped him change clothes. What do you say you are? The prince is not reincarnated. Do you really consider yourself a prince? Do you still want to find a maid to change your clothes for me? Tiu Le then smiled. If you want me to change myself, that's fine too. He went up and kissed her big. Then asked if this was satisfactory now. Gina was startled. Why did you suddenly kiss me? If seen by others, he suddenly turned into an adult. Aren't you afraid of being forced to do experiments? He smiled. She was worried that I would be taken away. Gina was startled. WHO worries about you? If discovered by others, then I still have to deal with the consequences. You go out. Aesthetic. What does weather want to turn back? You should also inform me first. Because there is an advertisement outside. Super tournament. AI can also be a rising star. Gina immediately looked happy when she saw the ad. Dad, yes. Isn't this the youngest shareholder of Liat Vu Lai? I didn't expect to be so handsome. Le then blindfolded. She asked again which handsome man she wanted to meet. Gina frowned. Why are you hiding our shareholders? Lian then confidently asked how my body is. Gina's aesthetics are so handsome. She praised him for reducing his extraordinary style. Hearing Gina praise Lian, he was startled and whispered, "What did she say?" At this moment the staff stepped forward to tell the beauty. "Your husband is here. So handsome." Gina shyly said he was not my husband. "There's no need to be embarrassed," the staff replied. Gina confusedly explained that it wasn't that. "Please take me to pay." Lian then suddenly held Gina's hand and said, "Why Wei? Why Wei?" Haven't heard that sentence from her in a long time. That was the first time we met. She told me those words. She remembered everything happened Sao Wai Wei. Gina held her head that day we met. In her mind appeared the memory of her praising Lian. The young man really has extraordinary manners and grace. Lian then blushed and asked, "She wears rough fabric like this. Maybe you want to tease me?" Wai Wei replied that Wai Wei has never lied before. Woke up Gina and Ra asked, "What have you done to me again?" Lian then was startled and called Wai Wei. She immediately shouted, "I told you so. I'm not her." Gina turned around and said angrily, "Go find your doctor." She left Lian there in silence and left. Although Lian didn't understand why, Sao Gina was angry but still chased Theo to call her. Gina. Gina listened to my explanation. Lian then grabbed Gina. Gina got angry and scolded Ra. "There's nothing to explain." Before Wai and Moon was short. Wai Wei Long also said, "I don't love Nha as much as she does." "Are you going to say that again? Why would I buy clothes for you? It's better than buying it yourself. It's even better for me." Gina accidentally stepped on the escalator. People. She lost her balance and was about to fall, making her scared. Lian saw that and immediately shouted carefully. Then pulled Gina's hand. Pulled Gina into his arms and asked, "Are you okay?" The feather from her pocket? Gina was carried by the breeze between two people. Both of them looked at the feather blankly thinking, "This is that feather." Gina and Lian's hands both touched the feather. A dimension opened up inside space. Wai vowing to be rafting on the river. She glanced ahead and thought, "There's probably a shore ahead, right?" Above Lian is being chased by a group of people. "Don't let him escape." Lian jumped off the cliff. Fell onto Wai Wei's raft. Told the pursuers, "Chase above. Based on you guys, do you want to chase me away?" Wai Wei saw Lian and was surprised. "Who you are? Why did you jump on my raft?" Above, the people of the Vu Kai Duong Palace clan said, "If you want to run, there's no such simple thing." Each arrow shot down one by one, causing Wai Wei to be scared, causing the raft to wobble. Wai Wei was shot in the shoulder. Fell into the water in pain. Lian worriedly shouted for the lady. Wai Wei slowly sank into the water thinking, "Am I about to die?" Saw Kia's group continue to draw their bows. Lian immediately drew his sword. Beat them away. Then jumped into the water. Pull up Wei's clothes. Air temperature let her see. Wai Wei opened her eyes raw. Lian smiled, "So good you're still alive. Waiting for Kia's pursuers to retreat. I'll take you up. Please try a little." Wai Wei asked how you can breathe under. Lian replied that from now on she could too. Wai Wei asked him why. "Who are you?" Lian smiled and replied, "I am Lian." Wai Wei was surprised to hear that. "You are the prince of the non-starter tribe." Wai Wei just moved, causing the arrow wound to sting. Lian worriedly asked if she was okay. Wai Wei was tortured by pain and blood loss, causing her to faint. Lian was extremely panicked. "Miss. Back to reality." Gina also hugged her shoulders and cried out. Lian worriedly asked Gina if she was okay. Gina asked if he was Wai Wei just now. Lian replied yes. Gina mumbled, "I can also breathe underwater. So am I really the reincarnation of Wei?" Gina muttered, "No wonder you always call me Wai Wei. You mistook me for her." Lian immediately asked her, "If she wasn't the moon, how could she wake me up?" He said, holding the feather in Gina's hand. "Moreover, she always carries it with her. This is the token that I gave you that year." Gina, hearing that, thinking about the token is right. Even though it was the first time seeing a shipwreck, or see the memories from before, it's all because of this feather. Gina is curious, but just now I saw you being chased. They are AI. Lian then replied that he was from the Ko Kai clan. Gina was surprised to hear that. Huh, but aren't you a prince of the Wu Kai clan? Lian then smiled bitterly and answered one or two sentences that he couldn't say clearly. Gina heard Lian then said that he couldn't say clearly. Then pondered. Then smiled and said his guess. I know that you are fighting for the throne. With other princes. But Plan 7 failed and he was pursued. Lian then thinks her imagination is really rich. Gina continued to say. Otherwise, how could you be chased and killed by people from your own clan? Only because your clan can sleep for 125 hours and then wake up. So besides Mr. Ra, there must still be people from the other Khoi clan still alive. Is that right? Lian then replied yes. I just don't know where they are. In the past, I was homeless before, was often bullied by the Vu tribe people. Bullied and whipped. They despised. I don't know where this cruel guy came from. Even standing is not steady. Do not think that my father accepts you. Then you are of our clan. Is your mother having an affair with someone else outside? Was discovered by your father, right? Claiming to be a noble royal concubine of a noble family. There's someone else outside. Lian then immediately pulled Kia down and beat you for talking nonsense. I don't allow you to say my mother. My mother was murdered. Kia kept saying it. I kept saying it. AI knows. Are you a spy sent from the Ko Kai clan? Or not? Lian then punched a gun and scolded. I let you talk nonsense. Everyone around shouted the name of this crazy boy. Quickly pull him out. Get out the foreigner causing trouble. Drive him away, quickly get out that traitor Kia. Lian then saw that and got angry. I think the Khoi clan is cold-blooded and heartless towards our entire family. The martial race is also nothing. Lian then will endure. Will endure all hardships to take this revenge. Then Wai Wei help me, give me a place to stay. At night Lian then is practicing his sword. Wai Wei go out. Asked Lian then, why are you still here practicing swords? Lian then ran over and asked what was wrong with her face. Fall into a bag of flour. Wai Wei replied that today is a full moon day. Please come and try the mooncake that I made. You're so nervous. Mooncake is the full moon already. Wai Wei smiled. Oh sure, your family must miss you very much. Lian then replied maybe so. But every day since my mother passed away, our life only consists of practicing, eating and going to sleep. As for me, that's a very distant word. Wai Wei immediately held Lian then Bao's hand. So from now on, this is my brother's house. Escape sign. Brisket. Lian then told the Na people that I was a prince of the Ko Kai clan. But I'm nothing like a prince. Not even as good. Live a civilian life at Wai Wei's house anymore. Gina recalls Lian then saying, your house is my house. I thought to myself, Ra, his only home. From the beginning he approached me. Protect me. All because he mistook me for Wai Wei. Lian then continued to tell. Later, when he met people of the Ko Kai clan again. It's definitely a storm of blood and rain. So I gave the feather to Wai Wei. And promised her that we will find and protect her well. But my strength is exhausted. Finally reluctantly having to sleep for so many years. Now this feather is in her hand. So no matter what, I will definitely protect you. Gina was dumbfounded and then angrily said. Saying it over and over again is because of Wai Wei. Don't forget we promised 3 things. I will cover your accommodation. And you have to be my bodyguard and assistant to help me livestream. You were originally supposed to protect me. Home. After saying that, Gina angrily left. Lian then looked at Theo aesthetically at her. She seemed a bit angry. Evening. Gina told fans it was 10 o'clock. Just broadcast today. Everyone sleep well. Bye-bye. Lian then also waved goodbye. Bye-bye. Gina turned off the livestream system and breathed a sigh of relief. The work is done. Lian then contemplated. Turned into Ra in her fan name. All have small orange letters. Because her name has the word stars in it. Gina replied, but mainly because I like to eat oranges. Pair God recognize Ra, how could I not think of Ra? Wai Wei also likes to eat. So she also likes to eat grapes. Gina was angry and it was Wai Wei. She stood up and said she didn't like me going to sleep. Lian then asked her if she slept in her room today. Gina looked at him and asked what if she didn't. Lian replied, but she would have nightmares. What she dreamed about. It was definitely the scene that Wai Wei saw that year. So when you're next to me, that she can go to sleep with peace of mind. Gina shouted angrily. My nightmares are my own. It's not yours. Wei said that and she slammed the door, making Lian think, why is she angry? Gina lay on Feng's bed, pouting and thinking, that person looks like Wei. Feels very strange, but I received protection thanks to her. So I feel very lucky. But why do I feel a little sad? Night. Lian spoke softly. She must have been sleeping recently. There are definitely other clans. Otherwise, Gina wouldn't suddenly see it. Like that in the past. Said it. Lian sneaked out. I just left. Gina also opened the door. Ra wondered. It's 2 a.m. Why is he still out? There must be something shady. At the park behind the mountain, Lian held the sword and looked around and realized Ra was there. Gina ran. Theo wondering where he ran to. Suddenly I don't see it anymore. Why don't you take the main road when you go to the park at midnight? Suddenly a light appears. Gina wonders if it's over there. Gina gingerly hides behind a tree looking at Lian. Lian speaks. Get out. I know she's going. Follow me. Gina going. Ra asked. Do you know I'm going? Theo. That's why I intentionally ran so fast. I just saw it all. Lian sighed. Okay. That's it. Don't hide it from her anymore. I discovered what Ra was afraid of when she saw it. That's why I buried them. Gina ran to ask if it was true. They all chased here. Lian comforted her not to be afraid. The amount is very small. I can handle. Gina thought emotionally. Then he really protected me. She blushed and said okay. Looks like you're dedicated to your work. Lian pointed at the tree and asked. But do you know what tree this is? Gina replied. Have you ever eaten apricot skin? Tomorrow, I'll call you a cup of apricot fruit tea. Lian looked at the tree and said. Isn't this the evil liver tree? Gina was curious what that was. Lian replied. Do you remember the archers who chased me? Archers of the Ko Kai clan. They are also immortal and they also cannot have children. Is based on the use of ling wood as the evil liver tree. To ensure the heart beats normally. Na was startled when he heard that. They are by our side. Lian replied. So she could be in danger at any time. Gina asked worriedly. How can you still fight when the beast comes? And the archery group looks very powerful. Lian smiled and said that's not really true. They couldn't find me, as fast as it was. I was woken up early by her. Based on Theo 125 sleeping soundly. There is still at least half a year left. They just woke up. Gina exclaimed. Oh. Half a year is not long since Ra is not long. But what should I do with those scoundrels? I'm okay because I still have you by my side. But they harm others. Then it's troublesome. Lian replied that the martial beast was a cursed creature. They only know how to chase the Theo clan without starting anything. They can't come out into the sunlight. Gina exclaims that this setting is like a vampire. But I am not a non-starter. Why are they chasing me? Lian replied that she had made a lifelong promise with me. He also has the ability to breathe underwater like that of the non-starter race. That's why they chased after her. She saw this feather as our token. Gina frowned when she heard that. Duang Duang is a prince of the non-starter clan. The token can only hold a single feather. That's too stingy. After all, it must be a gold ring. Just finished speaking. Then Lian pulled Tay Gina and shouted to run quickly. The martial beast is here. Gina, run according to what you said. Quickly draw your sword and go away. Lian replied that there were too many of them. Gina panicked when she heard that. I can't even fight. It's gone. It's gone. Won't I be eaten by animals? Lian burst out laughing when he heard that. Gina scolded angrily. You tricked me. Lian retaliates. Who told you to criticize me for being stingy? The first day I met you. She was only worried about picking up gold and now she's also dancing with gold rings. What a money-hungry little brat. Gina spread her hands and pretended she had a ring, saying, what do you understand? Such a light feather. How can it compare with a gold ring? That's a promise to be together forever. Lian asked again. Why? Gina replied, of course. Not before he fell asleep and went to seek medical advice. Found out that place was empty. It's definitely because there's no ring. People don't trust you. Lian mumbled. So I owe you a ring. I remember. The next day at 11:30. Gina stretched and sat up to sleep. Until she woke up comfortably and she just woke up. Then saw little Legod looking at her with an angry look. Gina was startled and jumped up asking what he was doing. It's early in the morning but little Legod immediately told me last night. She said before I fell asleep and went to find her. But found the place empty. I have never told you these things. Gina asked, sweating. So what? Little Legod Feng pouted. I know you're still hiding things between us. You don't trust me, right? Gina sighed and told me. I really don't trust you. I know you're being chased by someone else. So he escaped from Wei's house that night, waiting for you to come back. The lunar eclipse Ra was right halfway up the mountain looking at you. And her father was also affected by him, leading to the loss of life. Tiula was surprised. She said she was looking at me at that time. Gina nodded. That's right. She didn't want to meet him at all. Little Legod couldn't believe it. So you both don't believe me? Gina explained. At first I really didn't dare to trust him. But I see that you are truly dedicated to being a bodyguard. So I tell you now. Then you can also tell me. Why did you grow up in the Vu clan, but was chased and killed by the non-starter tribe? Tiula then replied if she had recovered her memory. I should have known why you didn't trust me. Little Legod again. Ask even if I say it one more time. Then she won't believe what Gina told him. I don't know those memories. It's always when he kisses your lips that it appears. How can you know everything at once? Little Le is curious. So what if you see all the memories? Will you trust me? Gina was about to answer me when there was a knock on the door. She jumped up and went out the door. It seemed like someone was knocking on the door, so I went to open the door. Little Le then frowned. This smell is a hunter. Outside came the sound of knocking on the door. Gina and the little Legod curiously looked at Ra. Gina looked at the little Legod and said suspiciously, maybe you were wrong. Any smell can be clearly smelled at the door. Normally I wear perfume. I don't see any reaction from him. Little Le then replied, downstairs, cutting the grass. He could also smell the grass. Gina asked with some confusion. But it wasn't him who said it. The archer only appeared for at least half a year. Suddenly remembered something. Little Le then immediately snapped his hands and said, I almost forgot. Hunters are not like them. The eternal hunter chases after the originless race. Their next generation will inherit their wishes. So even though that great war, the non-starter tribe sleeps soundly, then the hunter will still protect the non-starter tribe. Little Legod said with a thoughtful face. If it's really them, then it's troublesome. The man outside knocked on the door and said in an urgent voice, Is Miss Gina home? Inside she quickly replied, Oh. At this point, she turned around and whispered to the little god Le. So Kai is equal to you, now run away. Little Le then next to him still spoke calmly. He can find you here. Then running is of no use. I don't want to be a coward. Outside, the man's voice spoke again. The lady said nah. She hurriedly ran. Come here, come here. Get into a prepared position. She did not forget to remind little Le then. I'm opening the door. Can you? Little Le then gave a thumbs up to show he was ready to rest assured. The door gradually opened. Edge. Tiu Le then started to get nervous. Really a hunter. Suddenly little Le then grabbed the corner of her shirt and pulled down Gina. She was pulled by his pull and almost fell. What are you doing? The man carrying a bouquet of flowers spoke up. Miss Gina. This is the cheetah fur background flower given to you. The door slowly opened. Inside was a scene. Intimately. Le then kissed Gina's lips. His eyes glanced sharply at the uninvited person. The man suddenly blushed and explained in confusion. Miss Gina. Sorry to bother you. This is a gift from Leopard Fur for you. Please sign it. Her face was as red as a tomato and she said in confusion. No, don't bother. Things are not as you think. Right now. Le then could not help but be shocked by what had just happened. So fast, and yet it disappeared. After confirming the correct receipt, said the man, who quickly left. Wishing Lady Gina a happy life. Throat feels blocked. She really wanted to explain the situation just now. It's really not what you think. The person who quickly left. She cried silently in her heart. What a shameful scene this is. He will definitely for that. My life is very chaotic. Lian next to him looked serious and thought. Why did it disappear? The anger has no place to vent. She angrily turned around and scolded Lian. He said he was a hunter. My image has been destroyed by you. He denied, saying there was no reason. After opening the door, the smell disappeared. Just now definitely was. There are hunters nearby, she said, frowning. You're hallucinating. Yes. Sometimes I also feel the phone vibrate very much. Actually, there is no. Mr. Din Nin said it is impossible for the hunter to manage Ca Mach. Therefore, everyone will have a special smell of orange wood. I won't smell it wrong. You give up on this stubbornness of yours. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Suddenly she noticed a card attached to the bouquet of flowers. What is this? She opened it, looked at it and exclaimed. Is my invitation to join. New potential star exchange. Last year, there were also celebrities participating. This year will definitely be even more powerful. Her happily immersing herself in the names she idolizes. Ignore Lian Bu. Lu Hao Nian. Tran V Din translated Duong Thien Sister Bach Glass Road. Suddenly she smelled a strange scent. Sniff sniff. She brought the bouquet of flowers closer and said, "Let me smell it." He asked suspiciously what he was smelling. Her expression was half suspicious. Don't you think this flower is very fragrant? You're surprised. Asked what she meant by. It seemed like she realized the problem now. Say no. He said he couldn't smell anything after the door opened. Sao must be because he was surrounded by the scent of flowers. He said with a frown. So someone really thought about it. He might even be right here. Not far away. The delivery man's hat from earlier. Now thrown into the trash. That guy's identity was finally revealed. The door suddenly opened next door. Gina asked urgently. How come Lian shook his head sadly and replied. Couldn't find it because I was one step late. She worriedly said, why did you leave so fast? It seemed he had already guessed why he was foolish enough to stay. Listening, he calmly replied. If he wanted to hide his identity from the beginning, it definitely won't let us find it easily. It's just that later. She pondered and spoke. Si Ra cannot underestimate this hunter. But he said, let's see. How did he know you were here? He replied he didn't know. But perhaps he also discovered the martial beast Ra. Once she followed the traces and discovered Ra. Suddenly she cried out. He said, look at this hunter. Maybe you can watch the live stream? Or should I disguise myself? He suddenly asked. Disguised. Do you still know this secret technique? She said with a wink and a sly smile. The other secret trick is just makeup. Please wait for me a moment. Shoo. Makeup moment. The new look is put on Gina. She used a little powder to pat her face and patted it. Then she applied a little lipstick. Two small lips pressed together to spread the color more evenly. Hair neatly tied. She quickly transformed into a medieval sister. Gorgeous and beautiful. Do you look like Lu Yifei? Lian looked stunned. Completely changed into someone else. She saw this expression of his and burst out laughing hi. She took it to the tram tree and told him. Please help me install this brooch. Let me still film. He received the brooch in awe. He slowly put the brooch in Gina's hair and inserted it here. Exactly as desired. She replied happily. Suddenly she was startled. She shouted wait, he asked confused why. Suddenly he noticed something. He hurriedly asked her if she had seen anything. Just now when we opened the door. You took down the flower clips in your hair. You were right. I saw a little. She looked clipping Wah in her hand. Melancholy voice said he helped Chili wear the hairpin. What Gina saw was an image. Lian and Wai Wei talked. Under the light of the full moon. He held a flower branch and said. Did you know that these red beans are not only edible, but also written in poetry? The girl with clear eyes replied. You know, I picked a pair of red beans. He bowed his head as he spoke. Tears silently flowing. Lian said with a bitter smile. It's too tragic. I still like Lin Long Tu and Hong Do. Then Lian gently placed the flower branch in the girl's hair. I don't know if the brooch is beautiful or not. The girl happily replied. I know. You were a little curious when you heard what the girl said. What do you know? The girl looked straight into Lian's eyes and replied. I know it will definitely be beautiful when you install it. I also know. She was curious to know what the reason was. He didn't hide anything and answered frankly because everything that started one day was different from other people. Unstarted tribe. As usual. The queen just opened the door and walked in calling Lian. Today is the day you become an adult. Why are you so unhappy? Little Lian is struggling with what's on his body. Extremely fearful mood. Coal model. She was panicked at what she had just witnessed. She ran to see his condition. Pair God on your back. He said in fear. Mother. I don't know what this is either. She said in horror. It's wings. She used a temporary shirt to put on little Lian's body. But partially useless. The wings still cannot protrude. Cannot be covered. Outside came the voice. The little prince and queen brought breakfast. Then she loudly ordered the servant to leave it at the door. If you are not allowed in, you will not be allowed in. The person outside replied clearly. Suddenly she saw scissors on the table. An idea popped into my head. Trembling hands holding scissors. Little Lian was scared with scissors in her hands. Asked his mother in a trembling voice. What is the mother planning to do? She replied that once it was discovered, it would be over. Mom is going to help you cut off these wings. Little Lian pushed Mrs. Ra. Don't want me to look at myself in the mirror. With its wings swaying behind its back. Mother, why? She sighed helplessly and put down the scissors. Tears pooled in the corners of her eyes. She sadly said she wanted to help her son put it away. Can't let others know that I'm a child of the martial arts tribe. Lian then was shocked to hear that. Mom, what are you saying? What are you from the martial arts tribe? She looked at Lian and said. On your back will grow wings. The lady standing in front of her son said Ra the truth because I am the child of the leader of the Vu clan. The shocking news like a storm hitting my brain. Making little Lian unable to believe this is true. What do you mean? Are you a martial mother who is always violating our territory? The wings on her back are starting to proliferate. Little Lian holding her shoulders in pain. His mother worriedly called Lian. The feathers of his wings began to grow. He denied his own impossible fate. I'm not a warrior. My father said since he was young. I am the prince of the non-starter clan. In the future, I will sit on the throne so I can be a martial artist. She is quiet in the face of adversity. Tears flowed like a stream and quickly ran away. If your father sees that you have wings on your back, I will definitely be executed. Little Lian jumped into his mother's arms and asked. I will be executed. Your mother loves you so much. How can you execute me? The door suddenly opened wide and the king's voice rang out. Lian, I forgot there was an coming of age ceremony today. So why are you so big? I still have my father personally come to invite me. The king walked in and said happily. Let the whole clan know that you are a lazy worm. How can I inherit the throne in the future? Lian's mother turned around and shouted in horror. Her husband. The king was startled. He was laughing just now. The man's face was cold at this time. Ask Lian what is on your back. Little Lian fell off the cliff. The wings have just grown a few feathers. Haven't gotten used to flying yet. When people stand between the boundary of life and death, instinct will arise from there. Little Lian tried to flap his little wings hard. He soon fell into the bushes. He opened his eyes. Ra felt his body full of pain. Softly moaning. The young wings are no longer as beautiful as before. He had injuries all over his body. But it was also surprising. I'm still alive. Why is my back hurting so much? Below is someone coming. The yellow shirt man said. Heard. Tonight the clan will execute our queen. Let's see what kind of big crime Ra has committed. The purple-shirted man continued. Can't say for sure, but I heard that there were interlopers mixed in. The little Lian on the tree accidentally heard it. The conversation between the two men. What do they say that is deceitful? The Kia man added. That spy ran away and is still looking for him. Lian silently listened to the man. The purple shirt clicked its tongue and said. Never mind, let's go talk. I heard that the queen was a great beauty. He remained silent and could only silently call out to his mother. After they left, he jumped down from the tree, suppressing the pain in his body. Little Lian slowly walked with a limp. They want to execute their mother. Why can't they? I must definitely prevent other developments. The queen was tied to a pole. Lots of firewood around. Many people came here. Little Lagod disguised his face and sneaked to the foot of the mountain. Then mother. A minister loudly read out the queen's crime. The queen conspired with the enemy clan. Cover up for fraud, disgraceful reputation and unforgivable sin. A sound of execution fell like a cold blade. The subordinate came to light the fire. In front of everyone, Lian shouted to stop it. Everything was too late. From afar he stood looking at his mother. Was cruelly burned to death by others. Mother, I'm here to save people. The fire gradually took over my clothes. The queen smiled bitterly. Her aimless eyes appeared the rays of pain. Witnessed the person she loved being burned by the fire. But he chose to turn away and say foul. The victim has been punished. Your class follow me back to the tribe. Subordinates answer clearly. Your Majesty. They unintentionally turned away. Not one bit of regret. A moment later, little Lian crawled with difficulty to where his mother was waiting for him. I came to save my mother. His eyes were filled with terror. The fire had already burned his mother's body. He knelt down and cried for his mother. Sample coal. Heart-wrenching screams and agony. He just knelt there for a long time. He blankly wondered why. Why did father? In his shirt he took raw a feather. He looked at it and remembered what his mother had told him before. She pressed a feather into his hand and said, My child, don't blame your father. I take this feather to find my biological father. Continue to survive. At that time, he definitely did not want to leave his mother. I won't go, I won't go. He held the object tightly in his hand. Unyielding eyes looking forward. Tala then vows to lie down and taste honey. Hide your talent and take revenge. Let the charcoal model return to the present. Gina, listen to your own sad story. Little Lian said, I will always remember the words, sorry, my mother said to me. Even told me not to blame him. Gina said maybe his mother hoped. You can't live in such pain. Lian then shouted with emotion. But how can I not blame him? He calmly realized that he was 7 months old. He turned away and said sorry. Every time I think about this. Didn't know whether to be sad or resentful. She gently placed her hand on Lian's hand to comfort him. He was surprised by her action. She didn't want him to suppress his emotions in his heart. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry. Lian then received special peace of mind. Maybe that would be better. He bowed his head and said, I'm not that weak. With both, I no longer know what it feels like to cry. On the dining table, Lian asked, What are your plans for this banquet? Gina replied that of course she wouldn't go. He wondered why. She stopped chopsticks and replied, Didn't you say a hunter would find me? Recently we have all recommended on the homepage. If you still show your head at the banquet. Discovered by hunters. Isn't it very annoying? He half seriously and half jokingly said that she was really different. Compared to the appearance of not caring about life or death but picking up gold. Previously, Gina looked fierce and scolded. I'm worried. Is it okay for you? After your story, she felt indignant and blamed. Your father is cruel. His mother was like that and even sent hunters to hunt him down. I don't know today either. In the end, is he a hunter or not? He picked up the card and said, If the enemy is in the dark, we will be in the light. Then it would be better to make Cho more famous. She seemed to understand Lian's intentions. I want you to send me the card. I want to join this banquet. Luring him to appear. You confidently say I trust the true hunter. Won't miss this opportunity. The Star Exchange Festival is finally here. At this time, the red carpet is extremely bustling. Big celebrities stood and posed for photos. Handsome Li appeared. The people below kept calling him to pose. Prince Li, why did he come to attend this year? Been photographed a lot. Male comic. Gina below is extremely excited. When you see your idol with your own eyes. This is the prince of magic tricks. Me before. I also regularly watch his live stream. Lian next to him was bored and didn't want to talk. Besides magic, he also knows what to do. On stage, performing a magic show that turns out a flock of pigeons. Gina proudly said that it's okay to look handsome. What else do you need? He did not let the glass in his eyes and deliberately said, Magic is all fake. On the red carpet the host started introducing. Currently entering. Who is recently very famous. Gina. Along with her partner, magician Lian. The two officially appeared in front of the journalist's lens. The camera continuously captured the moment. The female reporter was soon captivated by Lian's handsome appearance. The cheers rang out non-stop. Lian wears a European suit and is so handsome. This is the real prince. Take a lot of photos. He's about to become more famous lately. Gina's natural expression came up to say hello. Thank you everyone. Marshal Lian stepped up. He sat in front of the camera and spoke loudly. I'm not a magician. I am the prince of the non-arising race. A person asked what that non-arising race was. Is this a popular word lately? The girl next to me stupidly said I don't know. Gina pretended to smile and laugh. We often treat female fans like princesses. Ha 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 ha. She turned and angrily scolded him. What are you doing suddenly? Soon people will misunderstand. It's me who robbed that place, he said as he left. Of course I robbed him. No matter how much the hunter pretends. He is not a prince, she said doubtfully. What you mean is he is. Sharp eyes, he said seriously. He had the scent of a hunter on him. At this moment Tiu Li suddenly appeared and called Ms. Gina. Long time no see. She immediately warmly waved to him Prince Xiao Li. He approached and deliberately started a conversation and said, why haven't I seen you come to my livestream room for a long time? Turns out there's another prince next to him. She replied, oh my god, what kind of prince? I joined your livestream room. Lian Chen impatiently spoke. We are close. I really don't have time to socialize with others. She chided in a low voice. Why are you interrupting my words? Tiu Li's face darkens. The corner of his mouth pulled up into a smile. He said meaningfully, haha, but I watch your livestream every day. And also extremely hopeful. Being able to interact with Mr. Lian. But I'm very interested in your identity. Tiu Li said. Thank you for your affirmation. Thank you everyone. Lian alertly turned back to advise Ms. Gina. You wait for me here. She agreed. Lian and Tiu Li met outside the hall. Lian asked, you don't know that non-starter tribe, do you? Tiu Li doesn't seem to know anything about that name. He said, is due to the magic style passed down by Lian. Star sir. I've seen him take things out of the air before. Turns into a sky full of fireflies in the dark night. Don't know this magic. May surprise you. Suddenly all the lights turned off. While Lian was stunned. There was a scream inside. Then people started making noise in the hall. Gina screamed in panic. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Lian asked in a low voice what he wanted to do. Tiu Li show off his talent. He calmly said that of course it was magic. At this time, a burning blue flame appeared on his hand. Tiu Li raised his hand. The fire appeared. The guests were amazed. Thank you, Tiu Li, that he did it. Lian frowned and said, the thing I've always hated the most is fire. Tiu Li smiled and asked, so why trust me after you saw my magic? Can feel the beauty of fire. You will admit that I am the best magician. Lian replied unconcerned. It's up to you to think whatever you want. Where are you guys? Immediately a fire appeared blocking Lian. He was annoyed and asked, what do you want to do? Tiu Li replied, the special thing has just started and you already want to go. A box appears to lock Tiu Li away. Lian is startled. What are you doing? Tiu Li snaps his hands. The fire appears and burns him. Makes Lian remember his childhood memories. Watching his mother burn and screaming like a coal. He immediately ran to shout, what are you doing? Quickly go out. The light suddenly turned on. Tiu Li disappeared, surprising everyone. What's going on? Oh my god, what just happened? Where are you? Tiu Li appeared behind Lian and asked how it was. This magic show is amazing. Lian was startled. The guests applauded so spectacularly well. Truly royal. The magician. Tiu Li plays to tease Lian. Just now you thought I was burned to death, right? But I am not frowned upon by Lian. This is not fun at all. Tiu Li replied, I know about magicians. The new magic principle is really interesting. If you agree to tell me. The magic principle of feathered butterflies. Miraculous chatter in the air. Then, I will also be willing to exchange my magic with you. Lian angrily scolded him to shut up. I know what kind of person you are. Even if you kill me. Don't let the turbid water go fishing. Tiu Li asked loudly. So he admitted, am I the #1 magician? My skills were that good. Makes you feel like I've been killed. Lian didn't care but still asked Gina. Where is Gina? Tiu Li frowned and dared to ignore me. Lian looked sideways and thought. It's strange where Gina ran off to. Tiu Li appeared behind him and asked. You don't care about my magic at all. No. Is a magician. What you care about is just the assistant by your side. Lian heard that and got angry. Rushed in and strangled Tiu Li. Where are you, Gina? Said he pulled the glass and flew up to the lamp jar. Making everyone surprised. Look, they're flying up. What new type of magic is this? It's so cool. Tiu Li exclaimed sure enough. He can also do more powerful magic. My magic performance today was not in vain. Lian said angrily. Don't waste words, tell me where you are. Tiu Li sweating. Lian has superior skills. Your personality is so bad. Your assistant was invited to the flower garden by shareholder Mr. Da Da. Mr. County Da is also an extremely gallant person. That's polite. Lian heard that and immediately let go of the glass and flew away. Leave pepper residue clinging to the lantern. Wait a minute, Mr. Lian. Outside the flower garden, Gina asked County Da if this magic show was arranged by you. Ko Da replied, I'm so sorry that this magic trick scared you. But please understand, Cho. I'm the one in charge of this banquet. Really need a topic to polish the name of. The Magician Prince and the Prince of Wu Kai. Very interesting, right? Ko Da said politely after the magic ended. I will definitely go myself. Sorry, Mr. Lian. Gina smiled and said I can understand. I didn't expect you to be the youngest shareholder. Not only handsome but also has such a business mind. I tried to pretend that I was just very curious. Mr. Lian calls himself a prince of the Wu Kai clan. With his unique magic. Are they related? Gina waved her hand and replied. He said it was a family tradition. Just to build my own image. Don't need to pay attention, don't need to pay attention. Ko Da exclaimed, oh, so that's it. But how can he fly? Gina, are you surprised to hear that? Ko Da, take out your phone, show Gina. Live broadcast scene. Just now, Lian pulled the glass and flew up. Make everyone admire. So great, so explosive. Yet it can still fly up to ceiling lights. This is the best news ever. If you come back quickly, you'll definitely be at the top of the hot search. Gina was startled when she saw that. If I let someone else post it online, I'm screwed. Ko Da was curious and asked why. Gina replied because he was really. Ko Da interrupted her. Surely she wouldn't say it was the true Koi clan. The truth. That's just a race and a myth. According to rumors, the Wu Kai tribe does not know how to fly. Even if it is to set an image for themselves. I should also say that I am of the Wu clan. Is he from the Wu clan? Cat Na replied he was. Right. At this time, Lian ran to pull her into Cat Na's arms. Cat Na, are you okay? Cat Na replied, I'm okay. Lian saw County Da and asked. Did you bring her out here? Ko Da smiled and replied. Mr. Lian, there is no need to be nervous. Ko Da. Gina dragged the god and whispered. This is our app's partner. Is also Kim's father. Just now it was because he saw that I was so scared. That's why he took me out. Lian said angrily. She just casually goes out with other people. I was even more scared when I couldn't find her. Suddenly Lian smelled the scent of flowers. He frowned and asked if these flowers were all arranged by you. Ko Da smiled, picked a flower and said it was right. This is my favorite flower species. Everyone must have received it, right? Lian Ko Da asked. So fast delivery and magic. It was all initiated by you. You're testing me. Ko Da's answer is Mr. Tiu Li's idea. I'm just helping him a little. You won't notice, will you? Lian frowned and helped a little. Don't think I don't know what you're planning to do. After saying that, Lian immediately rushed to punch County Da. But Ko Da dodged it. Gina panicked and asked Lian, what are you doing? Two people got into a fight. Making Gina scared Lian. While Ko Da smiled in surprise. How can you still compete with me? I know you're not that simple. Lian drew his sword and said. Don't talk too much, you are the hunter. Ko Da remind you. Mr. Lian, don't bring dangerous objects to parties. Lian rushed in and said don't pretend. You thought you arranged this flower garden. Can you hide your hunter's aura? Take me to find the Kokai clan. If you want this banquet to go ahead, we'll meet each other at the park later on. Ko-da burst out laughing. Mr. Lian, I think you misunderstood. That flower. Just a little embellishment and a small gift. I don't know what hunter you're talking about. But I'm very interested in your identity. Do you recognize this? Tried to take it from Ra's pocket. A blue feather. Lian saw that and was surprised. Why did he have it? Lian went up to catch it, but County Da avoided it. Lian immediately shouted to give it back. Give it to me. Ko-da smiled and asked if Ra I know what this is. Lian frowned and asked where you got it from. Ko-da replied that this is a family heirloom. Lian heard that and was startled. Token, but this is. Ko-da asked what you are. Lian doubtfully asked who you are. Suddenly fireworks exploded. MC introduction next. The most special part for tonight. New Star Award Ceremony Livestream Liat Vu. We would like to invite guests to present the livestream CEO Liat Vu Award. Mr. County Da. Ko-da turned around and said it looks like I have to go back. Lian rush up and don't speak clearly. Don't try to leave. Gina quickly pulled him back and told Lagod. Lian, calm down first and listen to me. This is the home ground of Ko-da. It's not beneficial to you. Best not to get too excited. Rest assured, we still have time to check on him. Her lips touched Tai Lagod, making him blush. Gina was dumbfounded. Ra asked him what was wrong. Lian blushed and replied no. It's okay. I'm a cosmetician. What do I do? Clearly it won't be like that when kissing. Lian asked Gina how long would she still want to hug me. Gina quickly let him go. Ra said not to think too much. Suddenly a breeze blew. Lian frowned. This feeling is very dangerous. He pulled Tae. Gina said. Let's go back to the banquet room. In the lobby, Ko-da smiled and said. It's such an honor to be here with you. The guests frantically shouting, yes. Husband. Ko-da. County Da looked at me. Suddenly Gina was startled and called Lian. Look. Behind County Da appeared the legs of a beast. Try to declare me. Announcing the honorary winner. Tonight's new star is Tiu Li. Tiu Li appears. A flock of pigeons flew up, surprising everyone. So beautiful, worthy of being a magician prince. Tiu Li said. Thank you for your affirmation. Thank you everyone. Martial beasts rushed in, startling everyone. Lian worriedly said it was a martial beast. So, but others did not know and asked. Is this magical beast magic? Quickly turn back to the 3D projection and apply the Vu Qua. Of course Dad is so rich. Chi Feng thought, pouting. Normal. It's all Gina and someone forcing her popularity. This time I had to win back. So she turned on the livestream app. Everyone, Chi is at the awards banquet. Currently is the scene of Mr. Tu Li's magic. Isn't it very shocking? Up close it looks very real. So good. She approached the martial beast without knowing the danger. Lian drew his sword and scolded Ra. Stupid behavior. Don't these people realize the danger? Gina pulled him back and said. This place is easy for many people to mislead. I act as bait for them. Leave the room. Until then, please draw your sword. Said. Then she ran to the beast. Lian worriedly told Gina. Chi to continue filming. Everyone, let's say hello to the beast. Hello. The martial beast rushed up and was about to eat her. Gina pulled her aside and shouted. Dangerous. Lian threw a chair at its head and shouted. You bastard, flew over here. Martial beast immediately chased after him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she was okay. Chi was angry and scolded her. Gina, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Did you intentionally ruin my live stream? On the live stream screen were scolding comments. What's going on? Gina stole the costume lens. Gina doesn't need to be so shameless. Gina looked at the footprints on the ground and was startled. These are the footprints of the beast. It couldn't be spread, so she had to rush over. Tom Chi said. Finally meeting Chi. Garbage can be used to make clothes. You're really good. Truly the woman who knows how to make the most money in Tim. I love you so much. The comments immediately went up in flames. Na went crazy. I'm blind. I was blind and Chi blushed and stood there dumbfounded. Na stood up and used the tablecloth to hide her legs. Use kisses to divert attention. I guess no one pays attention to this place anymore. I'm already used to kissing. It's all Lian's fault. She saw the spicy powder on the ground. Picked it up. Just took it first. She ran go outside and the beast chased after her. She thought to herself, I remember that the place where I just met my great-grandfather. There was no one. Meanwhile, Lian had just killed a beast. When he was startled, not good. Kia's place has a very strong smell of martial beasts. Gina ran away. The martial beast wondered if he could escape it yet, not knowing if he could resist it. When Lian arrived, suddenly there was a noise behind. Gina turned around, saw it was a martial beast and shouted. Lian was worried and shouted to Gina. He had just run over, when an arrow missed him, hitting the eye of the beast, causing it to fall down. Lian alertly asked who it was. A voice rang out from behind. My hands were shaking and I missed the shot. Koda appeared and continued. I aimed correctly this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his bow and arrow towards Lian. Lian heard that and was startled. An arrow shot past him, stabbed into the martial beast behind. The martial beast immediately died. Tiu Li spoke up to prepare 10 cups. Koda, he really has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Koda laughed and talked about archery. Up until now I have always hit the target. Suddenly the moon turned red. The martial beast became crazy, startling Lian. What's going on? Why are there so many? Gina was surrounded by a crowd and shouted, Don't come over here. Lian worriedly asked where Gina was. He rushed to carry Gina and flew up to ask, Gina, is she okay? Gina was startled. Lian, you're injured. Lian replied, I'm fine. It's just a small wound. Crazy martial beast rushing in. Gina worried. Why do these beasts seem to be in a hurry? Lian nodded yes. Is it because you can smell the royal scent? Suddenly a one-eyed martial beast grabbed Lian's shoulder, pulled him and Gina up to Sao. He said startled. The current situation is not good. Gina shouted, I have a way, la god. You quickly lower your head. She threw the bag of chili powder she picked up into the beast's eyes, causing it to hurt and release the two people. Lian complimented Gina, well done. What was that just now? Gina happily replied that I got the chili powder from the banquet room below. Hateful pepper poker card used up. Sao still has this much left. I tried to ask Tiu Li if he could still resist. Tiu Li nodded. This side. Lian angrily slashed the martial beast. No matter how much you kill, you still can't get rid of it. Gina. Aesthetic. Both sides seem to be unable to support their husbands. It's not okay. That's it. She spoke up stubbornly. Get rid of it. Let's cooperate. Lian immediately shouted. Gina. Gina told me it's not okay to stay like this. We're going to die. Koda smiled and replied, I have no problem. Tiu Li winked. It's an honor to contribute to Cho Gina. Mine. Gina crossed her arms and asked La, how about you? Lian pouted, okay. After fighting for a while, Lian frowned and wondered. Why do both County Da and Tiu Li smell like orange wood? Tiu Li said something was wrong at this time. With this amount, even if there are 3 of us, it's hard to kill them all. Koda, remember raw cash. Not far from here there is an artificial waterfall. There is a net on the water, originally to prevent guests from falling. Can now catch birds. Tiu Li asked the question, what should we do? Only able to lure hundreds of martial beasts to the waterfall. Gina replied, maybe I can do it. Lian worriedly, ho cat na, what are you talking about? Gina replied, I think come up with a plan. Everyone listen to me. After the discussion, Gina looked at Lian and said, do you remember what I said? Lian flew up and answered naturally below. Gina turned around and asked, I tried to ask 2 people to cover me. 2 people replied, no problem. Gina ran away. The martial beast also chased after her. She thought to herself, sure enough, all the martial beasts were chasing after me. Like in a dream. Gina gasping for air. Have you just stopped by the waterfall yet? Saw the waterfall in front of you. Gina jumped without hesitation. She was worried in Lian's heart. If you don't catch me, I will die for sure. Right after that Lian caught her and said, caught her. Gina smiled and replied yes. This side tried to speak. Eliminate and collect nets. Tiu Li nodded okay. Two people worked together to pull the net back. Collect all the beasts. Li then asked if he had caught them all. Ko da da oil okay. Then a sound rang out, making everyone uncomfortable. The sound was so loud. The beast immediately became frantically struggling. Ko da used all his strength to hold the pond net. What's going on? The beast seemed to have gone crazy. The martial beast broke through the net and flew up, surprising the Nas. What is this? Lathan's aesthetic. This sound is so familiar. Then Li then pulled Gina away. Then landed where the two people stood. At first, Gina was curious what we were doing here. Li then sat down and looked for some things. He looked at the aesthetic arrow. Couldn't tell which arrow was saved first. He wants to kill me. Or maybe I thought wrong. Suddenly Li then turned small and Gina was startled. Why at this time? At this moment there was a voice from behind Gina. Li then, are you there? From afar, gradually appeared the figures of Ko Da and Li then. Tiu Li then was worried and thought it was dangerous. Ko Da approached Gina and told them to go really fast. Little Li quickly hid behind Gina. Gina smiled awkwardly. Why? Ko Da pay attention to the back and ask. This is. Gina pretending to be startled. Hugged the little Li god tightly to his chest and said, oh there, Li T. Why are you here? We have been looking for you for a long time. Little Li then secretly cried. This is not my medicine. Gina hid little Li then's face in her chest and asked. Why are you scared? Why do you want to go find your brother? Don't be afraid. I will take you to find your brother now. Li then struggled and cried that he couldn't breathe. Gina smiled and told County Da. My great-grandfather took this child to find his brother. Bye-bye. Ko Da pondered then asked. Wait a minute, where is Li then? Gina was startled and quickly found a reason. What a coincidence. My younger brother Li T and I are also looking for him. Li then ran here to find his younger brother. Ko Da exclaimed, oh little brother. So why is Li T also a prince of the clan? Kai Sao Gina smiled wryly and replied yes. Little Li god of aesthetics. I have to think of a way to leave him because he already doubts me. He quickly pointed in one direction and shouted. I saw my brother. Said and he climbed down from me. Gina runs away. She worriedly called Li T. Gina also hurriedly left. I'm also looking for Li then. Ko Da smiled and whispered Li T Li then. Gina chased and called. Where did Li then go? Suddenly a noise rang out. Gina was startled. Wouldn't there still be martial beasts? She sighed and said she was tired and destroyed everything. Little Li god appeared and asked what to destroy. Gina was surprised and asked him where he was going. I've been looking for you for a long time. Tiu Li then replied there's a problem. Gina was scared. Don't tell me there's a martial beast. Tiu Li then shook his head to explain. Not all of these forests are Sao Mok. So, the soil here is also quite soft. Someone touched it. Gina quickly said something simple. The way of talking is a bit simple. I doubt it. Li then was about to answer when the security guard came and asked. Who is there? Gina panicked. Okay, someone came and ran quickly. She immediately reflexively picked up little Li then and ran. After a while, Gina gasped and said she must have escaped. The little Li god was puzzled and asked why we had to run. That security guard doesn't recognize me. Gina was surprised. So why? Just keep running. I feel like I've been here before. There's also a feeling like walking around in circles. Little Li then thought about it when he heard that. Could it be that this forest is? Gina thinking about saying that she should fly over? Made an appointment to kiss each day. Little Li then was silent, then pulled Gina down to tell her. Now I tell you the way out. You must remember it carefully. She walked south 30 steps first. Turn west. Walk 100 steps. Then head south again. Remember not to take na and answer roughly first. She wondered. Turning southeast. Which direction is north and south? How many north are there? After a while, Gina and Li then also got out of the door. Gina breathed a sigh of relief at finally escaping. As soon as he went outside, little Li then was startled. Outside there is a hunter matrix. Gina hailed a taxi and called here. Still indifferent what to do. Hurry up and get in the car. Lian replied and thought for a while. It's better not to tell her. Get in the car. Gina told our driver to go to the flower garden. The driver replied okay. Girl, this is your younger brother. He's really handsome. Lian was annoyed and asked him what to say. Gina quickly covered her mouth. He asked the driver if we looked alike. The driver happily replied that his younger brother was more beautiful. Gina refused to tell him. How could the driver? Look closely and see clearly that I am more beautiful. The driver didn't answer but smiled. Gina asked if I was definitely more beautiful. Right? Lian smiled when she saw that. Opened the door to enter the house. Gina exclaimed that she was finally back. What a long day. Little Lian said, I'll go change my clothes. Clothes that don't fit are so uncomfortable. Gina caught a glimpse of little Li's wound. Quickly called Lian. Wait a minute. Little Lian turned his head and asked what to do. Gina took the first aid box. Ra said, come over here and apply cho medicine. Little Lian immediately resisted and said no need. Gina pinched his face and said, little guy like this is not cute. Lian cried out, are you crazy? Gina rubbed Lian's face and said, I was injured because I was protecting Cho. At least let me treat the wound for you. Lian heard it touchingly calling Gina. Who would have thought Gina was a scoundrel? So take it all off, go away. Check to see if any other area is injured. Little Lian blushed and shouted. She has no shame. Gina teased. Oh my friend, don't be shy. Little Lian scolded the hooligan girl. In the end Little Lian couldn't win. Gina was stripped of all her clothes. Ra left only in her underwear. He sat awkwardly on the sofa. Little Lian Feng pouted and turned his head away. Gina held up the medicine. Ra scolded her not to touch the medicine. While applying it, Gina told her story. Today in the small garden. I feel us. Seems like she fell into some kind of formation. Lian asked in surprise how she knew. Gina frowned angrily. You know, why don't you tell me? Little Lian cried out in pain. It hurts to death. Then, she applied medicine to the injured person like that. Gina argued that if you don't move then it won't hurt. Lian said angrily and said I won't move. Gina argued with me and two people kept arguing. This scene was captured by someone in the opposite court. Using a telescope follow. Seeing. Gina frown and go to the window. Close the curtain. She mumbled strangely. I feel like someone is peeping. Little Lian replied as he put on his clothes. We checked and it's safe inside and out. Cut. If I'm so relieved, it means I've thought too much. But, on the other side, a figure crouched behind the wall whispering. Don't rush, the seed has already been sown. Na brought the medicine to Cho Lian to instruct. I'm injured. Take this antibiotic and go to sleep. Little Lian resisted drinking. I won't do anything. You guys are so worried you can't say anything. Unfortunately, Vu Nhac has rabies. What if I get infected? That's right. I still have to take you to get vaccinated tomorrow. Lian said confidently. My physical characteristics will not exist. Haven't finished speaking yet. Gina threw the medicine into Little Lian Bao's mouth. Obediently drink. Little Lian covered his mouth. Suddenly remembered the memory of when he was a child when two people pushed him down and poured medicine. Tell me to take medicine. Little Lian cried out no, don't want. Then ran away. The other two people chasing Theo died and he ran away. Quickly chased Theo. Then he saw his mother holding a sword pointed at him saying, God forgive mother. Mother can only do this. Little Lian remembered this and vomited all the Raji medicine. Na worriedly asked Lian. What's wrong with Lian? Lian. Lian shook your hand. Don't touch me. Gina frowned worried what's wrong with him. Lian covered his mouth and weakly said sorry I'm. Gina sighed. Then picked up Little Lian. Startled him. What are you doing? Put me down. Gina said taking him to bed. Can't stand the fields. If you don't feel comfortable then rest early. Little Lian shouts to her. Gina said with a smile. No thanks needed. This is what a beautiful woman should do. Then she closed the door and left. Little Lian lying on the bed remembering before. When he was injured. Wai Wei also cried while bandaging him. Lian smiled and said it was okay. It's not that the wound is too serious. Wai Wei said with tears in her eyes, but this is because of me. Li then reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes on her eyelids. Let her speak. Don't cry anymore. It was my negligence that caused the injury. You turned around for cosmetic surgery. Gina really isn't Wai Wei. In the room, Gina posted a photo of herself with Li then on Weibo. Halo game was extremely successful. Good night, little oranges. She put down the phone and thought. Okay, posted on Weibo to say good night. Let's sleep. Gina looked at the bottle of sleeping pills and lay down. I'm so tired today. I don't need to take any. But as soon as Gina fell asleep, she entered her dream again. This is the flower garden behind the night house. This nightmare. I'm so happy. Still haven't let me go, let me. The martial beast appeared to chase. Gina shouted again. Why is this place going around like a maze? Gina ran for a while. Then the martial beast screamed. She turned around seeing the martial beasts trapped. Wondered. Those martial beasts couldn't run out. This maze was to stop the martial beasts. At the same time the sleeping little god Li groaned in pain. Where the wound appeared on his cheek, white feathers slowly grew out. The feathers suddenly turned out behind the ears. Little Li god woke up. Outside there was a man walking happily saying, "Today is so fun. The old wolf invited me to eat chicken." He was walking when he heard a roar. Startle. Turn around. Then he saw the martial beast Lao coming to take him away. Made him scream. Which was in the apartment. Little Li god hugged the windowsill and looked outside. Wings sprouted from his back, causing the glass door to shatter. The noise made Cho Ji-na jump up in surprise. What language are you asking? Little Li then gradually slid down the floor, then fainted. The wings behind and behind Tai suddenly disappeared. Ji-na impatiently opened Ra's door. It is not the outside sound that is Li Than. She quickly opened the door to little Li Than's room and rushed in. Saw little Li Than falling on the ground. Ji-na hurriedly called Mr. Li. What's wrong with you? Wake up. It's too hot and have a fever. Ji-na has no special physical aesthetics. Aren't you already sick? Ji-na put the little Li god on the bed and said. Just obediently take the medicine. But as soon as I put the medicine in, it flowed back. Ra saw that and Gina whispered that she couldn't drink it. Shouldn't I? Her secretly cheering for it to go away? This is saving people. Don't think too much. Luckily he fainted. Please don't remember. Gina put the medicine in her mouth and fed Cho the little Li god. Immediately the little Li god grew up. He opened his eyes, called Gina. Gina immediately stood up, blushing and said he was awake. I haven't done anything just now. Suddenly Li then pulled Na's cat down and put it under the coal. Gina was startled and shouted to Li Than. Li then said Gina was dangerous, so she quickly ran away. Gina told Li Than we are very safe. Li then mumbled that she should quickly run away. Gina sighed, okay, go, and listened to what she said. Li then immediately fell down and said, then I can rest assured. Gina cosmetic surgery this time, he called Gina. The next day Li then woke up wondering, what's wrong with me? Gina was outside opening the out shaft muttering, there is nothing here related to Li Than. Li then called her, Gina. Gina was startled and hid book 10 saying, Li Than, you are awake. So come over here for breakfast. Li then nodded yes. Finished breakfast. Gina took the thermometer and Ra said it couldn't work. Move and raise your hand. Li then is puzzled that this is Gina. After watching it, she said the temperature was okay. It's good to not have a fever anymore. Li then confidently said I won't have a fever unless. Gina asks. Unless Li then quickly changes the subject. Nothing. But I'm very curious. Why did I turn back into human form? There is only one possibility. She took advantage of me while I was sleeping and secretly kissed me. Gina's face turned red and shouted, how long will it take? Li then asked. Then, Gina replied saying I have something I want to show you. Gina held up a map and asked him, is this impressive? Li then asked her in surprise. She drew the hunter's maze again yesterday. Then why is Gina curious about what a hunter is? Li then answers, the hunter's maze is a type of magic. Hunters often use the entrance to the maze of husband ca mach. Hunters often use the word li direction. Innate monsters basically form a matrix. Gina has a hard time understanding why it's the word Li. Lian explained. Li represents fire and martial beasts that are afraid of fire. Gina took the phone and looked it up and said, "We went to the pub yesterday. Is a property under the late master. There is also writing on the Badu. The flower garden behind the pub was designed by Tay himself." Lian definitely said. Koda must be hiding some secret there. Gina looked at him and said he also had a secret. Lian shrugged. "I'm honest like that." Gina immediately asked him, "So why yesterday? You didn't tell me about the magic match." Lian held his head and wanted to investigate clearly. "Just said show her." Gina asked him again, "Aren't we friends? Friends should check it out together." Lian mumbled to his friends. He remembered when he was a child. The adults gathered around chanting karma. Die a little far away. Don't harm our children. He is a monster, he has no friends. A child said, "My brother is my friend." As soon as he finished speaking, his mother covered his mouth and shut him up. Lian recalled those memories and muttered, "I don't have friends." Gina saw that you were upset and asked.
Gina quickly said sorry. "Sorry, I got the wrong person. The late president. Who would have thought that Kia recognized Ra?" She grabbed her hand and asked if she was Gina. "People who livestream play games. Right? I'm her fan. Yesterday I watched her livestream. I really like you. Take a photo of Chung. Look at this side closer together." The other person immediately took Ra's phone and pulled Gina back. Gina shouted in panic, Please don't be like that." Lian immediately stepped forward. Took the other person's hand. Ra said, "Sorry, I got the wrong person." The other person still tried to speak but Lian immediately grabbed Gina's hand and pulled her away. "Let's go." Gina nodded tongue. Kia fan called Theo. Really isn't it? Beautiful women can add WeChat. Walk for a while, two people still holding hands. Gina secretly thought, don't think too much. He and I are just friends. Should I remind him to let go? This road is a bit longer. It's good. Lian asked her. The running plan seems to have failed. Next, what to do? Gina excitedly told the fan club that he would. Let's have breakfast at the restaurant. After arriving, Gina said, our next point is here. Gina complained. The fan club's schedule is basically ineffective. None of this is correct. Lian pondered and asked, or should we go to a pub? Gina wait a minute. Lian frowned and asked if something was wrong. Gina happily said we were in disguise. 2 hours later, Lian pondered and asked, we disguised ourselves as employees. Cleaned up the pub. Gina nodded yes. Lian continued speaking, but I don't feel the need at all. Gina replied, I talked to the pub staff. Ask about my late father's office. Is in the presidential suite at the top of the pub. The problem is on the terrace. If you don't have an administrative card, you can't get on. Lian pulled out the card. Ra asked what was this. Gina was startled when she saw the card. Later, he got the administrative card again. Lian recounted while waiting for her in the hallway. A girl came up to him and asked, is your younger brother an employee here? Do you want to come to my place tonight? Lian continued embarrassedly and continued touching my butt. Gina happily praised it. I haven't seen you for a few minutes and you're already gone. Lian refuses to call me a prince. Why do you do such a thing? Gina happily replied, thanking the prince. Now let's go to the administrative floor. A car passing by caught Lian's attention. Gina asked, what's wrong? Lian replied, this strange feeling. The hunter's aura has become stronger. Gina told me. Let's go to the rooftop. Only by finding County Da can we ask clearly. Lian nodded yes. In the office, Ko Da was standing by the window. Left hand resting on the telescope. Ko Da's assistant went to tell the general. The documents you want are almost here. Ko Da asking if the goods are ready. The assistant replied, have already placed everything on the cart. He gave the documents to County Da. Ko Da opened it out. Is the document about Gina? He smiled and said so. Half an hour later, at the pub, Gina and Lian were scolded by the manager. There are no cleaning staff. Take the elevator, let guests go to the first floor. Are you people not aware? Gina Feng said, pouting. Just a little bit more and it will be successful. I'm mad at you. Lian asked her what to do next. Do we have another plan? Gina's alarm suddenly rang. She panicked and the alarm went off. There's still half an hour left until we have to livestream. Lian also quickly said livestream first. Plan to continue tomorrow. Koda smiled and asked assistant to release the announcement yet. The assistant replied that he had already provided breaking news. Koda smiled. So let's wait and see the fun. At Gina's house, she and Lian waved to Fan. Today's livestream is over. Hope everyone rests soon. Good night. Lian quickly shouted. Wait a minute. Gina asked him. Prince, does our Lian have anything else to say to everyone? Lian pointed to the comment for her to see. Gina asked curiously. What's wrong? Gina's fans commented. This time Gina will participate in the activity. That's the news just announced. We'll join the late general at the party that evening. Gina, don't stop. Stay and talk to us a little more. Gina is curious what kind of activity this is. Lian took Ra's phone and told me to look for it. Then he gave it to her to talk to. Probably this activity. Dinner worth thousands. Just sharing with you. Gina prays you know. Already using the phone. Lian replied. Calm down a bit. I am a prince. Not the idiot. Below the explosive comment. Save lives. This is something I can watch without spending money on. So sweet. Let's push the boat. Little prince. Do something naughty. Love, love, love. Gina quickly smiled and said to the kids. I follow the prince's orders. Take a break from the livestream to study the activities here. See you tomorrow. Gina turned off the livestream and started researching the event. Above this right. Just become a streamer in just 1 month. Having human energy tops the pressure force. Then you can join dinner with my wife. Lian ponders. This is the best opportunity for us to reach out to you. Let's go Theo. What a waste of time. Gina said in doubt. I feel like this activity came at the right time. Lian patted Gina's shoulder and told her to ignore it. Let's try it. Gina doubt Ra try it. Lian continued. Gina, let's try to love each other. Gina, when she heard that, blushed and panicked and asked to try. Why try? Lian, it's hard to understand. What did I say again? Wrong. The next day, Lian woke up in a childish form. He asked, rubbing his eyes as he opened the door. Why does she get up so early? So, Gina replied typing on the keyboard. I'm calculating the popularity of the livestream room. How? So we can reach rank 1 in 1 month. Little Lian was curious. What rank are we in? Gina replied 10th overall. Lian asked again. So how far are we from 9th place? Gina immediately counted 10 helicopters. 7 large yachts. 5 spaceships. There is also 1,000.000 firepower worth of popularity. When Lian heard that, she exclaimed so much. Gina smiled confidently and said, so I made a detailed plan. My plan is divided into 2 types. 1 to prolong the livestream time wins by the amount of 2. Increase the content format of the livestream room. Multifaceted business. Moreover, I carefully research. Livestream time of the livestream room. Head. We have to catch up with their livestream time. Avoid creating competition. Of course, I plan to do some benefits for fans. See if you can gain some popularity that no longer exists. Little Lian seeing Gina so serious. Then laugh and think. Her serious appearance is also beautiful. Gina saw little Lian not concentrating, so she asked. Did you hear that? Little Lian propped his chin up and replied yes. She continued. Go, Gina said excitedly. Cannot delay. Let's immediately take action right now. Then Gina immediately live-streamed playing the game. While playing, she gave orders to Lian. Give me a sip of milk. Go to Gina to drink milk tea. If you play hard, the game constantly reports skill leaks. Double king, triple king. Later when live-streaming, Lian appeared next to her and turned into a flower. Smiling. Fresh flowers for beautiful people. Gina accepted the flowers and said it's better than giving me the flower cake. The next livestream, Gina and Lian both wore Han clothes to play games. Gina Ho attacks him in the middle. Quickly use quartz game notification, you win. Gina immediately praised. NDT0 has also learned how to play games. Lian smiled shyly and said, I told you I'm not an idiot. After playing the game for a while, Gina fell onto the bed and silently cried that something was wrong. I'm about to die. Lian then gave Gina a cake. Hwa said she's been working hard these days. Gina ate the cake and asked what this was. Lian then replied that the flour cake she said was delicious. Gina nodded blushingly. She thought happily. He remembered his idle words. Lian then encouraging Gina. But the atmosphere of our livestream room, already ranked 5th. After eating the flour cake, he continued moving forward. Gina was tired and exclaimed that she still had to continue. Gina entered the livestream ranking list. Then we see that the first place is dissipation. Second place is Hu Lakam. Third place is Gina. Lian then after watching it said we are in third place. Gina leaned against the sofa and said, but it's been a few days since I've been ranked third. The activity has 2 days left to end. Lian then asked her if there was anything else we could do. Gina replied yes, but I don't want to talk. Lian then picked up Gina's phone and threatened her. Don't even say it. Then spend all the money in her phone wallet. Gina aggressively scolded him for daring. Lian then threatens to say that Ra is no more. Speak quickly. Gina sigh. Connect the mic to the blurred stream. Human energy is at the forefront of creating topics. So tomorrow night I will connect with Tu Li. You should rest. Lian then blankly Ra asked why. Gina replied it could be seen at the last party. He and Tu Li have conflicts with each other. Lian then quickly said it was unintentional. Gina smiled and said, no problem. Everyone has things that they cannot face. Lian then bowed his head and said, but I want to find a new wife. Making it so hard for her. Gina immediately explained to him. It's not. Achieve top ranking in livestream is also my goal. Gina said as she reached out and touched Lian's hair. Friends are supposed to help each other. Can only continue. After speaking, she stood up and left. I'm going to prepare for the livestream. Today I took a break and went live streaming all evening. People are so tired. I have to go stretch a bit. Lian then blushed when he heard that Ra. He remembered what his mother had told him before. I'll walk the rest of the way on my own. No one will help me. Lian then smiled and muttered to his mother. That's not it. I don't have any friends anymore. Evening. Gina livestream. Hello Rabbit fans. Good evening everyone. Remember I'm not your fan. Immediately asked if the prince was not here today. Today I want to watch Lian play game. Good evening Gina. Gina replied everyone. Lian has a unique situation today. Cannot livestream. Can everyone watch me a little more? Comments immediately appeared. Without Lian I am not familiar. I'll be back tomorrow. I want to see the prince and Gina. Gina saw the number of viewers decrease. Then I'm surprised. After that, the number of livestream viewers decreased so much. Gina quickly shouted for everyone to wait a moment. Today our livestream room. There is another prince. That suddenly someone commented. The prince has appeared. Gina saw that and turned her head to look. When he saw it was Lian, he asked, why are you coming here? Didn't I tell you to rest? Lian frowned and raised Gina's chin and asked, besides me, does she have any other princes? The comment area immediately went viral. The prince made a domineering declaration. Save my life. What did I miss? From today onwards I will live in the livestream room. The prince turned around and Gina frowned. Didn't I tell you to rest? Lian replied, if you don't dare to rest anymore, you'll change to a prince. As expected, without me you can't do it. Gina was dumbfounded when she heard that. Ra. Yes. When did it start? Everyone likes Lian more and more so. Lian sat down and told the fans. But without Gina, this livestream room will not be available. Please don't hurt her. Gina frowned and said. I didn't have Lian laughing. She still spoke strongly. Everyone cares about her a lot. Gina immediately got angry and said no, but suddenly, Lian disappeared. On Gina's hand there is only Lian's replacement doll. Gina screams Lian. Today I have to turn you from a prince into an idiot. The chat channel showed a guy smiling happily. An hour later, Gina took off her headphones and spoke. Today's gaming livestream has ended. Next is the time to connect the mic. Lian immediately said yes. I wanted to change the prince for a long time. Right? Gina connected and greeted the prince. I'm already connected here. Did you hear that? Suddenly, a fire appeared on the side of the glass, startling Gina and Lian. Even the chat channel was frightened by Theo. What's wrong? What's wrong? Something happened. Gina while covering Lian's eyes while scolding the royal prince. If he appeared again like that, I'll call the fire department. The fire disappeared and appeared elegantly. Scared the lady and I'm really sorry. Gina replied pointing at Lian. It's not like scaring our prince. Tiu Li smiled okay sorry. Lian thinks Tiu Li is aesthetically pleasing. It seems like it's a matter of facing or not. It's not too difficult either. Is it because she's around? Gina asked. Today is the first time connecting with the royal prince. Shall we perform a magic show? Tiu Li turned Ra into a rose and replied of course. Lian also turned into Ra a flower cake and gave it to Gina. Tell me I can do it too. Gina shouts out to Prince Lian plus 1 point. Tiu Li arguing magic should be romantic. Lian and Gina answer while eating. Could it be realistic? Tiu Li turns Ra into a candy bar. So how about this, miss? Gina like it. Gina who? Prince Tiu Li plus 1 point. Lian said Ra. I can only turn Ra into gold. Gina cheers. Come on. Lian provoke. Use your special skills. Eliminate and disappear. Ra said the dove. Now let's take a look. Who is the real magician prince? Via livestream. Cat Na's fanbase is 600.000 fans. Tiu Li's number reached 340.000 fans. Gina yawned tiredly. It's not early for the two princes. Tiu Li holding a small teddy bear and looking at her. Miss Gina. Do not participate in the battle of men. Lian glanced at Gina and echoed Theo. Yes, this is the dignity of men. Gina's mouth twitched as she looked at the two people. Are you two still fighting each other? Late at night the clock finally strikes 1 o'clock at night. Give the little sand children a good night's sleep. Lian looked at the livestream screen. Snap your fingers. Countless cute little paper cranes appear. He looked at the screen and smiled and said good night everyone. Below is the comment section. Good night prince. After wishing everyone, Lian immediately closed the computer. He glanced at Gina who was sleeping on the table. Then let out a sigh. Then looked at her lovingly. Lian carried the sleeping Gina into the bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed. Then gently covered her with a thin blanket. Gina comfortably let out a sigh. Suddenly Gina was dreaming. Immediately kicked Ra's blanket and shouted loudly. Don't start a fire and call the police. Lian smiled lovingly, looking at Gina's appearance. He waved his hand and covered her with the blanket to help her. Sleep well, Gina. Early the next morning the sun rose south. Gina opened the door and walked out. She yawned. When did she fall asleep? Lian sat outside in the living room. Seeing Gina awake, she smiled and raised her hand in greeting. Good morning Gina. Gina's mouth twitched as she looked at him and asked him. What is this? Why are you so feverish again? Lian gave the computer to Gina to see. Computer screen showing second place. Gina. Gina gasped in surprise. What happened while I was sleeping? Lian said proudly. When she sleeps, I have found a breakthrough to surpass the first place. Me and Tiu Li made an appointment to meet offline. Gina looked at Lian in surprise. A moment later Gina just held the stick and live streamed. As he walked, he curiously asked Lian. I still don't quite understand. Aren't you and Tiu Li annoying each other? Lian replied calmly. So, I have to use a man's way to solve the problem. Gina imagines the man's way that Lian said was to punch Tiu Li. Thinking about this, she seriously looked at Lian and said, no. Lian looked at her with suspicious eyes. Why was that? You can't use a man's way to solve it. This is a rule of law society. Lian saw that the Nas misunderstood and quickly explained. Wait, you heard everything I said. Gina didn't hear what he said so she closed her eyes and spoke. Don't fight. Lian looked at her, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Am I that kind of person? The livestream started to get exciting. Very enthusiastic comments. I can watch 100 fights with these childish people fighting. Thank you, today is another sweet day. Am I late? Have I missed something? Upstairs you don't miss that Gina misses. This side. Gina breathed a sigh of relief. Please say it soon. I misunderstood and threatened to kill me. Lian looked at Gina with eyes like looking at a fool. A moment later a voice rang out. Sorry I'm late. Gina saw that Tu Li had arrived and smiled. We are not late. We are used to arriving early. I heard people want to perform street magic. Tu Li holding a card and laughing like he's not smiling right. Complete. The undecided win or loss between me and Lian. Lian smiled with sharp eyes. Then Gina happily looked at the livestream screen and continued. This is broadcast by Gina livestream. Magical battle between two princes. Let everyone see. Gina record the livestream screen. Towards the performance target. Present. Tu Li's magic show attracted 10 passers-by. Then she turned the livestream screen towards Lian. Lian only has 8 people. Lian fighting until the end. The contest has 15 minutes left. If your number of viewers is less than a small number, then you will lose. Lian smiled and tossed a towel reassuringly. Can't lose. Gina smiled and raised her phone. Suddenly the cloth was torn in half. Turned into an arrow. Rushed straight to the ground next to Gina. Gina was startled and frightened. She panicked and looked at Lian and screamed. It's too dangerous. What if I hurt someone? Lian quickly explained. It's not me. Gina is angry and looks at the glass. That he saw Gina looking at him. Tu Li quickly said. Nor me. I won't do something so unsightly. Gina is confused, so who is it? Look at the arrow on the ground. Gina sat down and stretched out her arms, intending to touch the arrow on the ground. A scream rang out dangerously. An arrow from the air. Rushing straight towards where Gina was sitting. Lian held a card in his hand and shouted anxiously at Gina. Be careful. He threw up the card. The arrow is split in half. Lian stood in front of Gina to protect her. Behind me, a person wearing a black robe suddenly appeared in the air. He held a bow and arrow in his hand, aimed at the 2 Lian people. I scream monster. I have to kill you. Lian frowned at him. Gina angrily rushed forward. Lian denied physical assault. Don't be jealous of my Lian's appearance. Her hand held a rock and threw it straight at the guy wearing a black cloak. Saw him falling from the air. Gina excitedly pointed at Tae and looked at Lian. Don't even want to arrest him. Lian looked at her in surprise. Gina put a broom in his hand. Wait a minute. Weapon, let me. Everyone around see that scene. It is difficult to understand. What's the situation? Filming and live streaming is hot on the internet. Can't you see the phones? Gina. The other side waved and shouted to take care of Lian. People around sighed. Has the livestream become like this now? You also have to wear actors' costumes. Filming on the street. Tu Li also curiously asked Gina, this is your person? Gina's forced smile is not good. Can't say clearly now. She fought against the village and asked again. He and the late general both knew how to shoot arrows. Isn't that the actor you sent here? Tu Li helplessly looked at her. Could she still count like that? On the other side in a fortified high-rise building? Something big happened. The secretary gave Cho County Da to watch Gina's livestream. This is Gina's livestream room. The hotness is about to reach number 1. Saw the person wearing a black robe on the screen. Ko Da was shocked. He stood up and turned around to go out. I went out for a moment. The worker driving the cargo truck felt compelled to come over. Then quickly went over to say hello. Boss, why did you come here? Try to be cold and give orders. Open the trunk of the cart. Let me see. The Kia worker quickly replied yes. Then opened the trunk of the cart. Racho Ko Da looked at a large empty wooden box. Ko Da was stunned, startled, and then woke up first. Then why? In the small alley, Lian was still busy chasing Theo. The guy wearing a black cloak. Kia, stop. The guy in the black cloak turned his head angrily. You're traitor if not. How can you keep your dog's life? Lian frowned. You speak clearly. The big barrel from on high fell in front of Lian, then broke apart. When Lian reacted, I can't see the guy wearing the black cloak anymore. He ran quickly to the intersection and looked around. Ran away. What happened? Saw him come back. Gina waved. Tae called Mr. Lian. She raised the livestream screen straight towards Lian and asked, It's okay. Lian smiled brightly and waved Tay to say I was okay. Everyone can rest assured. Tiu Li appeared from behind, waving goodbye to the fans around. Received enthusiastic reactions from many people. Then walked up to Lian and spoke very clearly. People like him more. Lian didn't understand and bewilderedly asked him what you mean. Tiu Li smiled. Sao said. I won this street magic trick. Congratulations. Lian embarrassed shyly. Thanks. See Lian like that. Tiu Li said proudly. There is one thing. Everyone's live room is still not as hot as mine. Lian also refused to be weak in response. Let's talk about this later at 12 o'clock. Gina is helpless. Titter. Told the fans watching his livestream. Yes, let this statement become our livestream enzyme. We'll see you later. Tiu Li smiled brightly and said so. Met in the livestream at night. Gina waved goodbye to Tiu Li bye-bye. At this moment Lian's face suddenly changed. He quickly held Gina's hand and ran away quickly. Come over here with me for a moment. Gina quickly ran and Theo was confused and asked why. Came. A deserted corner. Lian immediately leaned Tay against the wall to borrow Gina inside. He looked at Gina urgently and said he couldn't stand it anymore. Quick, give me Gina's red cheeks looking at him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian turned back into a child's form. She said helplessly, next time can you say it in advance? Lian frowned angrily and looked at her. If she can't accept it, then that's it. Gina embarrassedly pretended to be straightforward and rebuttal. So you have to ask politely. Lian asked her in confusion. Wasn't it like that before? Gina mumbled uncomfortably and was too lazy to talk to him. In a fast food restaurant, Gina carried a tray of snacks and water. Smiled and looked at little Lian. I ordered the childish part for you. Little Lian looked at her helplessly without saying anything. He picked up the hamburger and took a bite. Gina also picked up the other one and took a bite. Asked curiously. But why did the archer suddenly appear? Little Lian looked at her and said. They shouldn't wake up now. Gina suddenly remembered Ra and asked worriedly. Maybe it was the night that caused Ra. Little Lian to ponder for a while. That day, I really smelled the scent of a hunter in the guest. Gina quickly asked in surprise. Whoever chooses the virtual location that is convenient for the street. Lian replied that she was indifferent. Gina was silent for a moment then told Ra her guess. Could it be that Xiao Li followed the instructions of the late-night appointment here? Ko Da wants the archer to come check on him. Little Lian shook his head to refute her opinion. Tiu Li is not that kind of person. Gina looked at him curiously and asked. Don't you really hate gossip? Why still say good things? Lian replied with a wink. Pretending to be righteous. I never blame others. Two people eating and drinking. Chat happily without knowing that behind. Ko Da walked by and stared at the two people. Ko Da squinted her eyes and rested. Strange Gina and Lian livestream. Why is Lati here? He's staring at Lian. In the form of a child inside the restaurant. On this side, little Lian looked at Gina and said. In short, I want to go to that alley and see again. Gina smiled and agreed I'll go with you. A while later, Gina held Lian's hand and went to that small alley. Lian looked at her and said I need her. Lend me some strength. Gina squat down. Eyes closed tightly. This is the second time today. Little Lian stretched out her little Tay's arms. Touched Gina's cheek. Pulled her close. Then kissed her on the stomach. Lian immediately transformed back into a tall guy. The two hugged each other and kissed deeply. A moment after their lips separated, the two people looked at each other face to face, breathing heavily. Gina was embarrassed. Her red cheeks separated. Ra turned her face away. Lian was also embarrassed. Cover the enamel. Gina too, cover your face with your hands. What is this? Lian's face was also red and he didn't dare look at her. After a while, Gina hesitantly asked. Break this awkward atmosphere. That's why he couldn't catch up with that archer. Lian pointed Tay in a small voice. He disappeared there. Gina whispered let's go take a look. Lian gently replied yes. Lian carried Gina and jumped onto the roof. Saw a long iron bar. And a piece of robe on it. Gina pointed to Tay and said there seems to be something hanging over there. Looks very familiar. Li then sat down and touched Tae to the black cloth. The answer was from the archer. Gina looked around a bit. No more clues. Li then Tae, touching his chin to analyze. Ra can only put in a first-class effort. Let's meet each other. Late at night in a still-lit room. Gina and Li then wearing classy matching outfits. Li then put her hands on Gina's waist and cut her arms apart. A jack arose. Two people dancing together. Li then helplessly asked Gina, "Can we just quietly scan the data ourselves?" Gina also responded helplessly. The previous livestream scanned the data. Has been banned forever. Lethan's mouth twitched as if I hadn't said anything. The clock struck 12 p.m. Li then urged Gina it was time. Gina quickly turned on the computer and quickly looked at the data on the board. Gina's hand holding the mouse was shaking. She nervously patted her chest. I wasn't ready yet. Li then patted her back to comfort and encourage her. She has to believe in her hotness. Gina heard him encourage her. Immediately filled with courage. I can hear you. The computer screen showing Gina's image at the top. Li then happily looking at Gina as first class. Gina quickly see. Seeing that she didn't answer. She sat there blankly. He called her again. Gina. Gina was so happy that she couldn't believe it when she looked at him like that. That is to say, I am truly first class. Li then gently looked at her. That's right. Gina happily shouted. She jumped into Lethan's arms and hugged him tightly. We did it so good. Li then smiled gently looking at her. She deserved it. Gina. Gina regained consciousness and escaped from Lethan's arms. Is also saying, we can finally go see County Da. Li then pointed Tae at the computer and said Gina. She saw the top one donate William. Jinan was surprised. Mouth open. This William. Donate give us a large amount of money at the last second. Li then curiously said donate so much. So generous. Gina stared at the computer. This person has never met before. Are you my new fan? If I have a chance to meet you, I must thank him for his kindness. Late at night on a luxury yacht. I didn't expect the place where the late general would meet us for dinner. It's on the yacht again. Gina dresses up and makes up beautifully. Raise your phone to livestream. That's too rich. So this is the president's private dining place. She looked at Li then and happily asked the prince in front of her. What are you doing? Li then sat kneeling on the ground and picked up seaweed. The water in this place is a bit strange. A splashing sound was heard. Li then jumped back. Guardedly blocked. In front of Gina. Someone attacked Gina. Be careful. Gina panicked and scared. Ambush. A person on a cliff. Not far away. He was fishing and waved to two people. Sorry, I'm night fishing. Gina covered her mouth and chuckled. Our Prince Li then has some sense. Sixth on people. Li then was so embarrassed that he didn't dare look at her and then. The deck tried to wave to the two people. You too, please come here. Li then looked at her and said Gina. Let's go. Gina softly replied yes. The wind is strong at night. Two people boarded the yacht together. Suddenly a sharp claw shot from the sea. Clinging to the wooden board. The yacht started to depart. Inside the yacht many exquisite dishes were displayed. Beautiful. Gina enjoyed running around taking pictures. Wow, the inside of a yacht is so luxurious. Is this painting real? This dish has never been seen before and it looks delicious. Let's take a photo too. Li then smiled wryly looking at the camera. Is it necessary to take a photo like that? Gina finished taking the photo. Immediately scrolled through his photos. Can't stay with me forever. Of course I had to take a lot of pictures to keep the memories. Li then was shocked and looked at Gina with sad eyes. He grabbed her hand tightly and asked, what is called not being able to be together forever? Why can't we be together forever? Gina frowned at Mr. Lethan. She looked away, not daring to look straight into Lethan's eyes. He hesitantly spoke. We Lethan. At this moment, Ko Da opened the door and walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two people. Are you disturbing everyone? Gina quickly avoided Lethan's hand and laughed. A few hours. How could it be that we were there for you? Ko Da smiled like he wasn't smiling and asked for me. Li then moved forward. State your purpose directly. Because of your status. Ko Da sat down on the chair and leisurely replied that it was my status. In addition to being the CEO of the Lu platform. What status does he have? Li then excitedly questioned him. He is a descendant of the hunter who protected the Wu Kai clan. Ko Da touched Ra's chin and said with interest. No Kai clan. It seems that the story only exists in mythology. Can this story also be considered true? Li then asked him why it couldn't be. Try to leisurely reply unless you get proof. Li then fearlessly looked straight at County Da. The flower garden behind his hotel. There is a hunter's maze. Tried to answer with a smile. I just like to study ancient books. Found this interesting. Li then was so excited that he couldn't keep calm anymore. Walked up to County Da and asked. How many more excuses do you have? Ko Da squinted her eyes. Looked straight at Li then and said coldly. He proves that he is a prince of the Ko Kai family. I will tell you my identity. Li then frowned and looked at him silently. After a while he spoke up. I just want to know the whereabouts of the Ko Kai clan. Tried to answer, crossing her arms across her chest. So you should go into the story and find it. Isn't that right? Li then squinted his eyes and stared at County Da. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. You pretend to be stupid. Gina quickly pulled Li then back. Don't fall for the trick. Last time he also tricked me like that. Saw Li then calmer. Then Gina leaned close to his ear and whispered. Don't rush. I have a way. After a while, Gina smiled and looked at County Da and said. My great-grandfather also has something to show you. She held up a photo of her name. Put on a black coat. Cho tried to look at it and then asked. Has Mr. Company ever met this person? Ko Da lowered his eyes and pretended to speak. I don't know what she's talking about. Gina leaned close to Tai and tried to whisper. I know his whereabouts. Moreover, not to mention Cho Li then standing next to him. Seeing two people so close to each other. Then I suddenly felt jealous. Just talk. Is it necessary to be so close? This side. Hearing that, Ko Da smiled and said. No way. Gina calmed down. Analyze, let me listen. If he doesn't have a CA, he won't be able to hold on much longer. So, mister, you really don't know what I'm talking about? Ko Da frowned and looked at her. Suddenly there was a loud sound as the boat shook violently. Gina was defenseless and fell backwards by inertia. She tried to reach out and tried to catch her but couldn't make it in time. Luckily Li then behind her quickly caught her. Gina. Gina was caught by Li then. Seeing that the boat was still shaking, he asked, what's going on? Ko Da frowned angrily and asked his subordinates. Why is the boat shaking so violently? Swoosh sound. A sharp claw suddenly appeared and scratched the glass door. Everyone in the room looked over cautiously. Ko Da saw that monster's hand. The whole person froze and the seal happened. Is there a problem? Shouted loudly. The glass door immediately shattered. A monster shaped like a sea monster jumped in from outside. Roared like an attack towards the three people. The monster knocked Ra's gun away. Then attacked two people, Li then and Gina. Seeing that, I quickly shouted carefully. Li then quickly hugged Gina tightly. Avoiding an attack from a sea monster. Gina hugged Li then tightly in fear. Gina frowned and looked at the sea monster. This sea monster is not a sea monster. Appeared when I first awakened you. Li then also frowned and replied that it seemed so. The sea monster continued to swing its sharp nails. Attacked towards two people. Li then quickly hugged Gina and moved away. The sea monster's hand was stuck in the wall. Couldn't get out. At this time Li then immediately took Gina and ran out quickly. Take this opportunity to go up to the deck of the boat. The sea monster behind him roared angrily and unwillingly. Watching the two people run away, Li then quickly held Gina's hand. Run quickly to the deck of the boat. The sea monster also escaped Ra. Immediately quickly chased Theo. The two people kept growling. Seeing him chasing Theo, Gina screamed in panic and said to come chase. Then, saw it was about to approach the two people. Li then immediately pushed open the door. Hit the sea monster. Look at me. The sea monster was hit hard by the door. Everyone was stunned. Then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Li then crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Gina proudly. Once done, Gina is not stingy. Immediately gave him a thumbs up praising Li then's awesomeness. Suddenly there was a noise behind him. The two people turned their heads and looked startled. Several sea monsters screamed from below and crawled up to bomb the boat. Gina was still panicked. Gina frowned and asked in puzzlement. My old house is very far from here. Why does the sea monster appear here? Lian understood what she meant and frowned. She suspects these sea monsters. In that sinking ship. Gina held his arm tightly and said softly. Lian picked up the mop. So. He stood in front of Gina and said, smiling, catch one and see. Isn't that what you already know? Gina looked bewildered at the weapon in Lian's hand. Mop. Lian jumped up and swung the mop. Attacked towards sea monster. One was hit by him and fell to the ground. Another looked at Gina fiercely and attacked her. Gina was scared and screamed, don't come here. I won't fight you. Now. A bucket of clean water rotated in the air, facing the sea monster's head. Is attacking Gina. Gina was so scared she held her head and sat down on the ground. The sea monster was so dizzy she couldn't stand up. Gina quickly put her hand down when she saw that. I glanced over and saw Lian, holding a mop, angrily looking at the sea monster. Dare to touch Gina and ask if I agree first. Gina, my heart is pounding. Her red cheeks stared at Lian in disbelief. So cool. She quickly covered her face and turned her head away from the hateful place. Why is holding a mop so handsome? At this moment, Koda suddenly appeared. He coughed several times. Cough cough, are you two not injured? Koda grabbed Tay of a fainted sea monster. Is blocking the door to Ra. Glancing at the two people. They said the danger was not over yet. Gina frowned and asked how many sea monsters there were. Try to answer honestly. Two children ran away. But don't know. Will he return to save his comrades or not? Lian frowned and asked. Do they still have such intelligence? Koda looked at Lian and said. It's not like you call yourself the prince of the Kai clan. Why don't you know the sea monster? Is the protector of the King Kai clan. Lian was shocked and surprised. His head suddenly hurt violently as Gina worriedly asked what was wrong. The yacht speeding on the water. An ear-piercing squawk rang out. Everyone on the yacht turned pale. Quickly cover your ears. Lian's annoyed face is this sound. His eyes suddenly turned fierce black. The squawking sound continued. Lian screamed and ran away quickly. Gina worriedly shouted for him to come back. Lian's hands tightly grasped the railing. My whole body was sweating. I couldn't feel this feeling. I can't be here. Suddenly, a hand of a sea monster in the water reached up, grabbed Lian's hand and pulled him into the water. Seeing Lian being taken away, Gina shouted worriedly. Lian saw Gina climb onto the railing of the yacht. Koda was surprised and asked Gina what she wanted to do. Gina frowned and said, don't stop me. Lian was led away by a sea monster. Koda quickly advised Gina that she was not safe in the water. You are all here to support me. After saying that, he quickly jumped into the water. Soon, I immediately saw the sea monster grab Lian's shoulder. Are fainting away. I see movement behind me. The sea monster immediately turned around. When I see someone coming, I feel overwhelmed. It was immediately afraid, panicked and let go of Lian Ra. Then quickly ran away and disappeared. Trying to catch Lian. Then glanced at the fleeing sea monster. I felt like I was trying to help Lian rise to the surface. Gina on the bomb boat quickly shouted loudly. Tried to quickly shout loudly. Gina dropped the rope. Then dropped a rope to pull Lian up. Gina quickly responded. Okay. A moment later, Koda placed it on the god who was fainting on the ground. Gina quickly asked worriedly. Still not awake. What happened? Lian was unconscious at this time and frowned tightly. He made an annoyed noise. In his dream he remembered the scene from his previous life. He and Wai Wei were standing in the middle of a magic formation. Wai Wei Tay needed to cut off the feather and looked at him gently. Lian, don't worry. We can meet again. Now. A sea monster suddenly crawled onto the formation. It looked ferociously at the two people. Lian lying inside. The formation weakly looked at and saw two sea monsters moving towards him. Behind him is the silhouette of a tall man. Those sea monsters are such a headache. Lian suddenly coughed several times. Then slowly woke up. Gina happily quickly helped him wake up and woke up. Lian, are you okay? Theo looked at the two sea monsters. Originally sealed underwater with the Ko Kai clan. Someone intentionally approached. The place where the Wu Kai clan sleeps deeply will be activated. If Lian is truly the prince of the Wu Kai clan, the sea monster cannot attack him. Then there is only one possibility. Lian glanced at County Da. Two people spoke in unison. Ko Da Lian. Let's talk. Two men with four eyes looking at each other. Three people trying to sleep. Lian and Gina returned to the broken room. Two men sat across from each other and looked at each other. Gina sat stiffly. The atmosphere is not very good. Shouldn't we be fighting again? Lian looked straight and said frankly. I want to find the king of Kai. Asked him to remove the curse. Ko Da squinted her eyes and smiled coldly. The curse you want to kill is the king of Kai, right? I won't give you the satisfaction. Lian narrowed her eyes at him. You last. Also admitted his status as a hunter. Ko Da did not answer him but smiled coldly and asked again. So what about you? You are a traitor of the martial arts tribe. Or the shame of the Wu Kai clan. Lian's dark face darkened. Flash. A voice suddenly appeared in front of Ji Da. He said again. Sion Te. I still need a sharp knife held to my neck. Ko Da. Ko Da stared at Lian with sharp eyes. Did I say wrong? Lian's eyes suddenly turned black. He held his head in pain and screamed. Gina was worried and quickly stood up. Lian, what is this situation? Could it be that? She quickly helped Lian go somewhere else. Smiling wryly and talking to County Da. Sorry, I have a few words to say to Lian. Finished talking. Gina immediately pulled Lian into a small room. Lian sat down on the ground, holding her face in pain. Gina worriedly hugged his hand tightly. Lian, calm down. Can't care that much anymore. Don't transform yourself. Thinking of this, she immediately placed a kiss on Lian's lips. The black murderous intent in Lian's eyes gradually fades away. He turns passive into active. Immediately responded to her kiss. The two of them hugged each other and gave each other a deep kiss. Ko Da passed by just in time. Saw that scene and quickly backed away. His cheeks were red. These two people. Even passionate love is not suitable for the situation. Then, remember the first time we met was like that. Ko Da suddenly realized something. Also that whole day suddenly disappeared. Lian immediately appeared. Could there be any connection here? A long time later Lian leaned helplessly against the wall. What are we doing? Gina said worriedly. Maybe just now. Catching sea monsters takes too much energy. Lian frowned. It's not because the sea monster is a curse. Watch Ra just had to take the time. He immediately turned around and walked out. Today I had to find a counselor to ask for clarity. Gina smiled and followed me. Yes. Back to the room Lian looked and said again. Yes, I want to find King Kai. Remove Gina's curse. Let her return to a normal life. Ko Da. Lian continued. Martial beasts and sea monsters are all chasing her. Gina is a normal person. Why do I have to go through all this? Ko Da coldly spoke up. In my eyes, they are more like tools. Cover your true face. Gina is not injured after all. Lian gritted his teeth and said angrily. You said we were acting. Trying to breathe and answer. I didn't say that. Lian Te touched his chin and fell into deep thought. How can I make him believe that feathers? Yes, feathers have memories before Kia. Just try to get the feather in Ra's hand. Is to be able to prove what I said. Seeing Lian stay silent for a long time without saying anything. Ko Da smiled coldly and looked at him. Unable to make it up anymore. Don't reveal your real purpose. I absolutely won't let you approach the king of the Kai clan. Lian also spoke up at this time. Just bring your heirloom feathers here. I can let you see with your own eyes my purpose. Ko Da squinted her eyes and hesitated to ask. Really? Lian replied affirmatively. Tried to stand up. Then the two men shook hands. Hold your hand and swear not to swallow it. Words cannot be hidden. A moment later the cruise ship docked. Gina took Lian's hand and smiled. Waved goodbye to my aunt. So before we go, we have to livestream in the evening. Ko Da also raised his hand to wave goodbye to the two of them. Now and then. Remember the livestream is really dedicated to the job. Gina quickly ran in front of the teacher to flatter her. What's wrong? The general will consider giving me more information. Into star resources. Koda smiled and thought it was a good idea. Lian's whole body was sour and he quickly pulled Gina away. I'm about to be late for the livestream. Gina smiled and waved to her aunt. The general remembers that feather incident. We left first. Late night. Gina and Lian go back to the apartment. You go rest. I went to livestream. Lian saw this and sadly asked why. I can't do it with you. Gina calmly replied. You can't be with me forever. Lian angrily asked why not. Today on the train she said the same thing. Gina turned away and said. In everyday life, how could there be you? Lian asked her what she said. Gina remained silent and did not answer. After a while, she grabbed Lian's hand and ran away. I said I had to go livestream. Lian angrily called her back and she explained clearly. Let me. Gina stick out her tongue and make a devil face at him. A moment later, she immediately sat in front of her and planned to start the livestream. Good evening, my friends. Lian stood aside, observing her every move. What's wrong with her today? It's strange. I have to find time to ask. Let's be clear. The livestream screen spammed a lot of fan comments. Calling Gina a fan's wife. Tycoon William even generously gave Gina a lot of money. There are too many spam messages. Gina, sleep well and rest early. Seeing the amount of money given to her, Gina's eyes lit up. This is the style of Dai Ra Sao. Even a good night wish is worth 1,000 gold. Today's livestream is here. Little cat good night. Gina stretches and smiles comfortably. After the livestream ended, Lian went out from the bathroom. He wiped the wet hair on his head and then gave Gina the phone. Gina, she has a phone. Gina looked up at him. Lian looked at her and said. The business side of the Livu platform is looking for her. Gina too. Rosy cheeks. Staring at the way he wiped his hair. She quickly picked up the phone and knew it. Then quickly ran out. I went outside and heard Gina scolding me silently in my heart. So obnoxious and so seductive. Lian saw her running away from death and felt uncomfortable. Angry inside. Even when answering the phone. You have to avoid yourself. What secret is she hiding? Gina. Standing on the balcony excitedly shouting something. I have a business cooperation application and will come to the table tomorrow morning. Lian behind him curiously leaned close to Ty's glass door. Eavesdropping. Gina's eyes lit up and quickly agreed with the other side. Okay, I will definitely arrive on time. Seeing Gina happily go back into the house. Lian frowned and asked if something funny happened. Gina was in a happy mood and winked at Lian. Tomorrow I will tell you to go to bed early. Early the next morning, Gina meticulously chose a smart office jacket. She applied beautiful makeup, then tied her hair neatly. Done. Gina happily spins around. I have to go to work today. Wear this outfit. Finished preparing. Gina immediately walked to Lian's door. Type a few words. Lian. I said give you good news. Lian. Are you awake, Lian? But there was still no movement in the room. At this time little Lian hid in the closet and did not dare to go out. He turned back into a child. A pair of wings grows on its back. His left hand turns into a set of sharp claws. Little Lian's eyes also turned black. Little Lian thought to himself in pain. The curse became more and more serious. Then found there was no sound in the room forever. Gina worriedly banged on the door. Lian, are you still there? It's me who went in there. Inside, little Lian panicked and looked for a place to hide. Gina couldn't wait any longer so she opened the door and walked in. Lian saw that the room was empty. No one. Gina was surprised. Strange that Lian isn't here. Is he out already? Little Lian sitting in the closet. Try to gently wave your fingertips. A piece of paper appeared on the bed. Gina picked up the piece of paper to see what it was. Just now. Why didn't I see? On writing paper. I'm going out to practice. Come back later and sign Lian's name. After reading it, Gina angrily squeezed the paper in her hand. What's wrong? Even when she went out, she didn't say a word. She threw the paper in the trash. Then turned and left the room. So I'll go by myself. Hear the door close. Little Lian pulled open the wardrobe door. glanced out. Are you gone? Little Li then suddenly screamed in pain. He clenched his left hand. My whole body trembled watching, so I had to hurry up. Li then looked at his hand. Turns into the sharp claws of a bird. His face turned pale with time. Not enough anymore. At the cafe, Gina walked in and glanced around. A man sitting in a corner. Seeing Gina walk in, she smiled slightly. Gina glanced around the shop and muttered if she didn't see anyone. He hasn't come yet. The Kia man stood up, walked up behind Gina and said, smiling, we meet again, Ms. Gina. Gina turned around. His face was dark, staring at the man, who she met the day before at the park. He even held her hand tightly. Gina was surprised to say that, but it was him. She cautiously backed away a bit. Why are you here and not following me? The freckles on my face are gone. Suspicious. The man was not angry but smiled even brighter. He walked in front of Gina and asked again, what if I'm right? Gina screamed in panic and surprise. In the cafe, Gina smiled, oh my. She sat down in front of that man and laughed. Then raw as boss William. Misunderstood then misunderstood. Ha ha ha. William smiled softly and asked her, am I not a bad person anymore? At this moment, Gina's eyes were shining brightly. Looking at him is like looking at a mountain of money. For not. William looked at Gina then went straight in. It's always a work issue. Ms. Gina, do you now have a brand spokesperson? Gina looked at him in surprise as he did not have such a good thing. William pushed a contract in front of Gina. Please look at this. Gina opened the contract. Ra looked at it in surprise and her mouth opened wide. Advertising of World War Team. This is my favorite electronic combat team. William picked up the cup of coffee and said lightly, thank you dear Gina. Gina carefully read the contract and waited. Could it be that he is related to the World War Team? At this moment, the coffee shop door was opened. A white-haired man, wear a tight hat and mask. He also walked in carrying a backpack on his back. He went to Gina's table, then threw the backpack in front of William, and sat down next to Gina. He said pointing to the backpack, the things you need to bring. William, sitting opposite, quietly thanked him. Gina sat next to her and gritted her teeth angrily. I swear this person is so impolite.
Staring at the white-haired boy. And save lives. Why is he the first to go to the top of Phlegm League? He is my idol. Phlegm World top position nicknamed Wah Wah. January 11th birthday hobby obstacle course. Fencing catchphrase delivered let me see. Gina kept staring at me. Friends glanced at her saw the idol looking at him. Gina nervously stammered and said that hello. I'm your idol. Phlegm laughed looking at her like that. I didn't even know I had an idol. Gina smiled shyly and waved Tay quickly to explain that was not the case. I don't want to say that you are my idol. Phlegm leaned closer to observe Gina. From top to bottom, excitedly said looking closely. So it's you. Gina was surprised and excited and couldn't believe he knew me. Phlegm pointed his hand towards William sitting opposite. The boss watches her livestream every day. That she always mentioned. I was live so I just remembered. Gina smiled shyly when she heard that and looked at William. Is that so? Thank you boss. William uplifted. Slims. Seeing that there was no more work for me, I decided to leave. If I had finished delivering the things, I would have gone home before. Gina saw that and expressed regret. Did you have to go already? Seeing Gina's pitiful appearance like that, William had to speak up. Friends, take a photo of Chung and Ms. Gina. Phlegms helplessly replied okay. He's the boss. Listen to me all. Gina heard that she was being photographed with an idol. Then smiled happily and shyly asked, maybe it's so good. William sat opposite and took a photo for the two of them. Gina holding the phone in her hand, excitedly waving goodbye to Phlegms. Thank you for this photo of Chung. I'll keep it like a family heirloom. Phlegm stood up and left, waving and replied that she was happy. That's good. Gina hugged the photo of Chung and Phlegm rubbing it a few times. I was so happy taking photos of Chung with my Phlegm. William winked at Gina and said he would find her this time. There's a big talk that I want to discuss with you. Gina was surprised and her mouth opened wide. Is there such a good thing? William holds a small camera in Ra's backpack. Hold up Gina. See if you have ever used a camera from this brand? Gina holds a surveillance camera from this brand that is so expensive. I still can't bear to buy it. Never used. After speaking, she immediately reacted. Toang said so. Will it affect our cooperation? William still smiled and introduced me to you guys. These are all products that the world's combat teams are using. This is also my new career. You can take it home and use it if it feels good. Let's talk about gossip. Gina's eyes lit up. Your boss is really nice. She looked at the camera in Tay. The more I look at it, the more I like it. William said politely. If Ms. Gina likes these products, it is my greatest honor to be on the other side. The computer screen is playing a scene of Gina smiling. Thank you, William. Thank you, boss. William drove Gina home. After getting off the bus, Gina smiled and thanked her. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. William smiled and replied, no need to be so polite. Just call me William. At this moment a voice shouted Gina. Lian then quickly ran to block in front of Gina. Gina hid behind me. Gina looked at Lian's back in surprise. Lian then squinted at William warily. You are the person I encountered last time, right? Are you going to follow her? William smiled politely and explained the misunderstanding. Just take her home. Lian then looked at Gina and asked, why did she go with him? Gina spoke loudly angrily. You still dare to ask? I originally wanted to call you to come with me, but you weren't there. Remembering that makes me angry. Lian then embarrassedly looking for an excuse. So isn't it the right time for me to go out? Gina huffed angrily, not paying attention to him. She immediately smiled and said to William, William will send it back to you after I finish using it. Lian then stood behind helplessly looking at her. Then, William smiled and asked, is 1 month enough? Lian then grabbed Gina's shirt and called out to Gina in a low voice. Gina angrily glared at Lian. Don't drag me until I finish talking. He stayed away for a bit. Lian then stepped back in fear and anger. So fierce, she's so fierce. She yelled at me again. Why did she yell at me? Look at Lian's pitiful and resentful face. Gina was a little soft-hearted. She sighed. Gina had 6 bags of groceries in her hand, then gave Lian a piece of bread to comfort her. This is my favorite curry bread. Lian then took the bread. I see she still cares about me. Lian's heart suddenly started pounding. Thank you. Gina smiled and comforted Lian. Hurry up and eat. Lian smiled softly and replied yes. William stood behind and squinted at the two people. Lian bit the bread and took the bag in his hand. Gina gave these to me. Let's help Miss G. Seeing that, I told him to be a little more careful. Very expensive. A leaf falling on Lian's bread. Lian picking up the leaf. What is it? When Taylor God touches the leaf, suddenly his face changed. Lian remembered the broken scene of his previous life. At that time his body was injured. Panicked and ran towards the small house. Dead Wai Wei saw the assassin standing there. Lian quickly hid to the side. An assassin knelt down and reported to the leader. Report. Lian ran away. An angry shout rang out. The waste is truly a bunch of waste. The subordinate stammered in fear and said that the subordinate knew his mistake. The leader glanced at the subordinate and asked, where is Wai Wei? Capture. She hasn't. Saw the face of that assassin leader. Lian was immediately stunned. He turned his head and glanced at William. This person was even more difficult to deal with than County Da. Lian carried Gina horizontally and suddenly flew into the air. Gina was scared, closed her eyes tightly and screamed. Lian, what are you doing? Lian opened the window and picked up Gina to climb inside. Gina is so angry. What are you doing? I haven't said goodbye to Kim yet. So impolite. Lian frowned and replied unhappily. You guys have been talking for too long. Gina was released to the ground. I still feel scared inside. Looked at Lian to remind him next time. Absolutely do not do such dangerous things again. Lian carried the bag in her hand and gently landed. I just want her to stay a little away from Kia. Gina frowned and asked why. Lian touched his chin. In a low voice, he explained that the smell on his body was not right. Gina looked at Lian in surprise. A moment later she sighed helplessly. He was pretending to be a ghost again. Lian then looked at her and quickly said, "I don't have it." Gina doesn't believe him. The matter between County Da and Tu Li has not been clarified yet. Now say William is wrong. Lian then frowned and replied, "Isn't that still under investigation?" Gina helplessly patted her forehead. When he appeared, "There's no one beside me who's satisfied." Lian then grabbed Gina's shoulder and softly called, "Gina, I'm really me." Saw Lian then faltering and speechless. A feeling of nervousness suddenly arose in Gina's heart. What is he saying? Maybe he intended to. Lian then stared at Gina. "Just want to say it again." Lian then turned away and said, "I'm just worried that she was deceived." Then he hugged Gina tightly in his arms. Gina removed Lian Ra's hand. She was tired and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Left. "I don't understand. Avoid Ra, I have to go livestream." Then she threw Lian Ra away and turned around to leave. Late night. Gina sat in front of the computer again to start the livestream. "Hello everyone. I'm here. You guys are willing to discover Ra. Do I have anything different today?" Computer screen. A series of comments from fans appeared. "I'm a new fan. I said before Gina is more beautiful today." Other headphones. "Why do I feel Gina looks clearer today? Right?" Lian standing in the back. Arms crossed sadly looking at Gina smiling happily. "Chatting with fans is not wrong. Today I just changed my equipment to be able to livestream well. More with you guys. Even more thanks to everyone's support. I'm about to get the first deal of my life. Thank you everyone." Lian stared at Gina in deep thought. "I don't understand anything. Why didn't she finish?" Thinking for a long time. He turned around and went out. "Let's go out for a bit." Looking at Lian's leaving back. Gina sadly looked down. "He doesn't seem to notice me at all." A fan noticed that Lian didn't show up today. Immediately asked if Prince Lian wasn't there today. Table Gina's hand holding the mouse suddenly stopped. "Someone shot my head off and then Uni left. Won't play anymore today." Computer screen display. "Exit the game no." Gina immediately clicked on it. "No." Gina falls back, leaning on the sofa to answer the fan. "Prince Lian is not here. We quarreled." The fans heard that. What were they talking about? "Yesterday I was still shipping. I ate sugar crystal today." Oh. Don't quarrel. So I suggest Gina contact Miss Funny. Blurred love. So, very quickly you will know who is at fault with whom. Gina. Surprised Fanny. She immediately frowned thinking she had heard it before. Black-robed Fanny is very good at seeing people's hearts. No need to listen. Could already guess the other person's question. Gina's eyes lit up. "I'm here. Today I have to know where Sai himself is." Contacting another line. A moment later the connected line. Gina smiled and waved white funny. A woman covers half her face with a scarf. The hand holding the orb appeared. She burst out laughing as she said to the girl. She came a little closer to the ball so I could see better. Gina obediently came closer. Funny said calmly. "The question you should ask is not right." Sigh. Gina felt guilty. But she guessed correctly. "So what should I ask?" Funny opened his eyes and continued smiling. "She should ask if he likes her. That's why Ra acted like that." Gina was stunned and surprised. Funny said smiling. "She should ask if he likes her. That's why Ra acted like that." Gina gasped in surprise. After a while she stammered. Like me." Gina quickly denied. "It's far from right." Funny said without being angry but smiling. "So how much can you answer?" "My question. The opposite sex next to her. Is the desire to protect her so great?" Gina thought back. The times Lian risked his life to protect her. Immediately replied in a low voice. "That's right." Second question. Person of the opposite sex next to her. He always wanted to know what she normally liked to eat. "What interests do you have?" "Don't like anything." Gina suddenly remembered the words. Lian's concern for her. "I'm just worried. What is the flower cake for you? If I do that, will she hate me?" Gina replied with red cheeks. There really is such a person. Funny looked straight into Gina's eyes. "Okay, last question." Gina suddenly became nervous. Funny continued asking the third question. Person of the opposite sex next to her. He will notice all of her. Especially Her interactions with people of the opposite sex, even though it was for work or friends. So if you hang out with those people, he will also become jealous. And even made raw strange manifestations. Gina remembers every single thing that happened. She rested Tae on her cheek. So then he's so raw. Funny. Glanced at Gina. So little girl she. Is it clear? Gina's cheeks turned red and she was startled. She smiled awkwardly for a few times to ease her embarrassment. But my cheeks are getting redder and redder. Ha 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 ha, is that so? Funny said calmly. If you want to ask about right or wrong, then it's clear. She couldn't see his feelings for her. Suddenly the room became dark. Gina turned her head to look. Has the power been turned off? The sky is filled with bright stars outside. A beam of light from the sky flew into Gina's palm. Gina was surprised. She stared. The light in the palm of my hand. That light suddenly turned into a necklace. Gina held up the necklace and said in surprise, "This is." Gina recalling the day she and Li then went to see the jewelry store. She looked at the necklace in surprise. Displayed in a glass case. "This sparkling necklace, my heart is melting." Li then calmly said, "If you like it, just buy it. We used to have a lot of this type of thing. Much bigger and more beautiful than this one." Gina was suddenly shocked. She stared at the price then turned around and left. "Leave it, let's go look somewhere else." Li then was surprised and asked if she didn't like it. "Go raw." Outside the store, Gina whispered that it was so expensive. "Spend a little more money. Buy me a good phone. Don't you know how to use the phone? Let's go choose one." Then she happily took Li's arm and pulled her away. "Go buy a phone." Thinking about this, Gina immediately smiled. Turns out he still remembers. Suddenly a voice rang out, "My princess." Li then slowly walked over. He knelt down on one knee in front of Gina and asked, smiling, "Do you need me to help you wear it?" Gina's cheeks turned pink. My heart was pounding as I looked at Lian. Suddenly Gina turned her head away and pretended to speak. "I am the buyer. Is it so easy to be bribed?" But in her heart, a flower bloomed and she chuckled, "Hi. That's right. Lian is not angry." He gently wanted to wear a necklace for her. Then softly called Gina. Gina gently touched the necklace and suddenly felt a surge of love for him. "What are you doing?" Lian didn't understand what she meant and wondered what to do. Of course, help her wear the bracelet and then help Gina. After wearing the bracelet, Lian looked at the livestream screen and smiled and asked, "Dear friends, please help me see if the necklace is beautiful." Gina's cheeks turned red and she looked down. Down a little bit. 7 Vong turned out to be helping me wear the bracelet. Made my heart beat so fast. The livestream screen started to explode. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. The couple I love is so beautiful. So beautiful, so sweet, so beautiful, so sweet. Li then shyly asked Gina in a low voice, "My apologies. Is it considered sincere?" Gina crossed her arms in front of her and pretended to be generous. "Everyone can say that. Forgive me." Li then snaps his fingers with a cup. Gina is surprised. In her heart, suddenly a bouquet of yellow roses appeared. Someone knowledgeable commented, "This, I know the thoughts of yellow roses are for love. Sorry. Suitable gift for girlfriend." Gina held a bouquet of roses and looked at Lian in surprise. This is Lian smiling gently at her. "Is the owner of a flower shop. Tell me, give yellow roses to signify sorry." Funny saw that, also smiled and said, "Little girl, the person you asked about was him, right? I don't watch Psy. He is." Gina. It's embarrassing to hear Funny say that. Quickly closed the computer. Her cheeks were red and embarrassed. Lian didn't understand what was going on, so he asked her if it was because of Gina. Embarrassed, he waved Tae with a forced smile. "I don't remember anymore. Ha ha ha." She turned away and thought to herself, "Still no, so it's better for him to know." Gina happily hugged the bouquet of flowers and placed it on the table. Suddenly fireflies appeared. "Gina, please touch the fireflies." In her head, suddenly, "You want this flower, right?" Li then turned raw a red rose. "Give it to the 2 girls and invite them to take it." "Welcome. The next time," the 2 girls exclaimed in surprise. "Can you show me one more time? I also want the image to be transferred again." "Pay with Alipay." 20 yuan is no problem. Without hesitation, Lian immediately paid. Gina gently touched the necklace. Turns out he ran to sell flowers because he bought this necklace. This idiot. The corner of Gina's mouth smiled slightly. Even though it's been so hard up until now, I haven't said anything. Lian was now looking intently at the cards in his hand, not paying attention to Gina's gentle eyes looking at her. Late at night, Gina was sleeping soundly on the bed. She whispered softly. In her dream, Gina was wearing a period costume, holding a long bamboo stick in her hand. Gina looked at the bamboo stick in her hand in surprise. Why did I turn into a Y moon? Water waves hitting the raft. Gina stood unsteadily. The whole person tilted. She closed her eyes in fear. Then Gina slightly opened one raw eye and saw Lian. A body full of injuries looked at her and screamed. Wai Wei jumped away quickly. Gina shouted in surprise, Lian. A man standing behind Lian. Pick up your bow and arrow. Aim and shoot straight. At this time, Lian was too seriously injured to last. Immediately fell to the ground. The arrow rushed forward, stabbed straight into Gina's chest. Gina was hit by an arrow and immediately fell onto the raft. Before falling, she was surprised to realize that the person who shot the arrow was County Da. Late at night in the bedroom, Gina screamed in fear. She sat up with a pale face and hugged her chest tightly. Gina was scared and gasped in pain. Lian now turns into a child. Seeing Gina like that made me worried. He held her hand tightly and asked her what was wrong. A moment later, Gina finally finds her voice. She looked at little Lian and asked him why he was here. Little Lian said with concern that I heard her scream. Thought it was a beast attacking. So quickly ran too. Gina was moved and teary-eyed looking at Mr. Lian. She hugged him and burst into tears. I was so scared. Little Lian patted Gina's back and comforted him. It's okay. I'm here far away. That's my hometown. Little Lian sings. It's my hometown. Beautiful rainbow in the sky. Hold my hand. Take you to the homeland of the Wu Kai clan. After a long time finally coaxed Gina to sleep. Little Lian sat next to the bed, watching her sleep. Eyes full of pampering and gentleness seemed reassured. Gina, who was fast asleep, suddenly held Lian's hand. Don't go. She sat up and looked at poor little Lian acting like a babe. Don't go, okay? I'm still very scared. Little Lian crossed his arms in front of his chest and sighed in agreement. Okay. He sat back down on the head of the bed and gently told her to go to sleep. I'll look after Cho. Gina lay down on the bed, pulled her legs up and pretended to say shyly. He stared at me. I couldn't sleep. Lian asked her helplessly what exactly did she want. Gina was speechless. She found 2 pillows and placed them in the middle of the bed. Dividing the bed in half, he slept. Go this way. Lian is helpless. Okay. Late night, 2 people lying in bed, sleeping soundly. The corner of Gina's mouth smiled slightly. She dreamed that she fell unconscious into the water. Lian jumped down to save. Lian stuffed a pill into Gina's mouth, then gently kissed her lips. Early the next morning, Gina woke up. She just opened her eyes raw, then saw little Lian lying next to her. Gina's ears turned red. So close. And I still dreamed about him last night. Gina shyly turned away. I don't dare look at little Lian anymore. She covered her mouth with her hand. Suddenly Gina was a bit taken aback. Lian was holding her hand tightly. Gina smiled slightly, looked at little Lian sleeping soundly next to him. Is this a concern for me? So adorable. She gently kissed little Lian's forehead. At this time little Lian suddenly opened Ra's eyes. Seeing that, Gina panicked and separated from Ra. Little Lian smiled with interest and looked at her. Are you taking advantage of my convenience? You've been caught by me. Gina shyly stepped back and screamed. Without me, it's just time to pick up things. I accidentally touched the top of your head. Little Lian lies with Tay on the bed. Her eyes looked at her as if asking, oh really? Why don't I believe it? Gina Tan was too angry to argue with him anymore. I have to go brush my teeth, bye-bye. Then she jumped out of bed and quickly went out. Gina went into the bathroom and started taking the toothbrush, whispering in a low voice. Yet dare to say that I take advantage of hateful things. It's not that he looks a bit handsome. Pay attention to me a little. Me why could possibly like. She blushed shyly. My. Admitted that I really like Lian. Early in the morning, little Lian and Gina sat at the dining table. Started breakfast. Suddenly Gina's phone rang. Someone is calling. Gina picked up the phone to see if it was okay. Let's meet at 10:30 at the bar. Lian put 8 on the table and looked at her. Now it's time to leave. Hearing that, Gina stood up and said, I went to change clothes. Little Lian put his hand on hers and waited a moment. Did she forget something? Gina looked puzzled at what Lian had forgotten. Little Lian put her hand on her cheek. Looked at Gina with profound eyes. In the morning she secretly kissed me. I haven't settled the account with you yet. Gina was embarrassed, her cheeks were red. That was unexpected. Little Lian was interested in looking at her appearance. He quietly asked why I didn't feel right. He pointed his finger at Gina. The necklace on her neck suddenly fell off. She quickly sat down and picked up the bracelet again. It's strange why it suddenly fell like that. Little Lian hugged Gina's cheek, looked straight into her eyes and said, I think there's a good way to settle the matter. Gina asked, confused. Little Lian closed her eyes and gently kissed Gina on the lips. Boom! Little Lian transformed back into her adult form. Gina embarrassedly covered her mouth. Brother, you don't have my permission. Lian smiled and asked. So I said it again. Can I have one more kiss? Gina frowned embarrassedly and shouted, Are you okay? Don't you remember our date? Lian raised his finger and softly said, Remember. He touched his finger to his lips. Winked at Gina. Kiss once a day. Gina's heart suddenly pounded. Her cheeks turned red. Ugly, get up from me. She angrily kicked Lian away and slammed the door shut. Lian sat on the ground, sticking his tongue out and looking at the closed door. No need to be so fierce. In the room, Gina stood leaning against her door. Her face was red and about to smoke, where she tried to hypnotize herself. Don't assume it's true. He kissed me just to meet my girlfriend. Mean nothing else. Really? Gina, please touch the necklace on your neck. Don't you mean anything else? Come down to the pub. Gina mumbled as she walked. Really don't understand. Why is the late president always at the bar every day? Lian held up his phone to show Gina. We know what the video says. CEOs are all a bunch of people who have homes but can't go home. The corner of Gina's mouth twitched so coldly. Right now, the old voice suddenly spoke up. I live in a pub because someone follows him, pointing to a camera above his head. This place has many cameras. It's convenient for me to know who's following. Gina waved. She smiled wryly. Looking like that, there are too many stalkers these days. I also often feel like I'm being watched. Koda quietly asked. Why? Gina seriously recounted. Yes. Is in the ward that I just moved into. I always feel someone used a telescope to peek at me. Koda smiled and said so with concern. I'll arrange for someone to come check it out. Please come to the living room a little bit before me. We'll come later. Gina smiled and agreed. The door closed. Koda coldly ordered the secretary. Put the telescope in your room. Don't let Gina see the secretary behind her. Quickly answer yes. Entering the room, Gina exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes were opened. She stood next to the glass door. 2 glowing eyes look outside. Over there we can just see our subdivision. Hearing that, Lian suddenly thought of something. He immediately pointed his hand to the ground and said, Place the telescope here. Can't you see our ward? Gina suddenly shivered. Could it be the eyes that I feel? Is from the late general. Lian frowned and said seriously. Can't rule out this possibility. This time County Da walked in. The hand was still holding a box and smiling at the 2 people. Let you 2 wait for a long time. The 2 people turned their heads and looked at County Da. The late general was really strange. Can't relax vigilance. Koda suddenly felt cold down her spine. Stammering and asking what's wrong. Koda picked up the feather and asked. You 2 came for it, right? Look at the feather in Tay County Da. Lian asked. You still don't know what it does. Koda squinted her eyes at Lian. I heard that only the prince was exiled. Only then can we open up the secret of feathers. Lian's finger moved slightly. The feather in his hand suddenly flew up. then flew in front of Lian. Lian reached out his hand to catch the feather. Even though I don't want to admit it. But the exiled prince, that's me. Lian held the feather in his hand and raised it up. He began to cast the spell. Gina stood next to him, looking worriedly at Lian. He certainly wasn't. People from the same world as me are not people from the same world. Gina's eyes drooped. She couldn't control herself and gently touched her necklace. Can I keep him? Lian suddenly opened Ra's eyes and raised his hand towards her. Gina, come over here. Gina raised her face to look at him. She reached out her hand, placed her hand on his hand, then slowly walked closer towards him. Lian glanced at County Da. Him and gently waved Tay. Ko Da suddenly flew into the formation. Ko pretended to be angry and frowned at him. Disjointed images appeared inside the formation. Lian also spoke at this time. These are all memories sealed in feathers. Look at those images. Gina suddenly felt heartbroken looking at Mr. Lian. Suddenly the formation was broken. The images were shattered. Lian's face changed slightly. He frowned. It's not okay. The arrows came rushing in. Lian quickly threw his hands on the sofa and flew over here. The flying arrows suddenly stopped. Then it suddenly changed direction, rushing towards Gina. Lian shouted worriedly, Gina. He quickly ran to hug Gina tightly. Use your body to shield her. Gina opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him. Ko Da gasped in shock. Lian. The arrows stabbed into Lian's body. Fresh blood flowed out. Lian was unconscious and lying on the sofa. Gina sat next to him and took care of him. Seeing Lian get injured like that because of him, Gina was heartbroken with tears in her eyes and softly called out to Lian. Kissing was effective but didn't think it would be done. She then gently kissed Lian on the lips. But Lian was still in a coma and didn't wake up. Why? Gina's heart tightened. She burst into tears. Why don't you wake up? At this time, trying to force the doctor to rush into Gina in panic. I brought the medical team. We still have it. Gina gently wiped the tears from her face and replied, A week later, Lian was lying on the hospital bed, still unconscious. There are also many machines next to it. Gina sat next to the bed taking care of Lian. The doctor looked at County Da and discussed with Mr. Ko. We monitored the patient's body metrics. In a week, also did the check. Details. Ko Da frowned impatiently and asked, How is he in the end? The doctor shyly pushed his glasses and quickly explained. The patient was just sleeping. Ko Da gasped in surprise. He looked at the doctor to confirm why he was just sleeping. Gina sitting next to the bed was equally surprised. The doctor smiled and explained for the two of them to listen. It's a very normal human disease of insomnia. Gina quickly asked when she saw that. So why don't I wake up no matter what I call him? The doctor also shook his head, not understanding. The temporary cause is still unknown. Gina was silent for a while. Then looked at Lian lying on the hospital bed. Maybe this isn't the problem. That human treatment methods can solve. Ko Da glanced at Gina and asked her if there was a way. Gina shook her head and replied, No. There is one thing. I want to find out the history related to the Vo Kai clan. Maybe there is some clue. Ko Da thought for a bit and then agreed. I also went back to look for it. Late at night, Gina looked at the ancient book. There is nothing in hand that has anything to do with falling asleep. Above the book are ancient words. And a spell. Gina mutters what this spirit formation lock is. She immediately typed on the computer. Try looking up the Lin formation key and looking for it. Then try searching in the book again. After a while, Gina tiredly leaned back on the sofa. Couldn't find anything. She touched her forehead so sleepily. She gently closed her eyes. Tomorrow I'll go to the library in the city and look for it. At this moment, Gina fell into a dream again. Oh, I fell into dreamland again. Her surroundings were covered in darkness. Suddenly light appeared ahead. Gina Theo reflexively raised her hand to cover her eyes. So bright. What is that? Lian appears with a halo of light. Gradually became clear in front of Gina. His arms are spread wide. There is also a human statue above, with wings spread wide. Gina screamed in surprise. Lian. Lian saw Gina and screamed in worry. Why is she here? Go quickly. Suddenly the stone statue above Lian's head moved. It raised its hand towards Gina. A loud rumbling sound rang out violently. Lian cannot escape the formation. Filled with worry, she looked at her screaming at Gina. Lian was pushed back raw. Lian, She was swept into the swirling room. And was pushed out of the dreamland. Gina woke up in a panic. She gasped trying to calm down. Gina looked at the formation on the ancient book. This is it. She quickly turned on Ra's phone and called Cho County Da. My boss has found a clue. This time my boss is standing in the study room. In his hand is also holding a book. Just in time, I also have a clue. Ko Da went to Lian's hospital room and asked what her clue is. Gina held up the drawing of Tae. This is a drawing of a magic formation for County Da to see. I dreamed that Lian was locked in the spiritual formation lock. If the late president doesn't know what the spiritual formation course is, can explain here. Ko Da pondered for a while then spoke. The spiritual formation course is the Wu clan's formation, dealing with the Wu Kai clan. Gina was stunned. So I've been searching in vain? Try to quickly comfort her. She found something very important. Gina clutched the piece of paper in her hand. She looked at County Da and asked what it was. Ko Da aimed right at the focus of analysis. She said she dreamed about the spiritual formation lock. Gina was bewildered, not understanding what he wanted to say, but still obediently replied yes. That's right. Ko Da squinted her eyes and stared at Gina. You're the one in the dream. Gina doesn't understand, curious to ask the person in the dream what it was. Ko Da opened an ancient book Ra. Begin the explanation related to the person in the dream. In this ancient book, there is a record. Gina, look at the words in the old book. I can't read a word in here. Ko Da closed the book and asked helplessly. She had dreamed of some scenes she had never seen before. But I can't see it in real life yet. Gina nodded and replied. Then, Ko Da looked at her seriously and said that was indeed her. Your physical type is very special. Gina couldn't believe it. Point to yourself and ask again. I'm very special. Already. Gina waited to think carefully, but it was impossible. From childhood to adulthood, I was just a normal person. I even went to see a doctor. Present because I had a nightmare. Try to look at Gina and continue. At present, only she can save Lian. If she has to risk her life to save him. Are you going? Gina frowned. Glanced at Lian lying unconscious on the hospital bed. I will definitely go. Seeing her answer so decisively. I didn't give her much advice either. He immediately explained Cho Gina in detail. Written in ancient books, people in dreams can connect with other people's dream realms. We have to ask about the whereabouts of the Lin formation lock. Lock Lian and then destroy the spiritual formation lock in reality. Can only be saved. He used Lian's token to enter the dreamland. She can see the truth that people dream about. Trying to hide. But Gina held the feather in her hand. She frowned and asked what happened. Ko Da seriously reminded her. Dreamers can easily lose their way in dreamland. I will also fall into a deep sleep. She must always remember her goal. Otherwise, you will be lost in someone else's dream. No one can save you. Gina's eyes became steadfast. I understand. A moment later Gina held the feather tightly in her hand. Lay on the sofa and closed her eyes. Gina went to dreamland again. She slowly opened her eyes raw. In hand still holding the feather tightly. I have entered the dreamland of Lian. Why didn't Lian dream? Or in his dreams. It's always a dark scene. But he's normally not like that. So, is he just showing me the best side of myself? Formation is starting to appear. That statue is sleeping. Why? Turn your back on me again. Good opportunity. Gina smiled slightly. She quickly ran towards the formation. The statue suddenly turned its head. Gina suddenly died in panic. The statue Kia raised her finger pointed at Gina. Under Gina's feet suddenly appeared a large circle. Gina fell under that circle. The circle began to shrink and then disappeared. That statue's back is turned. As if nothing had happened. Lian appeared. He slowly opened his eyes. Ra seemed to hear Gina's voice just now. He turned his head and looked behind as if he saw nothing. Probably just my hallucination. Hope Gina doesn't appear. If she falls into her nightmare. Didn't know she would. The two servants bowed their heads respectfully and said, Her Royal Highness the Royal Highness has already put on her formal clothes. Please see. The princess calling me. The beautiful white-haired woman slowly opened. Raw eyes looked at her strange appearance in the mirror. Gina was surprised and speechless. What is this? Why did he turn into Lethan's mother? Now, a male servant came. Respectfully said the princess. It's almost time for Prince Lethan's coming-of-age ceremony. But the subordinates still haven't seen the prince appear. The princess turned her head and replied coldly. Let's go see if Gina in her body frowned. I can't control her body. So I'm stuck in her body. Mother Lethan walks out. Who saw her? Everyone respectfully bowed to the good princess. The princess glanced at him, looking at the man wearing a black cloak. Gina also looked up at this person. So familiar. Going to another luxurious room. Mother Lethan opened the door and walked in helplessly saying, Lethan, today is the day you become an adult. Why aren't you awake yet? The boy in the room with a sullen face. Small wings grow from the back. The boy turned his head and angrily called his mother. The princess and Gina was stunned. Could this be Lethan's bloody coming-of-age ceremony? The boy looked at the wings behind him and explained sadly. My mother also. I don't know what this is. At this time the subordinates outside reported to the princess. The king is on his way. The princess sat down and firmly grasped the boy's shoulder in response. The people outside the door already know. Gina in Lethan's mother's body shouted worriedly. The princess listened to me. Run away with Lethan. Don't stay anymore. She didn't hear what Gina said. She picked up the scissors on the table. Gina panicked and couldn't believe it. Why do I have to take scissors? The boy also curiously looked at his mother and asked, Mother, why are you holding scissors? The princess looked at the boy sadly and said, My newly ordered jacket is a bit long. Can I cut a part out? The boy hesitated. But the boy's mother is impatient. Turn the boy's back. Turn around. She gritted her teeth. Raised the scissors. Cut off the wings on Lethan's back. The boy screamed in pain. Red blood flowed out and splashed. Gina, scared and unable to believe, covered her mouth tightly. How could it be that? Little red blood flowed to the ground. Little Lethan fell to the ground, turned his head and looked at his mother in disbelief. Mother, Bong Fi is heartbroken. Looking at the boy chokingly said, Baby, this is for good. Let me. Little Lethan's face turned pale as he looked at his mother. After a while she put on a new outfit for the boy. Let's go. Today is my child's coming-of-age ceremony. Gina remembers what she said. Borrowing Lethan's token to enter the dream. She can see the truth that the dreamer tries to hide. But when Gina cried all her tears. Raw. This is the truth that Lethan hides. Star. Lethan and his mother walked out together. Everyone who saw the two of them respectfully bowed. Please bless the princess. Dear prince. Princess looked at little Lethan and smiled gently. Remind the boy that he is a prince. I have to laugh. Little Lethan's face grimaced in pain. The princess suddenly, clinging to the wound on your back. Smiling and saying you have to smile. Tears rolling down your cheeks. Gina sadly looked at poor little Lethan. You are his mother. Can you not force him? You are too cruel. The princess's eyes were deep, filled with so many cruel emotions. Star. Lethan at this moment both physically and mentally are in pain. The princess leads the boy forward very well. Continued like that. Suddenly there was a strange noise. The princess looked warily at Gina and uncle. I mean, someone secretly sneaking tenpo. In little Lethan's room. Gina cautiously turned her head. Someone entered Lethan's room. Who is? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind Miss Gina. Is Gina her? Gina turned her head in surprise and heard Lethan's voice. A hand reaching towards her. You shouldn't be here. I'll take you out. At this point, Gina seemed hypnotized. Immediately put her hand on the table. She was immediately pulled into the circle of light. A moment later Gina opened her eyes. She sat up on the sofa. Why did I come back? Gina looked at Lethan lying on the hospital bed. My heart suddenly ached. Not only could I not save Lethan, On the contrary, he saved me. As long as the feathers remained, we can meet. She clutched the dance in her hand, staring at Lian, who was still in a coma. Lian, I will definitely save you. Ra is on the other side at this time. Lian weakly fell to the ground. The stone statue above looked at him. I couldn't help but speak up. The poor little girl entered your dream. You're wasting your spiritual energy again. Take her out. Lian's face turned pale. He replied firmly to her. He shouldn't have suffered so much. The stone statue, with his arms crossed over his chest, looked at him wonderingly. Are you afraid she will get hurt? Lian clutched his hand tightly on his chest. Close your eyes and answer. It's not like she's inherently prone to nightmares. Let alone I'm not by her side. Early the next morning, the camera was placed next to Gina. Turned on the computer. Computer screen showing Gina, similar to World War. I'm a big fan of phlegm. Below is also a photo of Gina. Gina lost focus again. Temporary. I don't think Ra has any clues to save Lian. She sighed and took a break to continue working first. Gina's eyes suddenly noticed her staring at the photo on the computer. How similar is this friend to Lian? Gina covered her mouth in surprise. I don't know how Lian is in the hospital now. Then her eyes drooped. Go to the hospital to visit him. Gina packed her things and started going downstairs. Is it an illusion? Why do I keep feeling like someone is following her? Gina was scared and ran quickly. She gasped and opened the door to the room. Sick Ra. Gina suddenly froze. On the empty bed, no one. Lian. Gina shouted in panic and anxiety. Lian is gone. What is this? The window of the hospital room suddenly shattered. A beast flew from outside and was ferocious. Attacked towards Gina. She screamed in panic. At this moment a flying card came and stuck straight into the martial beast's head. Gina turned her head back in surprise. Tiu Li bowed down and said politely, I'm late. Princess Gina, aren't you injured? Came to the broken window of the hospital room. Tiu Li took off her cloak and covered the body of the feathered beast. Tiu Li snapped her fingers. The corpse of the feathered beast immediately disappeared. After that, he immediately looked at Gina. Smile and say that it's done. Gina looked at him and asked if this was magic. Kelly smiled and replied that's it. Gina fell silent. But why is there a martial beast here? At this moment, the doctor opened the door to Ra's hospital room, looked at the two people and asked, the patient hasn't come back yet. Tiu Li smiled and replied, Doctor, yes. He has some personal matters to deal with when he comes back later. Gina was surprised when she heard that. Asked what he meant just now. Lian is awake. Tiu Li sighed and said, very sorry we didn't take good care of Lian. Gina excitedly and worriedly asked Lian what was wrong. Tiu Li let out a sigh. The story is that today, Koda and Tiu Li walked down the hospital hallway. Try to tell him. Even Gina couldn't wake up Lian. Tiu Li seriously answered yes. Lian's coma is truly too strange. Try to frown and say think of another way. Try to hold the doorknob and open the door to Ra's hospital room. Suddenly a card appeared on the floor. Tiu Li quickly said wait. Koda didn't understand why he was asking. Tiu Li sat on the ground and observed what the card said. Lian's hospital room was arranged by me. Bow and arrow array. This poker card was originally pasted on the door with magic. Now I'm falling to the ground. There's only one explanation. Koda glanced warily at the door. Could it be that? He opened Ra's hospital room door a crack. Behind the door there is a beast. Koda, leaning on the edge of the door, warily glanced at the hospital room through the door tray. He banged on the door. A martial beast was slammed against the wall by the door and screamed loudly. Koda and Tiu Li quickly ran into the room and saw two more martial beasts in the room. Lian was placed on his back by a beast. It looks warily at the target. Li and company da bang. Then the martial beast wanted to steal Lian. Where to go? The two martial beasts broke the glass door of the hospital room and flew away. Koda shouted in panic to chase follow. Full Moon Sao watched the two martial beasts fly away, trying to be surprised. This is the moonlight wall of the martial clan. Koda frowned and analyzed. Lian wants to get the feather to undo the seal. After being sealed, He fell into a coma and then became a martial beast. Could it be that there is someone manipulating behind? Tiu Li raised the phone and spoke seriously. This is Lian's position. I believe that soon I will find him. Ko Da looked at him in surprise and asked. He placed the GPS device on Lian. Tiu Li smiled wryly and quickly explained. Last time I made an appointment to do street magic with him. I already feel like someone is targeting him. This time Lian fell into a coma. There will definitely be people who will take this opportunity and want to cause chaos. Therefore, I placed a small instrument on him first. Ko Da squinted his eyes at Ti Li for a while. Then he suddenly took Tiu Li's phone, turn around and walk out. I went to find Lian and came back here. Tiu Li quickly asked, confused, what about me? Ko Da not patiently answered him. Stay if I can't find Lian and wait for Gina to come. I said the situation here let her film. Reality again. Tiu Li looked at Gina and said that's exactly what happened. Gina looked at Tiu Li in surprise and waited. He was. Tiu Li, quickly explaining in her heart. Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. I'm an archer. Gina opened her mouth in surprise and thought to herself. Wait, I'm the dreamer. Tiu Li is an archer who tries to be a hunter. Lian is a hybrid prince between the Kai clan and the Martial clan. The people in the story all ran away. She looked away and asked urgently. Now, do we have any way to contact the late general? Tiu Li curiously asked what she wanted to do. Gina said seriously. Before I left the dream. Saw a few sightings. Could be a clue to find Lian. Ko Da video called to ask Gina. She said she saw several visions. What was the scene like? Gina pondered and told me to think. Gina began to recount her dream. Before going out, I walked through a long white hallway. There are a few paintings on the wall. One is a flying animal. One is a court. The high-rise building has the words Hang Tin written on it and also has a large open door. The door number is written 1-203. Gina finished telling the story and asked her, do you know where such a place is? Ko Da thought for a while and then replied, Constant Stars. The tallest building in the city is Hang Tin Dai Ha. I'll go take a look.
I can't wait to see Gina trust me like that. Then nodded and replied yes. After Tiu Li hung up, Gina remembered something and asked Tiu Li. That's right, I just forgot to ask the late president. Why would someone want to steal Lian away? Tiu Li scrolled through reading on her phone. Then held her phone out. Gina said to look at it. Gina was startled after reading the content on her phone. There are two cases in which the Vu tribe fell into a coma, losing spiritual energy and turning into a corpse. Another type is being manipulated by others, turned into an uncontrollable martial beast. Ko Da immediately panicked and asked Tiu Li. I know Lian's time has changed. How much longer? Tiu Li replied that he heard the late president say there were 7 days left. Gina was startled and scared when she heard that. What? Cannot. I must quickly return to the dream world. Found the whereabouts of the spirit formation. Gina took the feather that Lian gave her. To enter the dreamscape, Gina tightened her aesthetic hand. This time I must save him. Gina entered the dream world. Saw Lian tied up in the spirit formation. Whispering. Thought but directly ran over there. Will definitely be discovered by the spirit of that statue. What should I do to be good? This feather. If you hold a feather, you can enter your dream. Maybe we can try using a feather to find Lian. So Gina muttered to the feather. Lian, help me so I can find you. After Gina said, the feather immediately flew up, tearing the barrier. Gina went through the barrier, but was hit by a barrier fragment, creating a wound on Gina's face. I didn't pay attention and called Lian. She threw herself into his arms and said, I finally found you. When Lian saw her, he was also extremely surprised. Lian was being held captive by the spirit formation. Seeing Gina, she asked in surprise, why did you come here? Gina raised her face and asked Lian, do you know how worried I am for you? Lian looked at her and smiled, then used his strength to crush the chain. Lian raised Gina's face and said she was hurt. The idiot said, then he hugged Gina tightly. Gina smiled and told Lian, do you know? I have thought of many ways to wake you up. Finally discovered myself. Can enter dreams again. I'm so happy. But you bastard chased me out and beat you. Hit him. Lian then quickly said okay, it's my fault. Gina was very happy to meet her. I'm also very happy to hear you say you care about me. He kissed Gina's forehead. Gina blushed and replied. Boom. Suddenly the statue's soul appeared. Gina was startled and asked what this was. Lian then replied that the spirit checked the seal regularly. If an outside object penetrates the seal, will activate the self-protection mechanism of the seal. Gina shock. Am I discovered again? Lian then replied. Nowhere in your hand are my feathers. Also we kissed so our breath is the same. The seal is difficult to distinguish. Gina replied oh. Lian then me. Lian then asked her what. Gina replied. It's that I always say no to being in the same world as you. But now I understand. You are the most important person to me. So no matter what we face together. Lian then replied with a smile. Prompted by Gina. So first you have to tell me how to destroy the spirit formation. Lian then sighed and said listen. Destroy the spiritual formation. It's not that easy. My ability has been sealed more than half. I can't find the formation that can only bring her back. And it's really too dangerous here. Gina, I should still take her back. Gina immediately shouted no, I want to be with you. Lian then heard that and hesitated to ask. It might be very difficult. Are you scared? Gina hugged Lian then and said as long as he is by my side. I'm not afraid of anything. Lian then told her. We want to resolve the formation. Need to enter a seal. Gina asked him what was under the seal. Lian then replied she once fell down. That was my nightmare. Gina was startled to remember Ra said. Lian then his coming of age ceremony that year. There may be another conspiracy. His mother may have been harmed. Lian then was surprised to hear that. Suddenly a soul appeared behind him. Two people waved their wings vigorously. Gina was pulled away. Lian then quickly reached out to call Gina. Gina reached out to call Lian. But both were sucked into two dimensions. Different spaces. Soul after pulling two people into two spaces. Then he landed and sat on the Lian formation throne. The two space doors gradually shrunk and then completely disappeared. Gina opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her. Whispered and thought again. Then I entered Lian's mother again. Gina in the body of the princess. Saw the injured little god Lian lying on a straw mattress. And was startled. Lian. Gina in the princess's body shouted Lian. The princess came forward to hug the injured Lian and said. Godchild. My poor child. She said as she caressed little Lian's face. At this moment, little Lian woke up. He opened his eyes. See your mother. Startled and bewildered. This is completely different from my memories. Suddenly a guard came in and said. It's too late for the princess to go anymore. When the princess heard that, she was extremely sad. The princess placed her hand on little Lian's shoulder. Tell me to wait a moment. Little Lian asked his mother in confusion. Gina saw that and was also worried. What does the princess want to do? Little Lian also had the same thought. Mother, what do you want to do? Princess raised her hand, biting the tip of her finger causing it to bleed. She began to draw a magic circle on the middle part. Just after drawing the magic circle she released a thread of air. The thread of air gradually condensed into a red jade garden. The princess took the stone knock. Then Khan said in a weak voice to little Lian. Please take this carefully. Little Lian quickly stepped forward, holding the pearl. Mother. Princess raised her head and her face was aging. The princess advised little Lian. This is the biggest secret of the Ko-Kai clan. When necessary, it can save a life. How to use it all depends on that child. Lian sees the princess like that. Then he was startled and asked his mother what was wrong. The princess coughed and said. I know there must be someone there. 5 bearing a ray of my soul will implicate you. Little Lian pulled his mother's shirt. Asked mother what was going on. Why did you become like that? The princess did not answer but called the guard. The guard took him away. The guard immediately walked in and said yes. Little Lian pulled the princess's shirt and called out. No mother, I don't want to leave you. The princess raised little Lian's face and said. Then NHI. Life in the future you have to smile and move on. The princess smiled at little Lian. The guard immediately hugged little Lian and took him away. Little Lian cried and shouted for her mother. Even the princess couldn't bear to reach out and call out to her son. Little Lian was pulled away and recognized Ra. Then Ra is not my mother who doesn't love me. The guard hugged little Lian to the cliff. Lian struggled and shouted to let me go. We must go back to find our mother. The guard shouted obediently. At this moment a few arrows were fired. Ra hit the guard, causing him so much pain that he let go of little Lian. Ra. Little Lian immediately fell into the abyss. Suddenly a pair of arms hugged Lian. Big wide wings. Ra then flew away. Then Lian was in pain. Woke up. Gina quickly ran to him and asked, Lian, are you okay? Lian painfully said it's not okay. Gina pulled Lian to call Lian. Lian was silent and then clenched his hands and asked, so my ability. Are you being held captive by my nightmare? Gina heard that and asked in surprise. What did you just see in your nightmare? Lian replied that I felt like I was being chased. It's not that simple. Suddenly a bright circle appeared. Gina was startled and said it was not okay. I'm about to slip into a nightmare again. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into the space circle. Lian shouted out Gina. Gina fell into aesthetic fear. Where are we going this time? Gina opened Ra's eyes. Then I found myself in Wei Wei's body. Wei Wei was currently rafting along the river. Gina was surprised to see this scene. Finally, there's a story I'm familiar with. This is probably the first time Wei Wei and Lian meet each other, right? Gina just finished thinking. Then saw Lian being chased by hunters of the Ko-Kai clan. Lian jumped off the cliff and fell onto Wei's raft, causing Wei Wei to startle and scream. Hunter Vo Kai on the rock started shooting arrows downward to kill Lian. An arrow shot. Ra shot and hit Wei Wei in the shoulder, causing her extreme pain. She lost her balance and fell into the river. Lian saw this startled and shouted to the lady. Gina gradually sank into the river of aesthetics. Why'd I also feel this pain? Lian swam down to hug Wei Wei and kissed her. The pearl in Lian's mouth. According to that, he entered the body of Wei. Gina saw that and immediately recognized Ra. This is the royal pearl. Give Cho Lian. See. Lian continued to kiss deeply. Gina thought, blushing. Is it reasonable to need to kiss for so long? After Wei Wei opened her eyes, Ra Lian said happily. That's great. She's not dead yet. Gina thought about it when she saw that. So I can dive for a long time. Also related to this pearl. Pulled Wei Wei ashore. Lian said. I'll lure the soldiers away so you can hide yourself. Wei Wei nodded and replied yes. After Lian ran away, Wei Wei also hid in the bushes. Next to her, the group of hunters talked to each other. Did Lian run away? Seems to have disappeared. Forced to capture Lian. I have to get the pearl from him. Gina was surprised to hear that. The pearl might not be wanted by the other person. Is the royal pearl put? Therefore, Lian was pursued. Actually, it's because of this pearl. He wasn't being chased by the clan. But the person has the ambition to want the royal concubine's pearl. So Gina told Wei Wei. Wei Wei respects you and I look alike. She moved. Let me see who is talking. Wei Wei was startled at first but still listened to Theo. Gina slightly turned around and traced the foliage. Looked at the group of hunters in front of her. Gina could also see Theo. But when she saw the person in front of her, immediately recognized Ra as William. Gina saw the hunter leader of the Ko-Kai clan. It's William, so I misunderstood. Lian saw this face. I also feel that William has problems. After out of space, Lian and Gina returned to spread the spirit array. Gina quickly ran to Lian and said, Lian, I have some new discoveries. Lian also ran to Gina and called Gina. Gina immediately told Lian her thoughts. He was chased by people. Not because of your bloodline. Which is. Both Lian and Gina shouted at the same time because of that pearl. Gina saw that Lian knew and was surprised. Asked. He also thought the same. So why did Lian nod and answer yes? Gina thought about it and said. I know. But people are always manipulating everything behind me. Did you know? What is the pearl that the royal concubine gave you? Lian recounted. I'm a little impressed. I remember the secret of immortality of the Wu Kai clan is in that pearl. Gina immediately thought when she heard that. Could it be that in the Ko Kai clan there are people who are not immortal? Lian also thought and said it seemed like there really was a suddenly glowing in one direction under the two people's feet. Space opens again raw. Gina said smiling. Is it about to start again? Seems like I'm used to it already. Lian quickly called Gina. Lian pulled Gina into his arms, lifted her face and kissed her and said, Lian, I kissed Wai Wei is a story from a past life. Now people value her the most. Gina heard that, then took Lian's hand. Title put my face on the table. His hand then nodded and said yes. Gina closed her eyes and went into space. Opened her eyes and saw the scene. Wai Wei cried and said, Lian, why is it you? But we have no Wei who hates you. Gina was startled and wondered when she saw that. What happened? Wai Wei said, sorry Lian, please forgive me without saying goodbye. Wai Wei was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Everyone pointed their bows at her, causing her to panic and ask, you guys, who are you? Gina saw this scene and immediately recognized Ra. That's right, the hunter of the Koi clan cannot be immortal. William stepped forward, squeezed his neck. Wei asked, you, it's Wai Wei that made me look for it so hard. Let me see, where you hid the pearl, right? At this moment a person with wings appeared, cried out a shrill sound, causing Hunter Cho Vo Kai to cover his ears in pain. After everyone collapsed, the other person landed and helped Wai Wei up. Said, little Miss Theolian has suffered. Gina looked at the person in front of her and was startled. Could this person be? Gina. Escape. Get out of that space. Returning to the spiritual formation. Lian was already there. As soon as Lian saw Gina, he immediately called Gina. Gina was surprised and wondered if she was back again. Lian happily replied that it was good that she returned safely. Lian and Gina were holding hands. Then the soul of the guardian statue flew up. Gradually cracked. Broke in pieces. Slowly falling. Lian reached up to pick up a broken piece. Saw a piece of the past. Lian looked at it and said sure enough. Gina said to Lian, I have something to ask. Isn't this right? Lian tightened the fragment. The king of the Inland Dance Clan. Gina heard that and immediately asked if he was. Lian nodded and replied that he was my father. Gina immediately recognized Ra. That's why he saved Wei. Lian continued and even saved me from falling off the cliff. Gina heard that and asked curiously. So how is the king of the last feather race? Lian explains Cho Gina. 125 years ago. He swore to survive with the martial race. It's probably gone. Lian said then turned his head away. I don't want to let Gina see my current appearance. Gina looked at him and thought. This seal. Unleashing the deepest secret in Lian's heart. So the look of the watchman is his father. He doesn't want to face the past like that. Gina immediately raised her hand. Turned Lian's face to face him and told him. I wanted to say it already. He is not a monster hated by his clan. Moreover, your parents all love you. So you are not alone. Lian was stunned by Ra. The debris on Lian turned into a feather. He held it tightly and said yes. Then Lian hugged Gina tightly and said, thank you Gina, you helped me understand everything. Gina smiled and replied that he saw it himself. Lian told Gina. Gina has always been unable to find the right opportunity. But I feel like I should tell you. Gina, I like you. Suddenly the spiritual formation lit up. Gina worriedly asked what was going on. Lian raised his arms. His back gradually accumulating strength, creating a pair of giant wings. Gina saw this scene. Then covered his mouth in surprise. Lian is so cool. Lian went up and asked Gina. Did you hear it just now? Gina blushed and said this was his dream. What if I wake up and forget? Lian quickly said how could that be possible? Gina teased him and said. Don't believe it. Lian heard that and seriously said so. Wait until I wake up. I'll say it again. Gina leaned on Lian's chest and said. So you must remember that. Lian answered. And then used spiritual energy to create a scene to tell. Gina. She looked at this place. Gina looked at it and immediately said, "This place looks familiar." Lian said she remembered this place well. Gina nodded with a blush. Lian smiled and continued, "Then I'll be there waiting for you." After Gina woke up, she immediately ran to the hospital. She opened the door to Lian's hospital room. Raho Lian. Ko da sa Gina, if you're in such a hurry. Tell Gina. Don't be so hasty. Gina immediately replied that I wanted to see Lian's condition. Gina approached the hospital bed and said, "Lian is fine. It's good." Ko da let out a tired sigh. Gina noticed Ko da's hand wrapped in bandages and asked County General, "Are you injured?" Ko da replied with a wink. "It's okay. Small wound." At this moment, Tiu Li pushed Ra's door open and said, "What a small wound." The late general went to rescue Lian and almost didn't make it home. Gina was startled and surprised. "What? Like that is too dangerous. Is there any other injured area?" Gina stood up and walked around her body. "Look at your situation." Ko da saw that and smiled and said to change it. "I was lying on the hospital bed. I believe everyone will do the same. Isn't that right?" Gina nodded and replied, "That's right. Ko da says so. There's no problem anymore, right?" Gina suddenly raised her hand and said, "The late general. Now get to know the late general." Again, the late general is a good friend. In our moment of life and death. Ko da was surprised at first, but then reached out his hand to shake hands with Gina. Gina happily called Prince Tiu Li to come over too. Tiu Li curiously asked why he was calling me. Gina holds hands and praises. And our Prince Tiu Li. It is also a relationship that transcends life and death. It's embarrassing to hear this. Me too. Why are you a bit shy? Gina remembers Ra and says it right. Today I still have a favor to ask the late general. Ko da asked what? Gina held up the picture she drew. That was the scene Lian had shown her. In a dream. This is the seal that Lian told me about. In my dream, I wanted to ask the late president to help me find this place. Then Gina and Ko da sat in the car and set off. In the car, Ko da gave the phone to Gina and told her to look. Gina exclaimed at the place, "Hey! This place is so familiar. Ko da told me this is where the Lin array shines." Ko na looked at the picture and was surprised and said, "Wait. This is the lake at my old house. So a while ago, I discovered where Lian lived." The bottom of the lake was surprised to hear that. There's also this thing. Mr. Aesthetics. The bottom of the lake sealed Lian. In the mountain, the spiritual formation is hidden here. Is there any connection? Gina pondered then spoke. Sealed Lian and spread the spiritual formation. There must be some connection. That we haven't discovered yet. Ko da immediately praised her for being quite smart. Think like me. Gina scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Tried to continue speaking. It's just that this time I'm looking for the place where it was sealed. I don't know if it's bad or good. A girl like you. Staying in the hospital with Lian wouldn't have been better. Why? Gina replied, "No, I must go. I want to be his eyes." While he hadn't regained consciousness. Help him clarify the cause of the incident. Ko da immediately after being stunned Ra. Then laughed teasingly. "In case something happened, I won't care about you." Gina confidently replied, "Rest assured I won't cause trouble. Maybe this is where I come into play." Ko da looked at Gina's aesthetic, but admired Lian a bit. On the way to the sealing place, Gina turned to look at Ko da. Ko da was reading a book which the title of the book is Suppose the Race Does Not Arise. The Mysterious Princess and the Exiled Prince. When Gina saw that, she was startled and surprised. She thought to herself that the late General Ra looked decent. But I like reading this type of book. I tried to see Gina using her eyes to evaluate me. Then frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" Gina smiled shyly and replied, "Of course not." Ko da smiled and said, "No such thing. It's best if you explain a bit." About her expression, Gina started telling the story. "I met you in my dream. This everything has to be told from the dream scene where we first were locked up. Then I met Gina again and chatted. Try to concentrate immediately, occasionally nodding and responding to her." Gina told a long story. "Then say your conclusion." "After I saw that, I feel The one who caused war between the non-starter clan and the martial clan. Not Lian. In my dream I saw a person. Koda heard that and was curious and asked who it was. Gina replied. It was William. Koda heard that and was surprised and asked William. Do you have any evidence? Gina immediately told. Lian said there was something wrong with William's smell. Koda, after hearing this, was silent and then told the truth. That was when Lian went missing. I discovered something even more wrong. A few days ago, I was in the office watching the intelligence mumble. Still haven't found the right Lian at. At this time, Tiu Li took the tablet and ran in to tell him. Something happened. Boss, look online and there is an article with the title. Our city recently. Animals harming people often appear. Currently, the police force is investigating. I hope people remember to pay attention to safety. Koda saw this and asked in surprise. What is this? Tiu Li replied. Boss, open this video and watch it. Koda opened the video and was startled. Inside the video, how many people were lying on the ground? There's a guy who looks like Lian, holding a knife and smiling. When I saw this figure, I was startled. Lian. He pursed his lips and said. I went to the place where it happened. Took a look. Then Koda ran to the scene and saw many martial beasts. Koda aesthetic. Could it be that Lian has woken up from a coma? Someone who looks like Lian Kia saw County Da and ran over. Then immediately rode the feathered beast and left. Koda ran follow. Saw the feathered beast perched on the building. Koda aesthetic planet building. This is not the building Gina talked about. Star. Koda went inside the planet building. Walked along the hallway and Koda saw room 1. 203. He frowned aesthetically. Gina once said it must be here. Trying to push the door open. The scene inside startled him. Because inside was Lian, floating in a test tube. The big man was plugged in with all the monitoring equipment. Koda walked closer to the test tube and wondered. Why is Lian here? He was walking too, when suddenly there was a beast rushing towards him. Koda immediately shot an arrow from his bracelet. The arrow hit the beast. A shadow of a person ran past. Koda immediately asked who is it? Koda frowned aesthetically. Could it be that Lian was really framed? Gina asked after hearing the story. So there's someone who looks like Lian, always appearing with martial beasts. Koda nodded and replied, so I sought her way of thinking. It seems like someone is harming Lian. Gina heard that and immediately thought it could be phlegm. Koda saw her expression and asked her if she had a clue. Gina smiled shyly and replied no. I was just thinking about how Lian is now. She asked Gina if she wanted to see it and then he gave her the phone. Inside Ra's voice is the image of Lian. Seeing Gina surprised, she tried to speak. Since that happened, I took Lian to a safer place. At the same time, 187 cameras were installed. There are no dead corners to monitor him. When Gina heard that, she exclaimed, sounds a bit perverted. Try to ask again what she said. Gina quickly replied that I said that the old boss was too handsome. Going to the Lost Mountain, I saw a group of people blocking the way. Koda immediately asked what was going on. His secretary replied, our way to the Mountain of 7 Names was blocked by the villagers. Then, there are poachers, also injured indigenous people in the village. Anyone is not allowed in or out. Until we catch the poacher, we can open the way. Gina poked her head out and said, I think I know that guy so I can go try it out. Uncle Chen is my nephew and I'm Gina. Uncle Chen smiled and said, when he saw Gina, little Gina is finally back. Why did you go to the mountain for 7 names? Gina shyly told. Originally wanted to take you there. Enjoy the beautiful scenery of 7 famous mountains. What's going on here? Uncle Chen replied. Mount 7 is strictly forbidden. No matter who comes in, you guys can't leave. Gina begs Shen to ask why can't he imitate. Uncle Chen fiercely saying that it's not okay for me. Why don't children listen? Gina quickly said no more. No more going. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, he was determined not to go. Gina got into the car and tried to ask how she was. Gina shook her head. Uncle Chen came and said he couldn't go to the Lost Mountain. You can go to the Glass Lake to see. Sea or Glass Aquarium. There is also a legend about the treasure in that shipwreck. Gina's eyes lit up. That's right. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Then we'll go to the glass pond. Goodbye, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen replied goodbye. Remember to come back often to play. Koda asked confused. Ho Ken. We need to go to the 7-name mountain. Gina said proudly. At the bottom of the glass lake there is a cave entrance. Direct access to 7-name mountain. Normal people can't walk, but I can. Try to ask again. Because the time she held her breath underwater was long enough. Gina immediately replied no no no. Adjust it a little so I can breathe underwater. Gina walked to the front of the glass lake to start it up. She called out in her spirit to get ready. Then Gina immediately jumped into the lake. While swimming down, she didn't notice a couple. Her eyes flickered and glowed inside the moss. Sao. Gina remembered that earlier in the car. She reminded her husband to wait for me over the lost mountain. I will swim across from the glass lake. Then think of a way to distract the people. Until then he goes in later. Koda replied yes. Koda hides in an unknown place in the mountain. Looking at the people chatting. Koda anxiously thinking why Gina hasn't come yet. It's not like something happened. Suddenly there was the sound of Gina crying and shouting for help. There are poachers. Everyone heard that. Then immediately ran to the place where the screams came from. Go over there and see. This time we must catch that guy. Koda saw that and knew the opportunity had come. He silently praised Gina for doing well. Then I tried to run inside and call out. Gina, Gina, where are you? In a bush Gina waved. The general is here. Koda went in and asked why she was there. Gina shyly told me she couldn't climb up. Please come quickly and help me. Then she tried to tiptoe. Seeing that, I smiled and asked, is this called not causing more trouble? Gina scolded angrily. I'm ungrateful and ungrateful. I just swam for so long. Koda smiled and replied. Okay, it's my fault. Miss Gina struggled and said. Then tried to move forward to help pull Gina to shore. Gina suddenly noticed something. Startled and shouted to the general. Gina threw herself at County Da. Pushing him aside. Koda blushed and asked Gina ko. Not finished speaking. Koda saw the monster in front of Lao coming to attack. Koda silently cursed obnoxiously. He shot an arrow from his bracelet, hitting the monster's neck. Then County Da worriedly asked Gina if she was okay. Gina was scratched by the monster and injured her back, but still smiled and replied yes. Still fine, just a little skin injury. Koda was touched. Being protected by a daughter for the first time feels a bit strange, and Gina was muttering about not knowing if it would leave a scar. Suddenly a drop of Gina's blood fell to the ground. The drop of blood immediately glowed. A seal appeared. What surprised the two people was the seal. Gina said confidently. I said that bringing me would bring a harvest. Surprised but tried to praise. Miss Gina is truly talented. Gina frowned and asked if it was a sarcasm from the late president. Koda replied that it was a sincere compliment. Then County Da approached the ancient tree chanting a spell. Finished reciting, the ancient tree immediately glowed. A magic circle appeared and shined. Koda said with a smile. Okay, the seal has been broken by me. Gina happily replied yes, this time it's finally done. But in the hospital Tiu Li had her throat slit and held her wound. Li then woke up, looked at Tiu Li and smiled. But his eyes had turned black just like the eyes of a beast. When he arrived at the hospital, in the hallway Gina hummed extremely happily. Koda saw that she was happy, so he asked. I'm about to meet Li then, so I'm so happy. Gina smiled shyly and replied. That's because in the dream Li then owed me a quote. Waiting for him to wake up. I have to tell him to do it. Koda hearing that. I'm curious what I owe you. Gina happily said it was a secret. Koda laughed and said. Okay, we're here. Suddenly Gina was startled. Koda immediately asked what's wrong. Gina pointed to the ground and said. Mr. County, look what this is. Koda looked at Theo and was startled. Perhaps Lian. Two people opened the door. Then saw Tiu Li lying on the ground. There's a wound on her neck. Gina covered her mouth and screamed. How could that be possible? Ko-da sat down and took Tae to probe. And then sadly said he was dead. Gina was surprised to hear that. Where is Lian? Where is he? Lian. Lian. Gina looked around. Saw a foot sticking out under the curtain. Immediately lifted the curtain. Saw Lian. She asked, Lian, have you woken up? Lian turned around in pain and called Gina. Gina worriedly asked him how he was doing and if he was injured. Lian was about to answer him. At this time, Gu-da grabbed the phone and rushed forward. Grabbed Lian's collar and questioned. Lian, you better be able to explain it clearly to me. What happened to Tiu Li? Lian shook his head and said I don't know. Ko-da angrily scolded that there were only you and Tiu Li here. You said you didn't know. Lian then held his head in pain and said I don't know. I really don't know. When I woke up he was already like that. The door can't open. The window can't open. I want to save him. I want to save him. Gina quickly ran to her aunt and said. Mr. County said maybe there was some misunderstanding. Ko-da felt ridiculous saying there was a misunderstanding. Look at the camera. I gave the phone to Cho Gina. The camera above is showing back. Lian pressed Tiu Li to the ground and strangled him. Tiu Li asked Lian with difficulty what are you doing? Then Lian immediately used the card to cut Tiu Li's neck. Gina said tremblingly. No way. Impossible. Ko-da shouted. There's something about this that can't be proven right here. Still want to deny it? Lian quickly argued that I basically don't have that memory. Ko-da asked angrily. He wanted to take the story of Ra's amnesia. To avoid responsibility? Lian's eyes suddenly turned black and he pushed his stomach away. Ko-da carefully stood in front of Gina. Gina worriedly asked Lian what was wrong with him. Ko-da immediately shot an arrow and said, if you don't want to exchange, then pay for your life. Let's get rid of it. The arrow was shot. Lian immediately grabbed both hands. He turned into the claws of a martial beast. His eyes turned into the color of a martial beast's eyes and his wings spread out. Gina shouted in fear Lian. Lian let out a scream. Ko-da immediately stood in front of Gina and asked Lian. Lian, do you want to kill me now? Lian was angry and rushed to attack County Da and Gina. Gina raised her hand to cover and shouted to Lian not to. That. From her chest, a light appeared. The light radiated Ra the power. Pushed down Lian. Gina took the necklace from her collar. Ra was surprised. Ask what's going on. Could it be this necklace? Gina holding the necklace is still radiating light. Seeing memories Lian kisses it. It pushes spiritual energy. Lian aesthetics. If I could secretly kiss Gina one more time. That would be good. I don't know if this little bit of spiritual energy is enough. What if I get bitten by the curse? Lost her reason and attacked Gina. Hoping this necklace could protect her. Gina clutched the necklace in her aesthetic hands. The curse of Lian losing her mind. It could be caused by a curse. Could it really be that Lian killed Tiu Li? Ko-da stepped forward to restrain Lian and pressed him down to the ground. Lian immediately frantically turned County Da back over. Lian's hand reached up and tightened Ko-da's neck. Forced County Da down. Gina quickly shouted. Don't Lian. Gina rushed forward and jumped into Lian's arms and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Ko-da quickly cried out that Gina was dangerous. Gina hugged Lian. Try to talk to him to regain his reason. Lian, don't. Do something that makes you regret it. You are a very important person to us. Lian. You remember Ra, right? Lian gradually let go of your hand. Ko-da to hand back. Aesthetic brother. This familiar sound. Who is it? Ko-da as soon as he escaped he shot an arrow towards Lian Ho. Gina be careful. The arrow shot into Lian's shoulder. Making him cry out in pain. Ko-da pulled Gina aside and asked if she was okay. Gina turned back to look at Lian and said I'm okay Lian. Lian hugged his wound and groaned in pain. Seeing that Gina rushed to shout. Lian immediately hugged Gina tightly to stop her from speaking. Don't go there, it's too dangerous. Lian was injured and became extremely angry. Just as Lian was about to rush in, Gina screamed. Lian, don't be like that. I'm so scared. Lian immediately stopped. Gina cried out Lian. Lian looked at her. Then held her head in pain and cried out. Gina worriedly shouted to Lian. Koda continued to stop Gina and told her not to go there. It's too dangerous. Lian turned away, broke the glass and flew away. Gina quickly called Theo Lian. Koda walked to Gina's side and told me. Thought Lian must be special. Unexpectedly, the feathered person. Gina pondered and then spoke. I feel like this is not that simple. Koda saw that Gina was still protecting Lian, so she asked. Can't you see Lian wants to kill us? She even talked to show him. Gina immediately asked the late general. Surveillance camera in phone. Can I see it again? Koda give me the phone to show Gina. Inside, replays the surveillance camera footage. Lian used Tu Li's card to kill him, causing fresh blood to splatter. Then Lian smiled, looked at the camera and threw out the cards. Destroyed all the surveillance cameras, causing interference on the screen. See here, Gina gave the phone to Cho County Da and asked. If Lian completely lost his reason, he would kill him. So why do you still want to destroy the surveillance camera? This is not reasonable. Koda thought about it and said it wasn't wrong. But at this moment Koda's assistant ran in and said. General situation happened, an incident happened. Pedestrian street appeared. The incident of armed beasts harming people. There are people on the street filming dikes. A person who harms others in a virtuous manner. Looks like it's in my phone. The assistant is opening a video that has been circulating online. The main content of the video is case of harming people on the street. For pedestrians. Suspect. The perpetrator is a famous live broadcaster. Prince Lian. In the video, Lian is wearing a period outfit, crazily rushing forward to attack passers-by. After watching, Gina was startled by something. Seeing that, I shook my head and said. Seeing this, she has nothing more to say. Even though I don't want to admit it. But it's very possible that she was tricked by Lian too. Gina still couldn't believe it and shouted, it's impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe what? Said. Gina immediately ran away. Tried to run. Theo called Gina. Outside, Gina wandered the streets. Lian before. Looked at Gina sitting in the living room. Should I say Cho Gina for aesthetics? Because she woke me up early. So I need her strength. Only be able to control the seal. Gina, she always worries about herself. It's still better not to say it. Let her think I'm just taking advantage of her. Gina cried while walking, thinking. Did I harm him? Lian. At this moment, he was on the tree watching Gina. He looked at his hand in pain. Turned into claws. Think. Gina. Can I still go comfort her? The internet is full of news about Lian right now. Cause harm to others. Suspected to be online celebrity Lian. The whole process of the famous prince causing chaos. Injuring others. The process of the famous online prince causing chaos. Beating people to death August 18th. Live stream the murder prince. Case of harming people on a pedestrian street. Suspected that the perpetrator was the live broadcaster. Famous prince. Lian. In the office. Tried to put those videos in Gina and said. She also saw the situation now. So I have to delete your livestream room. Gina said to me eloquently. It's because the livestream room was deleted. That's why I came here. I did not violate the rules. I hope the late president reopens the livestream room. Let me. Koda see that Gina said no right away. Then he frowned and explained again. Actually, deleting the livestream room is a good thing. And for her. You must know if you reopen the livestream room. What does it mean to her? Gina was silent for a while, then replied. I know. An hour ago Gina was jogging and thinking. Right now everyone on the internet is cursing Lian for coming to the room. My livestream has also been deleted. I must go find the late general. To negotiate countermeasures. Suddenly a group of journalists appeared. While taking pictures, she asked Gina. I am a reporter for the city's daily newspaper. Can you reveal a little? About Lian's situation. Lian hurt people. Is it broadcast content? Planned in advance? Gina. Did you hide Lian? Gina quickly ran away. Say you got the wrong person. I'm not Gina. The journalists continued to rush forward, shouting not to run. Come back quickly. The suspect fled because he was afraid of crime. Who knows? Maybe immersing yourself in the joy of killing people? Gina angrily said. That's it. I'm not here to argue. Although I cannot convince you. But I want to prove it for Lian. If someone planned all this to harm him, then I will stand up and expose that person's plan. Ko-da said, frowning. I believe even more because of Lian. Unable to bear the curse. Gina quickly shouted. It's impossible. Ko-da to see Gina trust Lian like that. Then stood up and asked. Why he almost hurt her. You are. But you can still firmly trust him like that. Gina immediately replied. Because he was awakened by me. I understand what kind of person he is better than you. He is not a monster. And he is afraid. Fear is a monster. The name is doubt in my heart. That. Lian was in the tree. Suddenly clutching his chest and saying something was wrong. To his ears gradually grew feathers. The eyes gradually turned black. The legs also gradually turned into animal claws. He silently exclaimed that he was becoming more and more like a monster. To Lian's ears gradually grew feathers. His eyes gradually turned black, similar to the color of a beast. Suddenly Lian heard a voice. Because I woke him up. Lian immediately realized this was Gina's sound. Gina is declaring to her aunt. I understand what kind of person he is better than you. He's not a monster. Lian heard that and secretly thought Gina no wrong. I'm not a monster, I'm human. Lian immediately accumulated strength. Feathers on his ears and the spots gradually disappeared. Lian suddenly coughed up blood. He wiped his cosmetic mouth. Although the seal bit back a bit. But luckily I was able to restrain the corrosion of the curse. Gina. Thank you for your courage. In the office tried Da. Caressing Tiu Li's hat. Remembering what Gina said. And my brother was scared. Fear is the monster. The name is doubt in my heart. Ko-da aesthetic, is that right? So Ko-da immediately pressed to contact his assistant. Restore Gina's livestream room. I want to see how much she can do. The evening after the livestream room reopened, Gina immediately wanted to livestream. Before the livestream, she was extremely nervous, but still clicked to start the livestream. Gina immediately raised her hand to say hello. Good evening, little cats. Long time no see. The livestream room was deleted. Suddenly the notification kept ringing. The above was full of malicious comments. Go away and die. Get out of here. Death to death and death. We treated her. Turns out she was with the murderer. What prince? It's all about setting him up for chaos and murder. I came here to scold you. Any kind of person can do it. An online celebrity. Gina looks at the malicious comments online. Then stopped. I secretly thought it would be much harder than I imagined. But I won't be defeated easily. So Gina continued smiling. Let's start the livestream today. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. What are we doing today? If you see malicious comments, get out of here. His face is so thick that he even dares to livestream. Why are you still here livestreaming? Try to be aesthetically pleasing. Is this your courage? Look at me. After saying that, Ko-da immediately started pressing the livestream room to notify. Gina's little girl gave her a flower. Gina's little girl gave her a flower. Gina was surprised. Next there was an announcement that William gave him a rocket. William donated a hot air balloon. William gave a Maserati. Gina was startled when she saw that. It was him. William with the person of his dream. Is it the same person after all? See. Gina is thinking. William laughed and said, let's see. She seemed to have discovered something. Let's try to confirm Min. Suddenly the phone rang. Gina wondered who was calling her right now. William appeared on the screen. Gina saw that the caller was William. Is extremely surprising. What's going on with William? Should I listen? Friends next door looking into the livestream room. Tease the boss. That's so perverted. Gina right now picked up the phone and asked boss William. William answered with a smile. It's me Gina, have you had any free time these days? Gina sweating and asked why you were looking for me. William smiled and replied, I want to invite you to the time team as a guest. Gina was startled when she heard that. William gave the phone to Cho Flums and said hey. Fulham took the phone in surprise. Flums coldly said to Gina, hello, can you hear me? Gina heard the voice of the minister friends. I was so surprised that I dropped my phone. She quickly picked it up and looked around muttering. Luckily but couldn't see. William and Flums on the other side. Watching through the camera followed by being quiet. Kana asked again if it was my god friend. Friend's rap was me. I want to invite you to the base to do a livestream. Gina said nervously. But now I'm in for a lot of bad news. Coming to the base will cause trouble for everyone. Friends laughed and talked. What are you afraid of? I'll take you flying. Gina immediately heard about flying. Remembering Lian, she quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? On the other end of the line is Flum Ma. Kana replied. Thank you. Friends said to Gina. The specific time will be negotiated with the manager. After hanging up the phone, Slims returned the phone to William and asked the boss again. What kind of pervert are you paying attention to? William smiled and replied. Time is running out. Slims also realized said. That's right. No wonder my physical condition has become poor. William said with a smile. This time I have to have her. The next day, Gina picks clothes and thinks. What should I wear today? Then she saw the recording device and muttered. I remember this is the device that William gave me. She doubted then walked forward. Face down. When she got in the car, saw Gina looking around everywhere. Tried to ask. What are you doing? Gina replied that I was watching. Do you have a camera in your car? Ko-da frowned. What did you mean? Gina asked County Da. Do you remember? William took the name of commerce. Did you give me a set of computer accessories? I suspect there is a camera installed inside. Ko-da pondered and told his assistant. To investigate. The assistant immediately replied clearly. Mr. General. The assistant called and informed Mr. Yes. The late general that I had just sent someone to take the name of a cleaning staff. To enter Lady Gina's residence. But the balcony door is open. But the computer's camera disappeared. Ko-da immediately said worriedly. Looks like they brought her to the base as a trap. Ms. Ko-da tried to reach out and hold Gina's hand. Then collected again. Tried to warn her. Gina going livestream this time will be very dangerous. Do you still want to go? Gina replied eloquently. Of course I had to go see it. What do they want to do? The car that County Da and Gina were traveling on was on the road. Then behind him appeared two beasts chasing Theo. Gina looked back and noticed that he quickly shouted for the late general. At the back of the car, there was a beast following Theo. Suddenly a wind blew past, blowing those two beasts into the forest. Gina was surprised to see that. What's going on? Then the car door opened. An object was thrown into the car. Gina was surprised when she saw it. Then isn't this the device William gave me? Ko-da picked up the Kia device and crushed it. Then Ko-da took out a chip and said. Sure enough, there were surveillance cameras inside. Gina saw that and thought to herself. Lian was certain that Lian was helping her. So she quickly told the driver to stop the car. As soon as the car stopped, Gina got out and ran away. Ko-da quickly shouted, Gina, where are you going? After running for a while to a deserted alley, Gina panted. Aesthetics have gone so far. Surely no one is going with Theo? After resting for a while, Gina then screamed, Lian, come here quickly. There's no one here. She shouted for a while but no one answered. Gina felt extremely sad when she saw that. She opened her bag and took out the pineapple cake. Put it on the ground and say, I bought pineapple cake to keep here. I won't look at you. I'll go first. Finished speaking, Gina turned around and left. Gina just left. Lian immediately appeared. The feathers on his wings fell down. Lian landed on the ground holding up the pineapple cake. He happily mumbled Gina's name. Lian just picked up the cake. Then Gina immediately appeared and shouted. Sure enough, Lian quickly covered his face and shouted. Didn't I say not to look? Gina saw that and sadly called Lian. Lian said in a panic. Don't come over here. I have no right to hug you like that. When Gina heard that, she was stunned. She ran to Lian and beat and scolded him. Lian, what are you talking about? You are who you are. Nothing has changed. Don't talk nonsense. You cover the speaker and stop making trouble. Can't you see my changes? Now it's a martial beast that's basically not human. Gina shouted. You are the one and this is a curse. I have to regain my spirit to deal with it. Trying to hide my face said. But Tiu Li's death. Gina walked up and pulled his shirt and said. It wasn't you. Definitely not you who killed Tiu Li. Lian was stunned when he heard that. Then he happily smiled and asked Gina. He himself doesn't even remember. Why are you so sure? Gina blushed and replied. I just knew. Right at this moment, Ko-da ran to call Gina. Lian said startled. Someone's here. Finished speaking and immediately flapped his wings to leave. Gina looked at Lian for aesthetics. Looks like I can't wait for an answer. Then, Ko-da ran to Gina Lake. Ko-da pulled Gina back and asked. I just saw Lian coming this way. Did he hurt you? See. Gina was silent. Ko-da immediately called Gina back. Gina regained her composure and replied. It's okay. Let's go. Ko-da worriedly advised her. Gina, don't risk contact with Lian. I can't lose another friend. Gina was about to explain, then sighed and said, well, I don't believe it anyway. Let's get to the base first. Said. Gina turned around and left, leaving behind to call Theo. Lian hid at the top of the house looking at Gina. He remembered what Gina said. It's definitely not you who killed Tiu Li. That's it. He smiled and thought to himself, Gina. Thank you again. Suddenly spots appeared on my face. Along with the beast's claws disappeared. Lian wondered in surprise. This is finally. When arriving at the world base, Gina explains why the world team is the rich team. The base is also too luxurious. Try to stand aside and talk nonsense. Hearing that, Gina immediately teased the boss. He wrote 2 words of admiration on his face. Ko-da frowned and said she saw wrong. William walked over holding a bouquet of roses and said, Welcome Miss Gina to visit. Gina accepted the rose, smiled and said thank you. William politely continued, Next, I will take you 2 to visit the base. Gina laughed happily and bothered. Then, William led 2 people inside to introduce. This is a normal place. We held training. Gina saw phlegm, whispered thinking of Lian. Always felt. The 2 of them were a bit alike. William patted Gina on the shoulder and asked Lady Gina. Our world team. There will be a livestream later. I want to invite you to join me. Gina pointed at herself and surprised me. William answered correctly. She cooperated with friends to play games together. Friends took off her headphones and asked angrily. Wants me to play with her? Is that wrong? I don't want to play with stupid chickens. William said with a cold face that he had an opinion. Seeing that Flem had no choice but to say. Okay, no problem. Gina saw that then doubted his aesthetics. What did he want to do? Let's see what the situation is. Then the livestream takes place. Gina greeted the audience and introduced. Hi everybody. I'm Gina. Today, I am the livestream MC guest of the World War Team. Play together with friends. Our Air King. Flumes puts on his headphones and coldly replies Gina sees his friends being so cold. Just more stress. After being so stressed, I won't offend him. Friends entered the game and coldly said let's go. Gina and Slim started playing games together. The sound of typing continuously rang out. Gina said excitedly. After that, Lian, I'll help you get your things. Flem frowned and turned to ask Gina. Did you say something wrong? Gina quickly turned to apologize to Flem. Sorry sir, I mistakenly called my partner's name. Flems replied in an hour. Gina and Flimes continued to play together. In full energy Gina spoke again. Lian, I'm here to support you. Flems got angry when he heard that. Reached out and grabbed Gina's chin and raised it threateningly. Call Sai again. We will kill you 100 times in single combat in the game. Gina quickly nodded and said yes. Flumes frowned threateningly. You better remember clearly. Gina's attention immediately fell on the earrings Slims was wearing. She secretly thought that Slim's earrings looked a bit familiar. Maybe waiting for the livestream to end. I have to talk about this with my aunt. Half an hour later. The game notification sounds in. Gina told fans okay. Today's livestream ends here. Bye bye. Saw Gina leaving in a hurry. Flem smiled and waved to the team director. Director, come over here for a moment and tell the girl Kia. The person she wanted to find was in that room. The team director replied yes. After a while Gina walked along the hallway. She thought to herself. The team director said. Ko-da and William went into the office to discuss things. Is it here? Why haven't I found it yet? Gina goes to an office. On the door is written the director's office. So happily. It's here. Gina opens the door and goes into the room. The room light immediately turned off. Gina was startled and no one was there. Did I go the wrong way? The door suddenly closed. Why it suddenly got dark? Has the facility cut off the lights? Gina turned around to open the door and couldn't open it. Something seemed wrong. Suddenly a few golden wires appeared. Pulled Gina, startling her. What is this all about? I don't have any strength. Who am I? The ropes immediately reached out and tied Gina tightly. Pull her up. Gina weakened, turned around and saw a man wearing a black coat holding the other end of the rope. Saw someone holding the other end of the rope. Then Gina wondered, who is that person? The person wearing a black cloak? Kia walked over. Gina suddenly remembered her past life memories. Wai Wei from the past. Also tied up by the yellow rope. Wai Wei was angry. Spit in William's face and scolded him. I will definitely not let you take your soul away. Gina being tied up also recognized it very familiarly. This feeling seems to have been experienced in a previous life. From Gina's mouth, the red pearl gradually appeared and then came out of her mouth. The person in black shirt, Kia, said frantically. Almost. My stuff is almost here. Gina screams, soul. Someone is taking my soul. I can't. The guy in the black shirt smiled and said, your life is useless. It was originally stolen from my place. You should return it to me now. Right now. From Gina's pocket, a protective feather appeared. It flew, then rushed towards the guy in black. The guy in black saw it attacking him, so he dodged. Let go of the golden rope. The feather and at the same time cut the rope. Gina fell down. The pearl immediately spread on the ground. The man in black scolded angrily. What the hell is this? Don't ruin my good deeds. Gina used all her strength to go forward and hold the red pearl tightly. Then put it in her mouth and swallow it. Right away, Gina felt her strength return. Gina turned around and asked the other person. He was William, right? The black-shirted guy dodged the feather and scolded him to stay away. So annoying. Gina stepped forward and pulled her cloak to shout. Quickly reveal your true form. But the cloak is empty. A silhouette of a person running out the door. Feather also rushed out. In the office, William said to County Daw. This live stream of Gina and her friends was very successful. The number of viewers is not small at all. So the base and Miss Gina maybe live stream together every week, trying to answer what's possible. After all, Flems is an esport player. Has a very high reputation. William smiled. It's a win-win situation. So why can't? Koda replied, then thank you. William replied. So our cooperation is decided. I need a lawyer to make a contract. Suddenly the feather flew past, hurting William's face. Trying to realize, isn't this a feather protected by a seal? Why? William covered his face and silently scolded the damn woman. Now I want to get rid of her myself. Saw William stand up and tried to ask William, are you okay? William replied, okay, I'll go to the infirmary for a bit. Koda stood up and asked if I could take you there. He replied, no need. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Koda still went up and said I should still take you away. William was angry. Cough. I told you no need. Told you. He squeezed Koda's neck hard, causing him to fall to the ground. William looked, then said, useless. He called, let someone say it. Take Gina to the small room at the internet cafe. This time I have to deal with her myself. The feather in Lethan's hand glowed. He immediately realized something was wrong. Gina happened. Gina was locked in the room. If you can't pull the door lock, then quickly shout if anyone is there. I'm locked in here. Open the door. Gina opened the phone to call Cho County Daw. Can't call General Cho. I won't be locked up until tomorrow. Will I? What should I do if William comes again? At this moment the door opened and a person walked in against the light. Gina was startled to realize it was him. Gina happily ran and jumped into the arms of the person in front of her. Please come and save me. Flem let out a teasing smile. You know I will come to save you. Gina sees the person in front of her is not. Lian was startled and asked, why you? Gina immediately stepped back cautiously. Flems asked, crossing his arms, if not, who do you think it is? What's the name of the prince of the Khoi Kia clan? Gina shook her head and replied, I didn't say that. Friend said with a wink at Gina. I saw she disappeared a long time ago. I was afraid something would happen to her, so I came to find her. Miss. Gina looked at the aesthetic Flum's expressions. Based on his expression, seems like it really doesn't fool people. Friends go out and point in one direction. Go this way. The boss told me to take you there. Gina frowned. Aesthetically, have I misunderstood him? Based on earrings and my guesses. Actually, we can't be sure. He is the murderer. Flem saw that Gina did not respond. If you don't move, ask again. Gina quickly replied here. Lian was now standing in front of an electric fence. He looked at the fence wondering where this was. Electric current can fly up to the sky. Seems unable to fly directly through. Suddenly there was a cargo truck coming. Lian hid to the side and looked at it and immediately had an idea. The car came in, an employee shouted stop. The driver got down. A colleague approached to ask. Finished work, then went out to drink. Don't respond. Lian hid under the car and noticed that no one was there anymore. Must quickly find the electrical room. Lian crawled out from under the car. He went into a room. Then opened the door. Wonder what this room is. The scene inside startled Lian. There was a guy in black being detained. In the electric cage, whispering, I am not willing. We must get out of this hellish place. Lian looked at this person's face and was surprised. This guy is not an archer. Are you planning on killing me on the street? Why are you here? The archer stormed the electric barrier and shouted. We must go out. Lian quickly shouted danger. He ran to grab the iron frame. Was immediately electrocuted by it. Cried out in pain, but still tried his best to throw the iron cage aside, and asked the archer, Are you okay? Archer immediately grabbed Lian Ho Flem. Give me my soul back quickly. Give it back to me. Lian was startled to hear that. This is not the name of an esport player. Gina's favorite? Gina's side. Friends spoke up. This side invited Gina to go into the room and mutter. Do you really want me to wait here? This room is so dark and strange. Friends looked into the bag of Gina smiling. He stretched out his hand. When a wave of strength knocked his hand away, causing his earring to fall. Of his. Gina was startled when she saw that. Isn't this the soul? The archer immediately ran into my soul box. Said he picked it up. Swallowed it. Swallowed, he got angry. Ho Flem, you stole my soul. Today I have to kill you here. Right now. Lian flew up and stood on the window sill for Gina. I'm here to save you. Gina happily shouted when she saw Lian appear. Lian hugged Gina worriedly. Ask me to see the light of feathers. Is she injured? Gina frowned and looked at her friends and replied no. There was someone playing tricks with her friends. Want to steal my soul? Archer stood up angrily, shouted friends. You can't escape. Friends said, smiling confidently. Just based on you guys all want to die. Slims took out a flute and blew a deafening sound that made Lian. Gina and the archer both had to cover their ears. Gina realized. This sound is the sound that always occurs when a martial beast appears. Lian nodded and continued. Sure enough, there was someone controlling the martial beast. The martial beast heard Kia's voice and appeared all at once. Flem pointed at Gina. Lian and the archers said they were all dead. Let me go up. Martial beasts. As ordered. Advance. Gina took chili powder out of her bag and threw it in the eyes of the martial beasts. Hey, look at my chili powder trick. Archer too picked up a chair and hit the beast's body. Slim got angry and said hateful. He took out his bow and shot. The arrow flew towards the archer. Just when the archer thought he was hit. Then Lian grabbed the arrow and said, be careful, someone shoots an arrow that secretly hurts people. The archer said gratefully, thank you. Last time I blamed you wrongly. Lian smiled. He understood. Okay? Flem frowned. It's good for you. A beast flew to attack Lian's wing. Gina worriedly asked his wing. Lian spoke up. There are so many enemies that we cannot resist. Run first. The archer, you take Theo Gina and go first. Gina quickly said. No, I can't leave you here alone. The archer turned around and said that. I understand you yourself, be a little careful. Gina shouted. Hey, I told you not to go, but. Archer grabbed Gina. Jumped out of the window. Women. Only affects Lian's sword draw speed. Stop it. Shouldn't be here to hinder him. Gina frowned, thinking what to do if she wanted to punch this person so much. After a while Lian finished taking care of all the martial beasts. He turned around and said to Flem evenly. It's settled. Next to you. Flem draws his sword. His sword is exactly like Lian's. Lian smiled and said, "You're truly a counterfeiter." Flem's heard that. His face darkened and asked what you said. Lian raised his sword and said, "The outside looks like me and the weapons are the same. But the fake ones are fake." After saying that, Flem and Lian Lao came to attack each other. Two swords collided. Flem angrily said, "Okay. So let's see who can survive today. Being alive is real." Lian laughed when he heard that. "So you are destined to suffer." Lian and Flem fight. Lian flew up, used his sword to slash down. Flem immediately used his sword to block. Lian immediately used his sword to knock away Flem's sword. The sword fell and stuck into the wall. Lian said sarcastically. As expected, he was so fake that he couldn't even hold his sword firmly. Slims was so angry that he let out a loud cry. His hand raised and the card flew past Lian's face. Plugged into the wall. Slims smiled and said this is much more convenient. Gina was startled when she saw the card in Slim's hand. Isn't this the card that killed everyone? Turns out he killed Tiu Li. Lian immediately looked at the card in Flem's hand. Angry as you. You killed my friend. Flem said proudly. So what if it was me? It's not because you're too stupid. That's why I walked into the trap. Why? That stupid magician really thought that. It was you who killed him. Time back a few days ago. When Gina rushed into the hospital room, Koda quickly told Ms. Gina not to be in such a hurry. Gina ran to the hospital bed and said, "I have to go see Lian's condition." Lian is okay, then it's good. Gina said, then held Lian's hand. But she didn't know. The person on the bed was not Lian but Flem. He silently scolded stupid. Then the friend pretended to wake up. Tiu Li came to ask Lian if he was awake. Flem said smiling, "Come here, I have something to say." Tiu Li came closer and asked him what he wanted to say. Flem suddenly strangled Tiu Li. Pulled him to the ground. Tiu Li couldn't believe it and asked Lian, Why do you have to do this? Aren't we friends?" Flem said smugly and disdainfully. "Who would be friends with a fool like you? Go die." After saying that, he immediately used Tiu Li's poker card. Kill Pepper. After killing Tiu Li, he immediately destroyed all the cameras. Supervisor in the room. He had just finished doing it. When the beast flew in carrying Theo Lian on his back. Flum smiled and said he had brought it. "Throw it here." He threw Lian down next to Tiu Li's body. He looked at this scene and thought it made sense and said yes. "Cards are still effective. I will keep it," said. Then he laughed loudly, riding the beast, and left. Lian asked madly when he heard the truth, "Why did you have to kill him?" Flem laughed and said of course it was for his soul. Then the golden rope appeared. Tied Lian tightly. Forced his soul out. He scolded you in pain. Lian took it rope. Wrapped tightly around his neck. Asked what this was. Flems replied with a smile. "Is magic. That you and that stupid magician Kia want to see it." Flumes controlling the string Kia. Causing it to wrap tightly around Lian. Lian let out a cry of pain. Gina was startled when she saw that. The archer saw that and was afraid that something was wrong. Lian's soul is about to be taken away. Gina suddenly thought, "Ah yes, if feathers can protect me, then we can also protect Lian. Thanks to you too." Gina took out feathers from her bag. Holding a wish in his hand. The feather, as if he heard her words, flew up, then immediately rushed towards Flumes, injuring him. Gina took the opportunity to run in and call Lian. "Lian, how are you?" Lian escaped from his bonds and angrily scolded him. "How dare you use this despicable magic? Treat Xiao Li." Flem cover the bleeding wound in response. "You are no better than the cruel people. Hybrid monster." Lian pulled out his sword and said, "Surely better than a fake like you." Lian rushed forward and slashed at Flem. Thought he had killed him. Turned around and saw that it turned out to be a martial beast. And the real Flem flew away on another martial beast. Lian angrily said hateful. Still let him escape. Flem climbed up. Wu Beast secretly scolded. Damn, even though he found someone to die instead. But Lian's speed was too fast. Suddenly an explosion happened, startling Gina and Lian. "What's going on?" "This side." Ko Da is using an arrow to shoot towards William. He smiled and moved aside. Used the golden rope to tie County Da up again. Lian flew to cut the rope of the box carefully. Ko Da was surprised to see Lian. And William does. Laughed and said, "Oh. This is not Lian. What is the culprit of our murder?" Gina angrily said, "What is the culprit? It's obvious that you and Flumes are slandering him." William smiled and asked if you had any evidence. Does the perpetrator of murder still need to be falsely accused? What does he do? Could it be that you don't know? Ko Da bowed his head when he heard that. There are still doubts in my heart about Lian. At this moment the archers appeared and said, "You are the culprit. This guy is the real culprit, it is him." William collects 10 other people's souls. To maintain his immortality. Also controls weapons. Create more hybrids between archers and beasts. William is the murderer. Imprisoned and killed our fellow humans. And Lian saved us. Ko Da heard that and was startled. "Turns out I misunderstood you." Lian replied proudly. "After getting used to it. I've been misunderstood for over 100 years. Gina immediately rushed to hug Lian and said happily, I know you're not the killer. I know you can't kill people. Already." She was startled and touched Lian's face. "I just didn't find out. It seems he has transformed. Also, the eye color is not black anymore." Lian took Gina's hand and smiled. "This is all the courage you gave me." Gina was so happy when she heard that. It was so good. Suddenly Lian was startled. William spoke up. "Sorry, just finished speaking." A matrix circle surrounds Lian. Gina and the archers startled them. "What is this?" William smiled and said, "Accumulating power to form an array. If only you knew my secret. Then definitely turn all of you. Become my energy." From within the formation, there were countless white arms reaching up. Those arms rushed to grab Gina tightly. Lian rushed to use the sword to cut off that hand and said, "Be careful. Gina, is she okay?" Gina leaned weakly against Lian and said it was strange. "It seems like it's sucking all our strength." Gina raised her head and was startled. Calling, "Everyone." Ko Da and the others were also grabbed by the arms. Their strength is being gradually drained away. Lian said to Gina while leaning on his sword, "We must quickly leave this formation. I'm almost at my limit." Gina looked at the sword. Lian pondered for a moment and then said, "I seem to know a way." Lian was surprised and asked what it was. Gina immediately rubbed her hand on the blade, causing her hand to bleed. She dripped a drop of blood on the matrix, and saw the drop of blood disappear. The matrix there also weakens. She happily said it worked. Lian asked in surprise what happened. Gina immediately said he didn't have time to explain. "In the evening we'll say." Gina then used her blood. Draw a large circle around them. After finishing drawing, she shouted, "Everyone quickly stand inside this circle." Trying to take out the arrow. Using it to stab the hand that was grabbing him to escape. He quickly ran to help the archer up. Speak quickly to help everyone escape. Then go inside the circle. The archer answers. After everyone is in the circle. Trying to speak up, Gina thanked her. Gina immediately said, "Don't be so quick to thank me." He quickly thought of a way to break the formation. "Otherwise we will all die here." So Ko Da spoke up. Lian, we cooperated again. Lian was surprised and asked if you have a way. Ko Da nodded and replied of course. Seeing this, Lian held his hand and told him to cooperate. Everyone working together to fight back. Arms reached out. Try to explain. These types of formations always have formation eyes. The eye is the weakest area. As long as we join forces to attack, we can rush out. Gina suddenly noticed a symbol on her arm and asked, "Lian, Ko Da, is that a battle eye?" Lian and Ko Da looked at each other and nodded. Two people rushed forward. Ko Da shot an arrow into that mark. Lian rushed in, cut it off. Space broke out. Everyone said happily. It was successful. Lian pointed his sword at William. Ko Da also pointed the arrow ring at him. Startled William. Two people shouted in unison, "Don't try to escape today." William smiled confidently and said, "If you want to kill me then you should try." As soon as he finished speaking, Lian immediately rushed forward. Just as he was about to swing his sword to cut down on William, he smiled and teleported. Rushed to stop Lian from stopping. Lian frowned and asked County Da, "What are you doing?" Ko-da pointed down to remind him. Lian, look again. William used the substitution technique to replace himself. The person in front of Lian was no longer William. But flumes are shaking, tremble in fear. But William was now flying out on a beast. He held the phone and laughed loudly and said, "You take action. I will post your murderous face online." Lian ran to the window and shouted hatefully. Tried to quickly stop him. Worriedly told Lian not to chase Theo. "Be careful, there's a trap." Suddenly the building shook, making everyone unsteady. Lian immediately asked what happened. Was there an earthquake? Already. Lian turned to ask County Da. What time is it now? Yi doubts what you mean. Lian replied, no, wrong. The Wu Kai people have awakened. Looks like the Wu Kai tribe has awakened. At the resting place, the king of the Ko Kai clan opened his eyes. William rode the beast too. Near the resting place, he secretly thought, my plan still has a chance. So he pulled out Ko Da's arrow. Stabbed himself in the arm. Injured himself, then jumped down. After landing he immediately knelt down and said, please forgive my sins. The subordinate is late. The king of the Vo Kai clan asked Lian Dui why it was you. Where will her next life be? William said with a worried look. Please follow me and leave this place. The resting place is no longer safe. The Wu Kai royal family asked angrily. I'm asking you where your future life will be. William made up a story about the king. He betrayed the Vo Kai clan. When the king heard that, he was startled and asked what you said. William recounted how Lian transformed into a beast. Always monitor and hunt our clan. I can avoid Lian. But didn't expect that. Could not avoid the future generations of the great-grandfather. He cooperated with Lian. I want to force you to ask me about the whereabouts of my resting place. When I was running away, I was attacked by a coon. When the royal family heard this, they jumped down. William saw that and continued speaking. King Zam, please believe me. What I said is true. A member of the Khoi clan came up and said, I think that this is not a wound. What happened to the arrow on his sleeve? William sounded worried. Still, please move to a safe place. To rest. A minister came forward and spoke to the king. When the Khoi clan awakens, appeared with the storm, everywhere is a jungle that's not very safe. The royal family stared at the arrow. Then broke it, turned around and said let's go. Immediately, the surroundings disappeared without a trace of anyone. The sky was pouring rain, thunder and lightning. William's base was in ruins. Lian stood on the rubble and asked Gina worriedly. How come she's not injured? Gina replied, I'm fine. Just unexpected. The earthquake also caused it to fall. Note room. Trying to get out of the rubble. This rain aesthetic. Probably to hide the awakening breath of the Wu Kai tribe. So he told everyone. This rain will probably continue until tomorrow. Everyone should go back to my place to rest first today. The others replied. Thank you, General. Lian also said yes. We won't be polite anymore. Let's go. The group of archers muttered. I can finally leave this hellish place. But Flem is now trapped in the rubble asking for help. Help me, save me. Lian saw that and sat down next to Flem and asked. Can move without speaking. Then he helped him lift the pile of rocks. Friends saw that and were extremely surprised. Lian. I killed Tiuli. Do you still want to save me? Lian replied. If I kill you to avenge Tiuli. So I'm no different from you. Flem exclaimed. This is the difference between real and fake goods. Why did Lian help and teach him? Stop talking nonsense. Gina looked at this scene and was extremely moved. Indeed, the man I like. At Koda's house. The news is broadcasting. Tonight, it suddenly rained heavily in the city. Accompanied by strong convective weather such as severe thunderstorms. I hope everyone will be more careful. Koda said, turn off the TV. I must go to my resting place. The invisible tribe must have awakened. Lian said worriedly. The resting places of the Ko Kai clan are all deep in the mountains. It's very dangerous for you to go now. Koda replied. That's my responsibility. Believe me. Lian immediately said I will go with you. Gina immediately said I want to go too. Lian told her to stay here. We need her help. Gina immediately pouted and asked for an excuse. Lian sheepishly replied that it was very dangerous. I don't want her to be in danger. Flem now said there was no need to go anymore. It's already late. Koda immediately asked friends what he meant. Friends replied, William has arrived at his resting place. If he meets the infinite king, it will definitely fall out. Bad things have been done to you people. If I go, I will find a way to die. Koda was silent and said I was a descendant of a hunter. Must tell the truth to the Khoi people. I believe there is no king. Won't believe William's side words. So Koda and Lian then went to their resting place together. Koda looked at the coffin and asked, Are they really gone? Lian then noticed the sign that says Koda. On that side we see the symbol of the invisible clan. Then, go there and look. The two of them hid in a bush. Saw that the Vo Kai clan's residence was strictly guarded. Then say, Flem is right. Half right. Maybe there's still a chance to turn it around. Suddenly the watchman realized and shouted, Where are you, Lian? The traitor has appeared. There is also a traitor to the old man. Lian then flew up and swung his sword to block all the arrows. The hunters of the Vo Kai clan warned, Don't resist anymore. This time you guys can't fly even if you have wings. Koda patted Lian's shoulder and asked, Can you help me attract the attention of these archers? I want to go see King Wu Kai. Lian nodded and replied, Just leave it to me. Then Lian spread his wings and flew away, attracting the attention of the Khoi people. The clansmen immediately shouted that it was not good. They want to run, so chase them quickly. Lian dragging Koda along. After flying through the gate, tell Koda to hurry and leave this place. Leave it to me. Koda ran away but was still worried and said to be careful. Koda couldn't believe it, said the king. A silhouette of a little girl continues talking and then he sprays the anesthetic, causing them to be stunned. What is this so dizzy? After a while they all fell down. Lian praised. The toy Gina gave me is also really good to use. The extremely strong anesthetic spray. Made by Gina herself. Use it well and don't harm anyone. Inside the mansion, Koda walked in and knelt down and said, The king is late. The king asked, I heard you were with a traitor. Koda replied that his subordinate didn't have one. He continued to ask who was the person standing outside. Koda paused and replied that he was. He is my friend. The friend who helped me protect the Wu Kai clan. The king angrily scolded nonsense. At this moment William came out and said, Koda, you are now in front of the enemy. How dare you lie like that? Koda immediately stood up to question William. Dare you say what you did? William said with a sigh. Of course I dare to be an archer from the Tu family. Because protecting me was killed by your own hands. I had a hard time escaping your siege. You dare come here to deceive the king. The king blames me for being useless. God can only keep the remaining half of his soul. By Tiuli, descendant of the Tu family. Speaking, he opened his hand to reveal the soul stone. Koda angrily scolded him. Then Koda pointed the crossbow at William's face and shouted, William, you are too shameless. Then a guard rushed over and scolded me with a sword. You are the shameless one. A traitor to the invisible clan. Koda explains I am a descendant of hunters. Why do I have to betray the invisible tribe? The king slowly spoke up. Perhaps Lian has assimilated you. If you hadn't betrayed me, then prove it to us. Koda couldn't believe it, said the king. Mr. Tham thought. It turned out that Lian was suspected by me. Is this kind of feeling? Said then he turned around and said, I shouldn't have come tonight. The guard held a sword and rushed up to shout, Traitor. Quickly bring the woman over here to me. William, you attacked us 3 times 7 times. What is the purpose? Koda. Koda understood and held his breath. Lian immediately sprayed anesthetic, causing chaos in the Ko Kai clan. What is this? Be careful. It's poisonous. It's a gas that anesthetizes everyone. Quickly. Koda rushed in and punched William in the stomach and stole the soul piece. Said, Koda, hurry up. Run quickly. A silhouette of a little girl walked out and watched them leave. Smiling. Go home. After hearing this, Gina got angry and asked, What was that? So you guys were busy all night? Because Lian was considered a traitor. The late general was accused of being an accomplice. Is that so? The two of you sat down and confessed. Gina scolded angrily. How can you let William benefit? Koda brought out the soul stone and smiled awkwardly. It's not like we didn't get anything. Gina is curious what this is. Trying to answer Tiuli's soul Suddenly friends came in and said. Li then asked cautiously, "Why do you want to swallow souls?" Flem brought out another piece of the puzzle and said to put it all together. "I can only find this little soul." Koda questioned, "Isn't it said to have eaten?" Slem replied that he could not deceive anymore. Li then asked, "So do you have a way to bring Tiuli back to life?" Slem shook his head, very sorry, this is what happened. Only William can do it. Li then continued to ask, "But you can preserve your soul. Surely there is another way, right? So we can preserve Tiuli's soul. Then let William revive for us. Right?" Flem was silent for a while, then nodded and replied yes. The next day Gina and Li then went out to buy things. Li then was tried to help him retract his wings. Gina reads the note. White money, white tureen, tam snow. We also have 3 types of ingredients to buy. Only then can Tiuli's soul be preserved. The shadow of a follower from the invisible clan appeared again. Smiled and said it was you. Li then was startled and turned his head. The Kia person immediately fled. Gina asked if you heard me. Li then, after listening, ask and decide. Gina nodded. Spare parts and Koda are still skeptical or not very good. Kogyu said I feel fine. Gina took the phone and went into the small alley. Then cautiously look around. To 9 Branches Road. Li then told her to go first. I still have something to do. We'll be right back. Gina waved and said see you later. Later. The medicine package seller said. Sister, your medicine is packed. Gina nodded. Thank you. She held the note and mumbled. The place to go next is. Kia followers. Still following Gina. Walking Gina realized. The end of the road. Did I go wrong? At this moment, the figure of a little girl came out and asked me. Ask you, what is your relationship with Lian? Gina was startled and asked who. The little girl said you answered the question first. Gina replied. A kid like me has to introduce himself first. I just told you who I am. The little girl was angry. It's not like that. Juniors these days don't know how to respect others. Look at how powerful I am. Said and shot an arrow at Gina. I realized you're a hunter. The little girl was pleased if she recognized my identity. Don't quickly tell me your name. Otherwise your small life will be difficult to keep. At this moment, Li then grabbed the little girl and said. Is it you? It's true. Long time no see. The little girl angrily scolded the rotten monster to quickly let me down. Otherwise I won't be polite to you. Li then said the person following us must be this guy. Gina nodded. So why did the little girl stir and scold me to let me go? Let me go. Rotten monster. How many years has it been? You still don't know how to respect adults. Gina. Hearing that, it's hard to understand adults. Children. The girl proudly boasted that she shouldn't see me looking like this. Actually I did. Li then chimed in and said the monster is 360 years old. The little girl immediately got upset and started fighting. This monster must learn to respect the old and love the young. Li then argued that she had to say this to Koda. Right? Gina wondered, scratching her head. Did I miss something? Why I don't understand anything. Behind William pointed at Gina and ordered. Quickly bring the woman over here to me. The man in black replied yes, then rushed over. Gina still doesn't know anything. Is preventing the two of them from arguing. Don't fight anymore. Let's go back first. The little girl and Li then realized the danger. The little girl immediately jumped up to stop and shouted be careful. The man in black rushed forward and shouted kill. The man in black held a sword to attack. Pointed his sword at the girl, causing her to step back. At this moment Li then rushed forward, using his sword to knock guy's sword away. He immediately took out the anesthetic spray and said to continue the move. Right after that, the guy in black shirt Kia fell down. Li then sat down to check on him and then asked the little girl. Kogyu, how do you feel? Kogyu replied that he was being controlled. The operator is nearby. Li then asked me to help me look after Gina. I'll go check it out. Try to keep it up and confidently say with a thumbs up. At this moment William and the beasts came out and said. No need for you to look, I'm here. Li then angrily asked. William, you attacked us 3 times 7 times. What is the purpose? William smiled and pointed. Gina said I only have one request. You want? Gina pointed at herself and asked me in surprise. Li then frowned. trying to hold putting Slem in the bathtub, then pouring dirt, and said, "First use Ca mock soil. Temporarily preserve his life. We still have to deal with William quickly. Otherwise, Flem and Tiuli both so. Can't hold on for long." Punched William in the face and scolded, "It's already ugly, but it's a beautiful dream." William wiped the corner of the piece and smiled and said, "This is the last chance. If you miss it, you will face even greater difficulties." Lian frowned and asked him again, "That you threatened me?" William replied, "The Great War is coming. Prepare to die." After saying that, he laughed loudly and flew away riding the beast. Gina wondered why William wanted me to come home. Koda asked, "She is. Kogyu guaranteed genuine products your ancestors." Koda, sweating, said, "My ancestors couldn't have been that young." She holds herself proud. I'll take that as a compliment. Gina immediately walked over and whispered to Koda, "Unfortunately, she is the nest. Your fairy. She has been 360 years old since I met her until now. She is already like this. It is said that he has been asleep for 2 reincarnations." Koda is really surprised. Trying to maintain complacency, "The family's secret bow was designed by me. Moreover, we guess that he had broken the martial seal. Right now the martial arts are about to awaken." Kogyu, why are you so surprised? If you don't stop, why should you be more careful? Koda continued to say, "Haven't asked yet. The ancestors told me why she didn't show up yesterday." Kodu replied, "I was watching for an escape route at that time, because I had already seen through William's plot." Kodu said that one time I was digging medicine in the deep forest. Suddenly heard someone talking. Kodu immediately hid behind bush. Looking out, I discovered that it was a group of Lian Dewey kids. Or should we say William? A hunter of the Khoi clan complained to Lian Dewey. Only the non-Kai clan did not die like that. Very unfair. That's right. Lian Dewey, do you have any solution? Lian Dewey rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then replied, "We discovered a way. Makes it possible for everyone to live forever. This way, you need to get one. A little soul of the Ko Kai clan." Ko Gyu continued, even though that year he couldn't hear clearly what William was saying. "But now we can guess. He wants to get the soul of the Ko Kai clan, achieving the goal of longevity." Hearing this, Gina immediately understood. William searched for me 5 times 7 times because he wanted his soul. Kogyu crossed my arms and said angrily, "That year, we discovered that he wanted to steal Vong Fai's soul. I want to save Vong Fai. But no one believes me." Gina was startled to realize. Yes, Wai Wei has the soul of Vong Fai in him. That's why William wanted to attack me. Seeing her stand up, Lian asked in confusion, "Gina." Gina stood up and said, "If you want to stop a great war, must expose William's plot. There's still the last chance." Lian immediately asked what chance. Gina pointed at herself and said, "I was using myself as bait. Lure William to come." All 3 of Lian, Koda and Kogyu both couldn't shout. Gina pouted and said, "I haven't said anything yet." "Why not?" Lian replied, "I can't let you take the risk." Gina argued that I didn't have everyone here. "I feel very secure." Lian was stunned. Gina again turned to persuade Koda. "Late ancestors, you 2 also came here to listen to my plan." Then everyone gathered together to listen to Gina's plan. "So do this first, then do that." Lian, after listening, ask and decide. Gina nodded. Spare parts and Koda are still skeptical or not very good. Kogyu said, "I feel fine." Flem took the glass of water and walked in. Then I saw 4 people staring at me, suddenly sweating, and asked, "What's going on with you guys?" Kogyu ran to look at the shabby Flem and said, "This guy looks like he has the same spirit." Lian also said, "You don't. I feel like I've become more handsome recently. Stamina value also increases." Flem, "No. I'm even weaker now." See. Koda stared at me. Flem sighed and asked, "What do you guys want to do? Tell me quickly." Gina, "Tell me the plan. I want you to trick William into coming here. Then we will get rid of him." Flem was startled and asked what kind of joke was that. I was the one he eliminated. So there were 4 people. The other person came closer and asked if he didn't want to make Flem scream. After a while of being held and beaten, he had to say, I agree, okay? Kogyu waved his hands and said to deal with it. This person I have the most experience with. Flem turned out the phone. Lian immediately asked, what is this? Slem responded to our special communication. Afraid of someone impersonating. Then Flem called William. He took the phone and asked, are you still alive? Flem said angrily. Thanks to your selling me out. I'm still alive. William smiled and asked, I knew I would abandon you. So why are you looking for me? Flem replied that I wanted a chance to live again. Without your way I can't absorb the soul. William scolded him for not having a chance to come back. Lian is miserable. Lian was startled and said I don't have one. Everyone thought nervously and still hasn't answered. Perhaps. Did he see through our thoughts? William asked again. How could you catch Gina? Flem immediately asked and left. I will eat Gina's soul myself. William suddenly said. Wait a minute, did I say I wouldn't save you? Gina took the phone and went into the small alley. Then cautiously look around. After determining there are no more problems, Gina immediately told Lian. No one is safe everywhere. So where are you? Lian. On the roof of a building looking at Theo. Gina replied reassuringly. I always look at her. Gina smiled reassuringly and replied yes. Slem was sitting inside the car looking out. Then frowned and thought, why do I keep feeling like it's not right? This moment on the roof of the car? The beast's claws pierced the roof of the car. Flem, Koda and Kogyu were startled. How could the martial beast steal Flem and make him panic? What are you doing? Let me go. Martial beast takes Slem away. He shouted for help. Let me go. Friends saw that and were extremely surprised. Lian. I killed Tiuli. Do you still want to save me? Then they all went to the meeting place. It was here that she kept looking around for his name just in case. William appeared suddenly. A feather fell down. William asked, who is Miss Gina looking for? Are you looking for me? William was standing on the roof of a house looking down. Gina was startled when she saw that. William appeared. William landed in front of Gina. Said smiling, long time no see Miss Gina. This time you won't be able to escape. Gina responded, so who will not be able to escape? Receiving attacks from the sky. A large net fell and caught William. He was startled. What is it? Lian pulled the net and said, William caught you. This time we'll be prepared to go there. William smiled and asked, you certainly don't. At this moment, Koda ran up and shouted, Lian Gina is not okay. Flem was taken away by the enemy. The two of you were startled when you heard that. Lian asked William what you were planning to do. William sighed and replied, I guessed wrong and was caught by you guys. Lian said cautiously, take him back first, and cried out while Flem was being captured by the beast. What should I do? Save my life, Kogyu chased and mumbled. This road is so familiar. It seems to be where the Ko Kai clan lives. There was a guard in front of the Wu Kai clan's mansion. The martial beast flew in and cried out. The Wu Kai clan immediately became alert and called out the martial beast to attack. Frem sat on the back of the martial beast. Lian's resemblance was immediately mistaken. Is Lian, that traitor, brought a beast here to attack us? Having said that, they simultaneously raised their bows. Seeing that, Kogyu frowned. No wonder William took Flem away. Is to turn Lian's traitor status come true. Still should save Flem first. Koda's cars started rolling in. In the Koda car driving, William tied up in the backseat. Lian sat next to guard. Gina sat in the passenger seat and glanced down at William. Wondering, feeling like he had something hiding from us. Am I wrong? William suddenly smiled, startling Gina. He was smiling right above. William's archer was drawing his bow. Look towards the Koda car. As soon as the car passes, an arrow was shot towards Koda's car, causing the front window to shatter. Gina screamed in fear. Koda hurriedly braked. Everyone in the car was hit hard. Gina, Lian and William held their heads in vigilance. What happened? William's people immediately appeared. Guang Kung aims at Lian and Koda right now. William slowly removed the rope. Said smiling, I have never believed in my arrival until now. This time it was to promote the great war between the Wu tribe and the Wu Kai tribe to happen smoothly. Then, he got out of the car. William used magic to create a rope. She grabbed Gina tightly, pulled her out of the car, causing Lian and Coda to exclaim worriedly, Gina. William snapped his fingers. Gina was brought closer. He lifted her onto his shoulders and climbed on top of him. Martial beast. Flew away before. Go ahead and say thank you for your gift. He laughed loudly as he walked away. Lian and Coda ran out of the car shouting Gina. Lian immediately flew up and took Gina back. Coda worriedly called after Lian. In the air, Gina was forced by William to hand over her soul. A pearl flew up from her mouth. William said happily when he saw the pearl. Today was truly worth it. Lian sword stabbed to death the beast that William was riding. Shouted William, give your life. He stepped on the beast's head, intended to rush and stab William. William quickly pulled Gina out as a shield. Lian frowned, immediately changed his hand direction, stabbing his sword at William, causing him to let go of Gina's hand. She fell from the fallen beast. William shouted, my soul. Lian, you ruined my plan already. I must make you lose everything. Lian pulled out his sword and threw it down. William angrily said, Lian, you just wait. Everyone follow me. Gina fell down. Lian rushed down to catch her. Gina asked him, Lian, are you okay? Lian replied that it was okay. At least he saved her. Gina burst out laughing. You really are. Suddenly purple lightning appeared in the sky, causing Lian to startle and scream. What? Gina worriedly asked him what's wrong. Lian replied it's not okay. Came. Even the martial arts seal was broken, and William was controlling the martial beast to break the formation. Destroy this formation for me quickly. This time you're dead for sure. Purple thunder unsealed, raising the crying bird and the feather race back to life. Lian looked up at the sky and said, this 100-year great war is still happening. But Coda was now pacing back and forth in the room, muttering nervously. No one has come back yet. Why haven't they returned yet? Could something have happened? Kogyu carried the Slims in and said, sweating, I'm home. Coda worriedly asked if her ancestors were okay. Trying to keep saying I'm fine, but he's not going to be okay. Trying to hold putting Slem in the bathtub, then pouring dirt, and said, first use Ca Mox soil. Temporarily preserve his life. We still have to deal with William quickly. Otherwise, Flem and Tiuli both so. Can't hold on for long. Coda frowned and asked, so this was an unavoidable accident? At this moment Lian and Gina returned and said, Coda, Kogyu, we're back. Coda asked how did he catch William? Lian shook his head and said he ran away. Moreover, we guess that he had broken the martial seal. Right now the martial arts are about to awaken. Kogyu, why are you so surprised? If you don't stop, why should you be more careful? Gina said sorry to Lian for saving me. Missed the chance to stop William. Kogyu sighed and walked away. The situation on our side is not very good either. The Vokai people all thought that Lian wanted to kill people. Now everyone is angry that the martial arts awakened, received incitement to curse. The martial race will find the Vokai tribe on its own. Lian mutters that the Great War is about to begin. Gina speaks up. If there was a big war between the martial clan and the Wu Kai clan, humanity will be affected. Kogyu continued shouting, the only person who will benefit is William. Coda shouted, we must think of ways to prevent it. Already. Gina pondered and asked what to do. Kogyu replied, I don't think so. Lian suddenly asked, Wu clan will not listen to William's orders, right? The other three asked again. So I want to cooperate with the martial arts tribe. Lian smiled. If the unrevealed clan had said we were traitors, then let's go be traitors. Coda went ahead and asked, wait a minute, this is your plan? Lian smiled. By then everyone will know my plan. Gina was curious. So how should we be traitors? Which Kogyu has figured out. Turns out that's the case. If only I could find the Wu King, so that he temporarily does not pursue the invisible clan. That could ruin William's plan. Monster Boy is also smart. Lian spoke up. First, go see the broken seal area of the martial arts tribe. Everyone went to the place where the martial tribe was sealed, and were stopped by the invisible hunter. Stop. The traitors have indeed arrived at the place where the feather race was sealed. Koda spoke up. Ancestor Kogyu gave me a thumbs up. Then she took out her new weapon and said, "Come try out the new weapon we researched." After awakening, many nets shot out, enveloping the invisible tribe, startling them. "What is this?" After that, our people were all tied up. Gina came with the spray bottle. The Vokai people shouted again. "You finally want to use the medicine. Just inhale and sleep. How many times can I use this?" Gina replied that it was okay to use. Lian flew to ask if everyone was okay. Gina replied, "We can take care of it, so you can rest assured to go find Vu Vong." Kogyu also spoke up. "We will always be behind you." Lian smiled and replied, "Then I'll go first." He flew away and landed in a place saying, "It seems to be this place." Lian took out a hair, put it down and said. A commotion strong earth appeared, revealing an ancient coffin, with a feathered person lying in it. Lian continued, "Wake up Vu Vong and Lan." Vu Vong and Lan wake up. Gina ran to call Lian. And Lan opened his eyes and said this scene was a bit unbelievable. Lian asked why. And Lan replied, "I never thought that. When I was awakened, we'll be surrounded by a group of people from the Kai tribe." Kogyu bowed and replied, "We never thought that either. I will be blessed to meet the king of the martial arts again that year. I can't help you save the corpse anymore. Vong Fai. Expose William's plot. Really sorry." And Lan said it was you. Lian raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, this is not the place to talk. Who came back with us first?" And Lan responded. Everyone sat down on the sofa. Gina narrated. So roughly the current situation is like that. The Wu Kai people were deceived by William. Us. I cannot help but rely on your help. Gina said as she noticed the burning eyes. And Lan had now changed to Koda's clothes. "Look at Gina." Lian covering it up. I asked her why she kept staring at her like that. And Lan said the boy was rotten. Don't allow others to look. This girl. She looked a bit familiar. After all she is. Gina replied. I'm Gina, but I was 100 years ago. Probably Wai Wei. And Lan exclaimed, no wonder she looks so familiar. But it's been 100 years. My ability is no longer as strong as before. You guys want me to stop the martial arts from attacking the invisible tribe. I'm afraid I can't do this. Gina was startled. No way. And Lan replied. But when we wake up. Then discovered. The martial beast is currently listening to someone else's orders. Otherwise, when I wake up, it won't be just you by my side. Gina immediately said it was William. Angland said. William is indeed the person who plotted to harm Vong Fai. Gina asked him if there was no way. And Lan's exclamation was not absent. It's just that. Everyone is curious. It's just that. And Lan replied that I need my Kia feathers. To restore the ability to sleep too long. Then I don't know where the feathers are. Koda was startled. What is this feather? You take out the blue feather. And Lan said. I think that. This feather has been destroyed by the Ko Kai clan. I didn't expect there was a way. Lian, come here. I'll teach you how. To control the martial ability in you. Not let you be controlled by others anymore. Gina patted my shoulder and told him to ignore it and do it quickly. And Lan told Koda can also study together. Koda replied, thank you so much. Gina looked at Lian and thought. Lian feels a bit uncomfortable. Maybe it's just that she hasn't seen her biological father in a long time. The second day, Gina and Kogyu went out. See Koda. Lian and Lan practicing. Gina was startled. They wouldn't practice all night. Try to keep up and say there's not much time left. They want to put in a little more effort. At this moment someone broke the door. Rushed in. And Lan stood up and asked who you were. The people of the martial arts tribe said the king would save us. The people of the invisible tribe shamelessly ambushed. Lure us into a trap. And Lan sat down and told us not to say anything. You're seriously injured. Kia immediately took out a knife. Stabbed in Lan, then laughed maniacally. Lian hurriedly shouted. And Lan. Koda used an arrow to shoot and kill that feathered tribe. Gina. Horrifying. What's wrong with Vu Vong? Kogyu was scared and said it's not okay. This knife is Judge Spell Dagger of the Unrevealed King. If we don't quickly find King Kong Kai, Removes the blood-sucking curse on the weapon. Vu King will not survive. Lian is miserable. Then they all went to the meeting place. It was here that an arrow shot out. Lian captured the king of the Lakai clan who came forward to speak. Lian, long time no see. Lian cracked the name and answered that right. 125 and finally meet again. I didn't come here to start a war. No Kai King. Today, I came here because I want to tell you the truth of the matter. Prevent a greater tragedy from happening. You have been deceived by William. He is the one behind everything. Vong asked. Do you think I will believe your lies? Look at the people you harmed. You dare to speak for yourself. Didn't he come to start a war? Lian was startled and said I don't have one. Vong angrily said Lian. We cannot condone the action. Yours is okay. Everyone follow the prophecy. Causing these martial people and traitors to kill them all. People of the invisible race. Shout yes. A series of arrows came. Koda said blocking the sword. Those invisible people are injured. Gina's answer is correct. It must be because of the reason. William tried to keep scolding. That kid is so obnoxious. Go. And Lian and the Wu Kai royal family fight each other. Lian said I don't want us to point our swords at each other. The king angrily said stop lying. The clansmen shouted, don't let them run anymore. It's too hard for Gina to whisper. Somewhere else. William. Taking away the soul of an unknown clansman. Causing them to lose their lives. He smiled and looked at Gina. The internal strength has recovered a bit. The next step is her. Gina thought as she ran. Just a little bit missing. Suddenly William appeared. Used a golden rope to catch Gina and said, did you think you could escape from my hands? This time, I have to tear you apart myself and eat it all. Gina asked why you just keep trying with me. You have eaten many souls. Isn't that enough? William replied of course not enough. Only the souls of the king and Vong Fai can only help us. I waste my time killing corpses. It was because her soul. The result is that the devil benefits from you and eats you. This time finally, William was happily looking at the soul in front of him. When the people of the Khoi Kong tribe couldn't move, William was shot at by the people of the Khoi Duong tribe. William shouted, what's going on? Have you gone crazy? Koda walked out holding the phone. Reopened the camera clip that William just talked about. I waste my time killing corpses. It's for her soul. As a result, the devil who took advantage of you ate it away. Koda spoke up. There are cameras in this forest. I think it's a person of the invisible race. In modern life for a while now. Surely you know what this is. Ko Gyu continued. We don't need to fake it. The king. William was startled. The king. Other people in the clan were talking about that's right. No wonder people keep going with Lian Dewey. Are not seen anymore. Those who went to Lian were only left in a coma. They basically didn't take action. It turned out that the traitor was Lian Dewey. Vong who walked up and drew his sword and asked, do you have anything to say? Lian Dewey. William still tries to blame the king. This is just Lian's trick. You cannot be fooled that easily. Gina shouted. We are tired of hearing these words of yours. Change the way you say it. The people of the invisible race will not be fooled by you. The king asked the dagger of the judge's spell on my body. Did you steal it? Saw William trembling. He closed his eyes and said okay I understand. Then pay for everything you did. As soon as he raised his sword, William smiled and said, without the queen's soul, the king's soul is fine. He raised the knife in his hand and stabbed it towards him. Shouting, die to King Kai. But the sword stabbed into Lian's body. Lian rushed to protect the king of the clan. Everyone saw that. Worriedly called, Lian. Lian was stabbed and fell down. William laughed loudly. Used the golden rope to wrap Lian. Then took out Lian's soul and swallowed it saying, the ultimate winner can only be me. The invisible people retreated. Gina quickly ran up to help Lian and shouted, Lian. The unknown tribe was scared and asked what sorcery this was. If caught, would she also be eaten? Gina angrily looked at William. She stole the mirror of an unknown tribe. The other person quickly shouted my sword. Gina rushed forward and was about to stab William. When he turned around, tied Gina up and said, well, there are still people coming to kill her soul. I'll eat it too. Gina was annoyed and said she won't let you benefit. Then Gina threw chili powder in William's face. He covered his eyes and said, "Damn, what are you doing?" Gina shouted to everyone. It was at this time Koda and Kogyu ran to tie up William and sprayed him with sleeping pills, causing him to faint. Kogyu told the king, "Now can you trust our words?" Gina tearfully helped Lian up and asked Lian, "Lian, how are you? Idiot. Why did you block the knife?" Lian said, stroking her cheek, "Isn't it because she taught me?" Gina replied, "Oh, I didn't teach you to do stupid things." Lian said, smiling, "Before, we thought we were not loved. But after meeting her, he understood." He looked towards the royal family and continued, "In fact, he used to treat me very well." Vo Kai clan. Vu clan. The two clans were constantly fighting. The people of the Wu Kai clan and the Wu clan have suffered a lot of pain. I cannot leave the two clans alone. Because of William's plan, he sacrificed. Gina angrily asked the Vo Kai clan if you had heard everything. You guys have always chased after Lian. But has he ever harmed you? Vong is extremely ashamed to hear that. He remembered his childhood days when he held Lian's pea. I once said that your father wanted to fly again. Your father also wanted to protect the human-like Khoi tribe. Then because of a misunderstanding he accused Lian. Lian is actually a traitor to the Ko Kai clan. I must sentence you to death. He quickly shouted to me that I don't have a father. Father, where did I go wrong? He whispered that after all, I was wrong. Then he walked over and hugged Lian. Gina panicked and asked King Vo Kai, "What do you want to do?" The king replied that if you want to save him, don't stop. Leading the way, Koda brought along the traitor Lian Dui too, making him vomit all the souls he had swallowed. Koda happily replied yes. At Koda's house, Lan was lying injured in the hospital bed. The royal family of Vo Kai looked at Lan and said, "This stupid bird did not die by my hands. Being tricked into being like this by others." Speaking, the Wu Kai royal family reached out, break the barrier above the knife, then pulled it out. Lan gradually, "Wake up." He sat up and asked me, "This is what?" The royal family said, "You were saved by me." Lan heard that and was startled and asked, "It was impossible for you to save me." "Absolutely impossible. Someone please tell me it's not true." Gina, Kogyu and Koda simultaneously nodded and said it was true. Lan covered her mouth and said, "I felt nauseous. Yet, this old man who never died saved me." The Vo Kai royal family smiled contemptuously. "You can die again. Avoid having it spread out that it would be embarrassing to be saved by me." Lan heard that and got angry and stuck out his tongue and made a clown face. Then Lan and the Lakai royal family went out together. Looked at William, who was tied up in chains and talking. Lan asked, "So he was the one behind the trick, causing the two clans to suffer serious casualties?" The royal family of the unknown replied yes. The royal family of the unknown had just finished speaking. Lan immediately stepped forward, punched William in the face. William snorted, "If you guys are good then kill me." Royal family Vong Kai said, "Do you think we will still be fooled?" Lan started walking. Lan nodded and said yes. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and a giant matrix appeared, taking William as the focus. Lan and the Wu Kai royal family put their strength together. William immediately cried out in pain. Gina curious what they were doing. Lian tiredly interrogating William's mental body. Gina don't understand what it means. Kogyu answer for her. Interrogate questions that people do not want to answer. The mental body won't fool people. Gina doesn't understand the new concept. Questions that don't want to be answered. Lian answers. For example, how to vomit the soul out. After a while, Lan and the endless royal family sighed together. Lan weakened and fell to the ground. Royal family Vo Kai teased. After all these years, you're still so weak. Lan teased and didn't know just now. Who is lost in that spiritual body? Lian nodded and replied yes. Then he gave the order. You won't get a soul from this traitor. Sealed under a glass lake forever. Not allowed out. The person from the invisible tribe replied yes. The king turned to call Gina. Come here. You come with us to the glass lake. Gina pointed at herself in surprise. Gina following the Wu Kai royal family and the others to the Glass Lake. The people of the martial arts tribe landed one by one. The Vo Kai royal family spoke up and asked if it was all over. And Lan asked Vo Kai Kia in confusion. You want me to bring all the people of the martial race here? What to do? The Vo Kai royal family replied. Wait a little later and you will know. He stretched out his hand and gathered his strength. The water gradually became fierce. A moment later, blue sea monsters gradually rose to the surface. When the beasts saw this, they cried loudly, want to rush forward aggressively. And Lan quickly stopped them. Then frowned and asked the Vo Kai royal family. You want me to bring people from the clan? Is it so that we can chase and kill them? The Wu Kai royal family raised his hand and said, our two races have been hostile for hundreds of years. It's over today. Gina was startled when she heard that. Why do you still want to fight? The livestream system displayed a notification. The 48-hour emergency mission countdown has started. Gina realized she misunderstood and was relieved. Threatened me to death. And Lan was surprised and asked to make peace. The royal family of Vo Kai angrily replied correctly. How are you happy? And Lan was sweating and said it was normal. That's it. The royal family Vo Kai trembled and held out his hand. He was extremely embarrassed and looked elsewhere. Seeing that An Lan did not move, he urged him, don't even grasp it quickly. And Lan heard that speechless. Then tremblingly reached out his hand to hold it tightly. As soon as their hands touched each other they immediately separated, turned to his clansmen and frantically wiped his hands. At this time the martial beasts and sea monsters transformed back into human form. They happily shouted the curse was lifted. The curse was lifted. The Vo Kai and An Lan royal families saw that also very happy. The king of the Vo Kai clan replied, this is what can make Lian recover. Gina happily replied, I will immediately bring it to Lian until he gets better. I will tell him to personally thank you. The Vo Kai royal family replied that I was waiting for you. Throw the last ring. This time, the bracelet directly hit the biggest teddy bear. Good. The curse has been lifted. After the curse has been lifted, the Vo Kai royal family turned to look at William and said, now there's only one thing left. The next thing should be done already. William locked in a coffin. The nail was immediately hammered down. William screamed for release. Let me out quickly, let me out. I don't want to be in the Glass Lake, let me out. Release me to An Lan and the Vo Kai royal family. Creating a solid seal layer. The Vo Kai royal family said, today, I will seal the Vo Kai traitor under a glass lake. Sink down, the king continued. His body will suffer the torment of the Vo Kai clan's seals. Forever and ever and will never appear. The coffin was thrown into the Glass Lake. The Vo Kai clan happily shouted for the king of Min Min. The Vo Kai clan to declare starting from today. The seal between the two clans was also lifted. Vo Kai tribe and martial arts tribe will no longer be mortal enemies. Everyone can live peacefully together. After the matter was over he called Gina. Come over here for a moment. When Gina approaches, he gave a bag to Gina. Tell her to take this. Gina took the bag and asked suspiciously what this was. The king of the Vo Kai clan replied, this is what can make Lian recover. Gina happily replied, I will immediately bring it to Lian until he gets better. I will tell him to personally thank you. The Vo Kai royal family replied that I was waiting for you. He hid it. His aging hand moved back. Saw Gina leave. He tried his best to support himself and fell down. And Lan immediately caught him and said, hey, you've been completely aged by the royal family. Holding An Lan's hand and said, turns out Vu King is always eavesdropping? And Lan said enthusiastically, I came to see who is still speechless until now. Hey, old man of the Vo Kai clan. You certainly have no way to save yourself. Is that right? The Vo Kai royal family replied. With him here, we can also rest assured about the people. Then he closed his eyes. And Lan heartbrokenly called Vo Kai King. Gina returned home, opened the bag and saw a pill. She dropped the Kia pill into Lian's mouth and said, Lian, wake up quickly. Lian just finished eating it and frowned. He saw King Vo Kai say, Lian, I'm tired, I'll go with you too. I believe that you know what love is. Will probably do better than me. What will be the fate of the two clans in the future? Leaning on you, my son. Lian immediately opened his eyes, a tear flowing down. Gina worriedly asked Lian, How are you? How are you feeling? Lian said, I'm fine. Gina happily picked up the bag and said, Vokai. The king gave this bag to me. He said this could save you. We have to thank him a lot. Lian suddenly hugged Gina tightly. She was startled and asked, What's wrong? Lian thought to thank her father, who used his life to save me. He told Gina I would do that. Just like that, all the disasters and suffering. It's finally over. And Lian also passed the throne of the martial arts king to Lian. Present. Both the Vokai and the martial arts clan worship Lian as king. I saw everyone kneeling down and calling me king. Lian panicked and said this was modern society. Let us no longer have this king or that king. From now on, just call me Lian. Also, everyone stood up. Then Lian also felt the responsibility of his father. Give it to him. He told the Vokai people. Today is different from more than 100 years ago. We must be self-reliant. Adapt to new life. Today, I come to arrange a new life for everyone. With the help of Lian and Gina, Vokai ethnic people started filming livestreams manually. Vokai ethnic people livestream said, My friends, the skill of making this bow and arrow dates back hundreds of years. That self-made intangible cultural heritage, supported by many people. Vu people participate in express delivery. Liat Vu operates under County T Group. Of course there are people who have their own way of thinking. And Lian operates a bird riding service for children. Ride a good bird for 10 yuan. One by one, everyone comes up. The children happily asked me if I wanted to ride the big one. So did I. As for Koda continuing to manage the Coty Group, his assistant reported to the general. Because of his previous absence, left behind 536 documents that needed to be signed. This afternoon someone from the corporation will come. Discuss social cooperation with. Cried the exhausted Koda tonight. I want to retire. Old ancestor Ko Gyu became honorary director of Coty Group. Live leisurely and freely. Passing day. That Gina and Lian. The two people were live streaming the game while talking. Hurry and break the glass to see what I can do. After winning, high-five each other and congratulations. Of course they are still doing their old job. After playing the game, Gina spoke to the fans. The match is over. Little oranges and little feathers. Let's relax a bit. We invited a little magician. Come to our livestream room. Performer. Prince Tiuli was shrunk and started doing magic. This is a confetti that snaps its fingers and creates a fire. Turning confetti into roses. Say thank you to all the fans who commented. The cute magician is so small. Playing with fire is not safe. He looks so much like Prince Tiuli from before. Won't be Prince Tiuli's son. Today's welfare. Said today. If the livestream room exceeds 600,000 fans, then he'll kiss us. That's right, that's right. We've never seen it before. Gina said she was a little embarrassed when she read it. What's wrong with Lian teasing her? How many times have we kissed? Gina angrily shouted obnoxiously. The two of them were about to kiss when the screen displayed a notification. The 48-hour emergency mission countdown has started. The livestream system displayed a notification. The 48-hour emergency mission countdown has started. The screen switches to Koju's image. Welcome to Koju's challenge channel. Lian and Gina are curious what she wants to do. Kogyu congratulates the best lovers Lian and Gina. Apply Deep Vu's decision. Let two people participate in the couples competition. The sweetest livestream. 48-hour broadcast challenge, complete the mission. Contest details. I've sent it to you guys. Please read it slowly. Kogyu. As soon as he finished speaking, a beast flew out the window to deliver a letter. Gina realized it was Courier Lai Vu. She took the letter and said it was hard, then bye-bye. Gina opened the letter. Lian was curious what was written. Inside was written publicly about the couple's hidden chemistry. Are you two the couple with the best chemistry? Vibration value reaches 100. The prize is a round-trip double ticket to Easian Island. Lian ponder. The main prize is a round-trip double ticket to travel to Easian Island. Star. Gina happily said we don't need to be number one. We are number 1. At the amusement park. Lian thought, adjusting his tie. Must I dress like this? Then a staff member said. Streama participates in check-in activities here. This is the first station of the activity. Gina said excitedly. Lian brother, see the first station of activity here. Gina led Lian to ask. Please ask for style points for this activity. What the staff replied. Paste photos of both of you on the scoreboard. The couple was voted the most by many tourists. Then accumulated 20 points. Gina's eyes lit up. 20 points. Then the two of them took a photo and hung it up. Lian asked, is this really okay? Gina happily said, just wait and see. After a while she only got 21 points. Far behind everyone else. Gina is depressed. Why is she like this? Lian told me to leave for a bit. Gina sadly replied, okay. After a while, many people gathered about their pictures. Gina immediately got excited. I knew it was possible. The staff announced the end of voting. Now I declare. The champions are Gina and Lian. Gina happily showed off Lian. Look, we won. Lian said, rubbing her hair. We know she can do it. Suddenly a group of people came to talk. Hey, handsome guy over there. Said. After voting, he will perform for us and Gina was surprised it turned out to be him. Lian smiled and said he couldn't hide it anymore. So give everyone a romantic closing Thanksgiving performance. He snapped his fingers. A series of flower petals flew down. Then held Gina's hand and flew up. Everyone was surprised and flew into the sky. What are you doing? It's so beneficial and worth it. Lian spoke up. Travelers voted for us. We'll get a free piece of ice cream at the martial arts place. Everyone immediately ran to receive the ice cream. Gina and Lian laughed and said, go to the next stop. The two continued to go to a place. The employee immediately said, holding the ring. Welcome to the second station. Please choose who will throw the control ring. The person throwing the ring must wear a blindfold. The ring thrower listens to the person in charge of the throwing scene. If I could throw the stuffed animal of greatest love, can accumulate 20 points. Gina immediately accepted the task of me being the controller. Lian smiled fondly and said, so I threw the ring. Then Lian was blindfolded. Gina begins to control the left throw. Not right side. However, the thrown bracelets were all misaligned. Didn't win any. Whoever came out didn't win. Gina angrily said there was only one left. Lian covered his eyes and sweated. Then called Gina. Her to come closer. A little bit. Then Lian kissed Gina, making her blush and said, why suddenly kiss me? Haven't you recovered your energy already? Lian smiled and said, no. This is the battery charger. So. Then he smiled and confidently put on the eye patch. No need for Gina to point and reach out. Throw the last ring. This time, the bracelet directly hit the biggest teddy bear. Gina excitedly shouted. Gina and Lian then continued to go to the next stop. The staff took out the paper to introduce themselves. Welcome to the third station. This time it's a question and answer session to test the chemistry. Gina happily replied that this time I definitely have faith. Lian smiled and said, I'm always willing. The staff gave them the paper. So please fill in the answers in the blanks. Both people answered. After filling it out, the staff collects the paper. Having said that, the Q&A to test the chemistry begins. Please listen to the topic. Please ask Miss Gina. What was the first gift Lian gave her? Gina took out the necklace and replied it was this one. The staff said yes. So the first place the two of them kissed was. Gina pondered, then landed on the sinking ship at the glass lake. Lian quickly told her to be a little more discreet. The staff continued to ask. The last question. What does Lian like the most? Gina confidently answered me. Lian coughed and said to be a little more humble. The staff said, sorry, I haven't finished reading the question. What I want to ask is you. What is Lian's favorite ice cream? Gina embarrassedly said I hadn't finished speaking yet. Lian likes the banana-flavored ice cream I bought the most. The staff informed me that's right. Congratulations on receiving 20 points. Gina hugged Lian and boasted. I remember everything related to you. The evening MC announced. I declare the couple winners of the Flutter Challenge are Lian and Gina. Gina walked up to the stage holding the gift and said happily. Thank you everyone. I won thanks in part to you. Li then asking her, Gina, do you want to go somewhere with me? Gina was curious where he was going, so he replied and knew. He snapped his fingers. The two immediately teleported. Gina was surprised. Isn't this the top of the Ferris wheel? What are you doing here? She just looked outside when fireworks appeared. Gina exclaimed how beautiful it is. The fireworks gradually turned into the words I love Gina. Gina was stunned. Li then came next to her and said, I heard. If you wish to be at the highest place on the Ferris wheel, it will come true. So, I hope everyone can hear it. My wish. Gina blushed her wish. She closed her eyes. Li then bent down to kiss her. Thinking of my wishes is being able to be with her not just every day. Just one kiss.